Yo, 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 yo. If you could hear me, press the number one. Press the number one if you could hear me. Yo, yo. Press the number one. All right, cool. All right, let me do this intro real quickly here. Get it out the way.
Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might represent next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of the
All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. I want to say peace and love to everybody. This is Garfield. They call me the Hebrew Israelite doctrine killer. In a few weeks, I'm gonna be doing a presentation on Deuteronomy 28 and the transatlantic slave trade. We're gonna have a conversation about it. I'm also going to do a presentation, the end of black Hebrew Israelism. There's a whole controversy about should we use the term black Hebrew Israelites. They find it offensive today and all that stuff. We're going to do what we do. All right. Shout out to everybody that supports my channel. Shout out to the new subscribers. I got a lot of new subscribers, I guess, through the clout chasing of Billy Carson. Because I have a reasoning that's fair. I don't bash on people. I mean, we can disagree without disrespect. All right. I think I was going to start a channel called Disagree Without Disrespect. We could disagree on if Jesus exists and don't disrespect. We could disagree on if Moses exists. No disrespect. We could disagree on if Jesus did the miracles that they said he did. No disrespect. For one, I think Hebrew Israelites and Christians are in the same picture, or even Torah observance alone. Because they both, not the Torah observers, but the people who follow the New Testament, because they both have to believe that a man physically died and resurrected. They both believe that. So, yeah, I've heard that term, Ricardo. Shout out to my UK people, by the way, too. Listen, family, if you believe that a man died and resurrected, and you're telling black folks in general to follow that, you know you're gonna get pushback. That's just logical. We don't believe that unless you're a part of the faith. You don't believe that. You know you don't believe that. I'm not gonna say it's drunk. I'm not gonna speak nothing about the belief. I'm just saying, hey, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to, I think there's a couple more groups I got to put the show in. Nah, don't worry about it. Whoever comes in, comes in. You know, it's all love in here. We don't fight against nobody. We give everybody a chance to come true and see stuff and all that stuff. I can't. Oh, you know what, too? There's a debate. Would you debate someone on if Paul was a Roman agent? All right. So we're back. Let me put the link in the chat if anybody wants to join on. I want my brother Ong to come on. We're going to review a video that's been going on. Baltimore family in the building. Shout out to B More. That's home of brother Ong, where he's from. And shout out to all the wonderful people in Baltimore that's doing good work for the community and for the people and for their family. First and foremost, family, then the people. Because a lot of people like to run out and say, hey, I do this for the people, and they don't live nowhere. They're homeless. Not throwing shots at anybody specifically, but it's just facts. And this is how families break up. You're out there say, I want to help the people, and you can't even help your own house. You know what I'm saying? But hey, what's up, Terrence Jones? Oh, I gotta give Terrence I gotta give him a mod badge, because that's family right there. That's my Christian brother right there. And although I don't fully believe in the Bible, they respect some of my scholarship because they know I'm being fair as possible. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Terrence, let me ask you a question. Is it fair to say that you don't know if Jesus resurrected or not? Is it fair for me to say that? Because that defies physics, logic, and everything. And that's just basically our faith. Is it fair to say that? I think Hebrew Israelites are Christians, but they don't want to accept it. Let me see. All right, let me get off of Facebook and let me get over here. Let me put the link in the chat. Let me pin it. Because if you don't believe in the resurrection, you can't say you believe in Jesus. I don't think people who are having conversations understand that. So when you say, I don't think that was real, that he died, that he resurrected, and then you say you believe in the Bible, you can't say you believe in the New Testament. You have to believe. So this is why a lot of people are standoffish in the conscious community about believing in Jesus, because they have to add all those stories in. I say it's minimal. We anyone in the first century. This is my two main arguments when we have the Jesus conversation. Show me somebody in the first century who was considered to be a Messiah. Show and prove he existed. And what's your methodology? And you're going to find out that the person named Jesus that the New Testament is talking about, Jesus of Nazareth, has more evidence for him. You'll believe Jesus ben Ananias existed. Let me show you the hypocrisy of the people that said Jesus don't exist. Jesus ben Ananias, Joel Armstrong, look at it. You said that's not true, Garfield. Mike Jackson said, you and Marine are too funny. Marine said, here comes Garfield. Ah, people, I'm about to end the show. Garfield is here. Yo, family. Oh, I gotta play this from Brother Marine's channel. I gotta play this. I gotta play the part with Bruce. I gotta play it. I gotta play it to start the show. I promised myself I would play it, and I totally forgot. Yo, family, I'm tired of debating on Brother Marine. I'm about to just totally just give up. Sometimes it makes sense to debate, and sometimes it just don't make no damn sense. Hold on 1 second. Let me find the video here. This was so funny. Which video was it again? Was it this one, Esau and race? I think this is it right here, Esau and race. At the end,
necessarily like buildings or bases.
All right, let me just. There's a guy on the panel, named Bruce. Shout out to Bruce. He's just a guy who's old and that will not change his ways, and that's fine. But we're talking about evidence, and look at what he brings out to show that there's proof that Israelites were in America when they came off the ships or whatever. This was just so hilarious. I want y'all to check this out. You guys know how I do it. I let you speak for 2 minutes and I speak for 2 minutes. So nobody hugging the mic. But check this out.
But it had territory and reach. So it's hard to how to deal with them. So like where do we really attack? And they laid hidden that kind of stuff. Like in Cancer. The Cancer changed their verbiage to reach the continent. Oh, okay, yeah. Yes. And I think it's yes. And even though there's video footage and all that kind of stuff, yeah, I think with boots on the ground, all that kind of stuff, it's not too hard, and that's the issue. Because the irony is, Leo, what they'll complain about Christianity and the white man and missionaries, it seems like they're employing the same kind of tactics. Leo, correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
So it's just like all this they complain about TBN and this and that. It's a prosperity gospel. Tapping into a by and by. It's happening to the emotion, the hurts, all that kind of stuff, the colonialism, all that kind of stuff.
Repackaged for you, and it's more ethnocentric. You black. It's all. So I just don't.
Jehovah's Witnesses, all that kind of stuff.
2 years and I'll have it over there. No, seriously. 2 years and I'll.
Jehovah's Witnesses, all that kind of stuff. So now you got to deal with the ripple effect over time. It's not checked. It can grow.
What I see is like, I don't see. Okay, I agree with you there, but I don't see. I think it's just gonna eventually plateau and hit that we're just another denomination, kind of wall. Like I think they're gonna be like you got your SDAs, Jehovah's Witness, your Hebrew roots, and then you'll have your Hebrew Israelites, and then it'll just be another avenue within Christendom, in my opinion. Like I don't think they're gonna get any further than that.
Well, I had to break it to you, man, but the awakening is happening worldwide.
You said
the awakening is happening worldwide, and it's going on Africa, it's going to the Caribbean, it's going on Jamaica, it's going on Haiti, it's going to the Dominican Republic. Man, the awakening is happening. There ain't no propaganda, man. I'm telling you. I don't know what YouTube clips you're looking at, but if you dig deep, you'll see it.
Where do I?
And you'll hear people call. Just go on YouTube.
Hey Bruce, is the awakening happening in China?
It will.
It will.
That's right.
Will it happen? Will it happen in Russia?
Give me 2 years and I'll have it over there.
No, seriously. What about Russia then?
It's going. Russia already know it. Hold on, wait. One second. I got. Hey, Garfield, I sent that stuff to the Berean.
What did you send to him?
The stuff you asked for.
Hey, Carmen, do me a favor. Bruce just hit me. I'm gonna send it to you, Leo. Oh, Bruce, right there.
Yeah.
Well, you gonna send it, Garfield? You want me? Cause I'm getting ready to walk out the door. But y'all keep going.
Send it to Leo so he can expand it because he's technical.
What is it that you sent him though?
Remember we were talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, remember we were talking about. I was saying that them devils knew who they were, who they had, and the Negro slaves, they knew they were Hebrews.
All right, so the whole conversation is about the slave master knowing that the people were Hebrews or whatever. Now watch this, family.
They called them Hebrews they call them Hebrews. They knew it. There was articles in there, and there was other documentation that they posted like on a tree. You know when you find a missing child and they nail it on the pole. I'm saying they knew, man. They knew, and they called them Hebrews. They call them Hebrews or Hebrews, because they knew who they had. So I just sent you I just sent Brother Berean some so send it to Leo because Leo he kind of swift. He got a sharp mind. He young. He can probably bring that up in 5 minutes.
Hey Bruce,
do you know the name of it, of the article? Huh? What it is? Do you know the name of it?
He gonna send it to you.
So you don't know the name of your source?
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
boy, Bruce.
Bruce.
Hey,
bro,
listen.
this is
My
not a good look,
advice:
Bruce.
run for
Hey,
the hill.
man. Hey, man.
Run for the hill.
I told you there was stuff that's
Evil.
archived. Stuff that was archived.
You got the
At war with Yah's people.
But have you seen these before?
Yep.
Are these authentic?
I don't know. I really can't read the writing, you know. I can't even read it. But anyway, so no, the one that I have specifically
Russell
said
Higgins is taking. He's strong, Israel. Jason Brown said it's altered.
What's altered?
The picture you looking at right here.
Oh well, I don't know about all that, but I'm talking about I got some slave material that was posted for slave masters to purchase slaves.
Bruce. I was just on the phone with Damon Richardson, right? I had to cut him off and say I had to come and beat up this Israelite. Let me say this. Let me say this to the family, right? Who would make this advertisement here? I'm gonna show you how deep it goes. This is how deep it goes because there's an Igbo author that used the fake flyer.
Wow.
Listen to the book. This is the guy that was saying the Igbos are Jews. He's the first one that was coming out before Remy Yona. He was the one that was saying it. He used it in his book. Because this is I screenshotted from his book. American slave posters showing Igbo slaves being sold. Somebody photoshopped this.
Well, that may be true. That may be true, but the ones that I have is not true.
You don't have the. Which ones do you have? You never show no source, Bruce. I don't have it.
I most certainly do. It's just say,
come show the source and stop this game you play, bro. You are part of the lie. You're not a liar,
brother. Garfield, from
bro. If you're an Israelite, you're an Israelite. I accept you as an Israelite. You don't have to lie to be an Israelite.
Brother Garfield, from the Hebrew nation of Jamaica. I'm trying to tell you something.
He's trying to tell you from the Hebrew nation of Jamaica.
He know it.
Oh,
listen, Brother Garfield, he just kicking against the prick. He know good and well his people over there in Jamaica are Hebrews, and they were taken.
He know
it. He just fighting, kicking against the prick. Just like.
So remember what I just showed, right, family? Remember what I just showed? I just showed this picture right here. I just showed this picture. This is the 4 hour and 20 mark. Now let's go to his images when he says, I have the source and everything. He's on here. He says, I got the source and everything.
Jesus
Christ. Oh boy,
Bruce.
Hey, listen.
Advice. Run for the hill.
Hey man.
Run for the hill.
I told you there was stuff that's archived. Stuff that was archived.
You got the exclusive
from the time.
So the devil never.
Hold on, Garfield. I tell you, it was archived documentation showing what they did and how they posted slavery and what they thought, who the people they had. He's going to send it to you, Leo, and then you can expand it, clip it, and expand it. Because I gotta roll back out, man. And then I try to come back on in about 20 minutes.
Bruce, real quick, since you're at work, you mentioned earlier that in about 2 years you'll even have it spread over, overseas like China and stuff like that. Have you started awakening up the black officers in your precinct?
Oh man, so listen, here in Detroit, I'm about to tell you. Here in Detroit.
Garfield, you right there. All right, cool. This Bruce done sent over the links, the pictures.
Now, family, remember what I showed, right? This is what, Mark. This is 1 hour and 30 minutes later. Let's go back to 421. 4 hours and 21 minutes. Look at what I showed. You see that picture that I just showed? Look at what he shows now. All right, here we go. Shut up, bro. I'm a shut.
Yo.
Where's she at? She was saying some stuff earlier. Leo, you're a funny ass dude. That's all I gotta say. Somebody take the mic from Leo. Oh man. Take the mic from Leo, yo. Y'all need to get rid of Leo. And if you notice, Bruce says, "Oh, I'm busy. I'll be back," because he wants to hear what we gotta say when the sources go live. It's crazy. Marine sent it to me. This is just, I told y'all, I said, let me apologize before. It's the same one that I showed before. This is what Hebrew Israelites do. They are liars and they lie for their beliefs. This is what they do. Make stuff up all day, every day. This is what they do. Every day. And when you catch it, oh, the white man is trying to cover it up. It's a lie. It's a lie. Ah, man. Only God can help us. Leo, we can't hear you, Leo.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good, brother.
All right, cool. I was muted. Sorry about that. All right, so that's one. Sorry, I moved my screen. So this is another one. That's the one Bruce said he didn't have. This is not this because Garfield brought it up earlier.
It's the
same thing.
Same one. Yo, you can't make this up. Where's sister? Where's the sister at? Where's the sister at? What's her name? Araya. Where's she at? Where's she at? She was saying some stuff earlier. I'm being cracking up while she posted. Where's she at? Ladies and gentlemen,
We got him.
Bruce, I don't know why would you. I don't know. All right, this is the next one. Garfield, you see it. So he got the.
Can't make this stuff up, family. You can't make this stuff up.
We got
Israel Hill. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Israel Hill. We got the Israel Hill. He got that one. So I'll read it just to do justice. I'll do justice to Bruce. So this is Free Blacks of Israel Hill. He's speaking. This is just to the west. And a lot of y'all should know this already. Lies. Israel Hill settled in 1810 through 1811 by approximately 90 formerly enslaved persons who received freedom and 350 acres from Judith Randolph under the will of her husband, Richard Randolph, cousin of Thomas Jefferson. These Israelites, quotes, and other free African Americans worked as farmers. Now, I don't know how you receive those quotes. Next.
Pastor Green already. But the issue is, ladies and gentlemen, this is factual that they did call themselves Israelites here. And this is way after slavery, right? But it was a white man who promised them the land. So it's their promised land because they were free and they were able to live on that land without worrying about slavery. So as former slaves, they call themselves Israelites. That's why they did it. But the truth is, they shared the land with white people. It was the first integrated land. That's what the guy who owned the land wanted. He created the first integrated land in America during the slavery and all that stuff. So, hey, Hercules White is an Israelite name, just for the record. And they started a Baptist church. So if they knew they were Israelites, why are they starting the same wicked white supremacy, white Christianity? Somebody mute my mic. They started a Baptist church with white people, y'all.
Yo, Bruce, this is not good,
and
bro.
the term Israelites is in quotation marks. Oh man,
Yeah,
it's a big
And-
fail. Oh.
Bruce, I'm gonna pray for you, bro, because and you my elder. But I noticing new. These are mostly screenshots from videos that you either watched 9 times out of 10. These are not like the actual. Well, let's see. Let's keep looking. This is the next one. Now this is actual.
Oh, he has another one.
Yeah, you got another one. So this one, I'm not sure. This is IUIC, by the way. This is from IUIC. This is from a book I guess they read. It says Uriah Hendricks, Isaac R. McQuest. So I guess it's from a newspaper. It says sales in Savannah on. Can't read that. Can't make that out. Make a screen. I'm
Where is
zooming
it,
in for
Israelite?
y'all. 1716 day of September next at I don't know. I'm trying to see Israelite. All right, sundry Negro slaves in families. I mean, this other week is we got to. First off, you're going to have to show sources because I mean, if you're going to do the same thing Bruce is doing, just relying on what Dante and everybody say. What sources have you found that you?
One, not a question, but a comment, real quick, right? And I don't mean to interrupt you, Leo. I apologize for that.
Are you good?
Samuel Walkowski, did he come off a slave ship? I'm gonna ask you again. The guy that you said that knew Hebrew, did he come off a slave ship? Where did he come from? Because the news report is from 1897. So we know slavery was abolished 1807, 1808, the transatlantic slave trade, and slavery in America was done at 1865. Was he born in America, or was he a slave that came over on the plantation, came over on the slave ships?
Go ahead, Bruce. Your mic's muted.
This is what happened when you just go on YouTube and listen to videos and think Benaiah Ben Israel is God and Dante knows what they're talking about. You see, this is why people like Berry loves me, because I'm like the guy that is like the kryptonite for Hebrew Israelites and their foolishness. So this is what you're repeating. Complete foolishness that's on YouTube. Show me a scholar that's
show me, hey, since I know you don't claim to be a Negro, because I don't know what you are, but you tell me who were considered Negroes from Spain and Portugal, and who were descendants of David, Yahya Negro, with their last name Negro. Who was considered Negro?
Okay.
Wait a minute. Don't interrupt me. Don't hold on. Don't interrupt me. The Negroes are the descendant of the ancient Israelite. So anyway, like I said, this is what I had. I said I had documentation showing that the Negroes were slaves and they knew they were Hebrew Israelites. And that's exactly what I did. I didn't say I was doing any research. All right, hold on, y'all. They keep bothering. Hold on. I gotta step away.
Are you trying to connect the word Negro with Yahya the Negro, the Portuguese Jewish communities and all that stuff? Is
yes,
that what
Garfield.
you're doing?
That's what he's doing. He literally said it.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to tell you, right? Yahya the Negro was what you call a conungen. Conongen. What happened is they got the name based off of the Jewish encyclopedia that you guys used earlier, and the British encyclopedia. It tells us that these people got the name because they took over a village that was resided by Negroes. So it's just like Africanus in Africa in the 2nd century BC. He conquered Tunisia, and Tunisia was considered to be the place called Afri. So he got the name Africanus based off of where he conquered. So the guy was given the name the Negro because he took over a village that was ruled and controlled by Moors who were called Negroes.
Hey, we'll talk tomorrow. My regional is here. My regional is here. I gotta go.
Run, boy, run, Forrest, run. But you know what's
Bruce,
funny?
this is not good.
You know what's funny though, ladies and gentlemen? Samuel Walkowski, Hashar. I don't know if people remember the time when Hashar and met up with Divine Prospect and Guerrilla Hebrew versus the conscious community, Jabari, Reggie, and some other people. Me and Robon went up and we cleared up the Samuel Walkowski stuff. And this was, 7 years ago?
Jesus.
Samuel Walkowski, ladies and gentlemen, faithful to God, gave me some more sources on this. This guy was a fraud. He would go over America and collect money and pretend to know Hebrew and all that stuff and trick the people until they arrested him for claiming, he claims he comes from Makoma, Egypt. That's where he claims he comes from. There's no such place. So that's the thing, though. He didn't say he came over on a slave trade. He said he come from Makoma, Egypt, and moved over here for a better life. He doesn't say he's a slave. Yo, all these Africans are worthless. I'm sorry to say it. They would all claim they're Hebrews and they were all scammers. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. All the people. Lobagola said he was in Dahomey and they had a synagogue. All of a sudden, white Jews started claiming all this stuff. European Jews started claiming, yeah, there's a synagogue in Dahomey in the 5 books of Moses. Now you have African Americans like Dante repeating that like it's facts. But if I don't research it, and I tell everybody I'm an excellent researcher, but I'm not the greatest debater. I could debate, but I'm just a researcher at heart, man. That's just what I do. I love history. So when you bring up Samuel Wolkowski and say, oh, it's a conspiracy, Garfield don't want you guys, what Marine always say, Garfield, you're trying to stop the awakening. So I'm always charged with stop the awakening because I'm exposing these lies that's being carried on by these camps. This is the only way to survive. They can't use the Bible alone and not mention Christians. And what they do is they mention Christians, they mention homosexuality, like last night, the guy was mentioning homosexuality with Adam and BK apologists. Or y'all pushing homosexuality and y'all the church is devil and all that stuff, all to discourage Christians to come hang with them. It's a recruiting thing. IUIC, recruiting people. That's all it is. They bash on the church, bash on Christianity, call y'all homosexual lovers, and then bring out this fake history with black history and say, oh, all this information is in Bruce. This is why Bruce forever runs whenever I'm on. You see, he comes on stage to act like, yes, I won. Now that I'm here, oh, I gotta go, my lieutenant. Nah, bruh. Nah. This is what you do all the time. This is why I say a pseudo dies at their source. Let's go, Bruce. Come on back.
Chapter in the 16th
Bernie
verse.
will help you. Bernie will mute me out.
Yea, saith the Most High, that thou shalt call me Ishi, and shall call me no more Bailey. When you look at that word Bailey, that derives, in your strong concordance, you can go there from the word Jehovah or the Tetragrammaton. So we began to scribe that.
Man, Barry, you're wicked. Oh man, Barry.
Continued it.
Bailey? Wait. Bailey is from Baal, sir. That's from Baal.
Sir, you think I don't know Baal? Bailey is from Baal?
You just said it was from the Tetragrammaton.
Sir, this is what you need to do. Okay? Go. You have your strong concordance?
Sir, I don't use Strong's Concordance. I teach Hebrew.
I feel subliminal Santeria. Anybody has
you get the chance, subscribe to Berean TV. And sometimes in the daytime when I'm free, I be getting on there and do our thing. But let's save Billy Carson from himself, because right now Billy's leaving the Bible alone. He's back to his alien stuff and all that stuff right there. We're gonna save him. I'm gonna Bruce. Oh man. And then what they pull out is that Garfield is not a believer. So, let's not listen to Garfield. But I'm going to look at some things with Billy Carson and listen, ladies and gentlemen. If you are a friend of Billy Carson, you have to save him from himself. And sometimes when you get popular, because on Instagram he got 1.7 million followers, on YouTube over 1 million subscribers. He's a very influential guy. So when you get 1 million views, one person, and then you create little Billy Carsons, his job is to tell you, think for yourself, and get in tune with yourself and all that pseudo Dr. York stuff. That's all it is. Now, he's not dangerous until he starts messing with people's livelihood with science and giving out misinformation on science. That's when he's dangerous. Otherwise, he's free to put out pseudo information. Now, when Christians say that a man died and resurrected, to us outside the Bible looking in, we say that's pseudo information. So now remember, you're telling African Americans and people all over the world, 4 billion people believe that a man died and resurrected from the dead. That's what pulled people to the religion, because a lot of myth in the first century had that. They all had that myth about the first century. They all had it. And what happened is, family, when they have that thing about you dying and resurrected, we on the outside saying, how could somebody listen to that? So you're waiting for a man who resurrected. That's what pulled people to the religion. So now watch this. Why did it pull people to the religion and other claims? Because, you know, there are other claims about resurrection. And by the way, let me give an example without talking. Let me actually show and prove. Because a lot of people like to talk, but they don't like to show and prove. I like to show and prove because that's what I do. Hold on, let me get this right here. Because when you make a claim, family, it's very rare, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It's very rare that when you hear a claim like this, that you believe it outright. You outright say, you know what, this is true. And did we have people dying and resurrection and all that stuff? All right, so let's take a look at this real quickly. This is a part of one of my created slides that I made over 2 years ago. Let's take a look at this. Let me take this view off. Roman influence are just shared culture in the Mediterranean, not stolen. Stories have no borders. Roman historian Suetonius on Julius Caesar's death. Let me make this bigger so people at home could read it along with me. We're going to take our time. And among events of divine ordering, there was a great comet which showed itself in great splendor for 7 nights after Caesar's murder and then disappeared. Also, the obscuration of the sun's rays, for during all that year its orb rose pale and without radiance, while the heat that came down from it was slight and ineffectual, so that the air in its circulation was dark and heavy, owing to the feebleness of the warmth that penetrated it, and the fruits imperfect and half-ripe withered away and shriveled up on account of the coldness of atmosphere. Caesar, 69-4-5. Plutarch writes, let me make this bigger. Hold on, let me push this up here. Let me make this bigger. So people heard trumpets in the sky and weapons clashed in the black clouds. The sad image of the sun offered only a lurid light to the worried lands. The morning star was spattered with darkness. The moon was spattered with blood moon. They say that the ghost of the silent dead wandered around that city, was moved by earthquakes. Julius had completed the time. Julius would accede to heaven and be worshipped in temples, make the spirit taken from its murdered body into the heavenly brightness of a star. Why is this important right here? They say that ghosts of the silent dead wandered around and that the city was moved by earthquakes. Why is that important, Garfield? Because all this was with Julius Caesar, right? In Roman tradition, that's right there in the first century. So Julius Caesar is a real person. But look at the mythical elements that's attached to him. Unusual darkness accompanying the death, heavenly trumpets, morning star symbolism, blood moon references, wandering dead. And listen to this, wandering dead and earthquake. Very important. Star symbolism, the ascension of the Savior. So he ascended into heaven, Julius Caesar. The apotheosis, or divinization of the Savior. Now look at what happens then. Died and resurrected, right? Did he die and resurrect? Did we ever hear that before? I heard it before in Christianity. But look at this. Valerius Maximus, writing under the Emperor Tiberius, said that the risen God Julius, after his death and ascension into heaven, appeared to Cassius, one of his assassins at the Battle of Philippi. Terrified by the appearance of the divine Caesar on horseback and dressed in a purple cloak, Cassius turned and fled. What more can I do? If killing you was not enough, he asked. Valerius writes, indeed, Cassius, you had not killed Caesar, for no divinity can be extinguished. Yet by committing violence against the mortal body, which he had heretofore used. So now we have that with Julius Caesar. Sounds familiar, right? In the New Testament. Now look at this right here. And I got some of this from my brother in the audience, Chuck Morgan, the wandering dead. Look at what it says right here in the wandering dead. It's interesting to note in the Epic of Gilgamesh, She is rejected by Gilgamesh, which caused her to allow the dead to walk the earth, the first walking dead story or resurrections. Ishtar is furious. She goes to her father Anu and mother Antum and demands that they let her use the bull of heaven to punish Gilgamesh. Her father refuses, saying that what Gilgamesh said was true. Ishtar is only further enraged. She threatens to free the dead from the underworld so they can feast on the living. The source is Epic of Gilgamesh, Tablet 6. Did the New Testament borrow this and added it to Matthew 27, 50, 53? That's from notes from my brother Chuck Morgan, by the way. All right. Now look at what Matthew 27, 50 says. And when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in front. The earth shook. The earth shook. That's the earthquake. The rock split. Verse 52. And the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. So technically, Jesus was not the first person to come back to life in the New Testament. It was the people in the bodies in Matthew 27, 52. The holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. So it was after the resurrection. My bad. I stand corrected. See, I correct myself. I can't be wrong. So now you see that now these people are in the Holy Land. Look at what it said before, though, in the Romans. Look what happened right here. See, they say that the ghosts of the silent dead wandered around and that the city was moved by earthquakes. So the same type of motif is in the New Testament of people in the Bible or dying or whatever. So a parallel methodology is located. We don't need to go into all of that stuff. But I wanted to show in the New Testament about the wandering dead in the New Testament and how it's similar with the resurrection story. But with resurrection, hold on 1 second. Let me go to resurrection real quickly. Got to get the resurrection right. Virgin birth. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me just reach the resurrection real quick. Resurrection. Why is this so hard to find? Yeah. Here we go. Resurrection. So resurrection of the dead is based off storylines that people created, right? But a vegetation concept, possible origins, culturally speaking, agriculture and farming, plant growing deities, which is universal. No one can say they started this. It's a vegetation deity, is a nature deity whose disappearance and reappearance are life, death, and rebirth, embodies the growth cycle of plants. In nature worship, the deity can be a god or goddess with the ability to regenerate. A vegetation deity is often a fertility deity. So when you look at resurrection, in yet another category of fertility myth, the disappearing god is a dying god whose resurrection signifies earthly life's natural cycle of birth, death, and regeneration. In Mesopotamia tradition, the fertility goddess Inanna journeys to the underworld, and while she's there, the earth becomes sterile when neither people nor animals are able to procreate. Inanna is slain after she confronts her sister Eresh Kigal, the ruler of the underworld, but one of the gods contrives to send emissaries to revive her with life-restoring potions. The resurrected fertility goddess is then allowed to return to the upper world, but only under the condition that she chooses a substitute to assume her place in the realm of the dead. So now Jesus is the Christian substitute. He died for your sin. So remember, Inanna couldn't leave the underworld. So although we're dead spiritually or dead physically, you can't resurrect without somebody is there in your place. So in Christianity, they teach that this person takes your place. I'm not saying they copied it from this, but this is what this is basically saying. Inanna only could resurrect unless somebody took her spot. So somebody took her spot, which was Ereshkigal, on the condition she chose a substitute to assume her place in dead. Thus, it was Inanna's husband, Dumuzi, who is also Tammuz, a god of vegetation, is sent to the underworld for half of the year, while his sister Geshtinana serves as a substitute for the other half. Dumuzi or Tammuz is therefore yet another example of the dying or disappearing god for the earth's vegetation annually. All right. So now we have an understanding of where all of this come from, and it has to do with right. What do two mean, Garfield? Oh man, I tell you. All right. Okay. All right. So where did these New Testament writers get their resurrection from? I'm not even going to get into that. But I will say this, though. I know it ain't from Kemet. I know it ain't from Kemet. I know it ain't from Kemet. And I actually have Assyrian writings that predate the pyramid text that talks about some sort of resurrection or renewal, annual services that they do. Rituals for deceased kings, annual stuff, resurrections. You see it in the Ebelite Text and History and Society by Alfonso Archi. I don't need to go into all of that. They got a red temple. Look at this red temple. Don't it look like the Egyptian pyramid temples? The mastabas that they have? Very interesting. Ritual ascension ceremony. So this is all over the world, family. Resurrection and all this stuff is all over the world. Ain't no one culture doing it. Just for the record. All right, let me get out of that for right now. All right, so let's get back to Billy Carson. Go ahead, Mika. All right, let's check this out.
Threat to Christianity. And he calls himself, his fans call him the biggest threat to Christianity. And he calls himself,
guess what, guys? I'm one of the foremost world leader in the knowledge on ancient texts and tablets, scriptures, papyruses, and cylinders.
But Billy Carson recently faced a challenge like never before. A debate with Wes Hoff, a Christian scholar and historian. And afterwards, Billy reportedly showed up to the producer's house at 2:30 a.m. demanding that the footage not be released. And if you haven't heard about this debate yet, there's a reason for that.
From the wake of the interview, Billy Carson has asked that the recording not be released. In my personal opinion, the conversation did not go well for Billy, though.
But fortunately, I got my hands on a copy, and after watching it, I can see why Billy tried to keep this off the internet. For the very first, and likely the last time, Billy had a debate where his claims about Christianity were put to the test. So let's break down why this debate was so damaging to Billy's credibility and his claims about Christianity. So the debate started off with Billy's argument that Jesus was never crucified, which, of course, if true, that means that Christianity is false. And here's the evidence that he gave in support of his claim.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible.
Now, you can sell physical products on Amazon and compete with thousands of other people selling physical products.
Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible. And the text there actually is about 12 to 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true. It adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
So basically, he's saying that this alleged Sinai Bible doesn't claim that Jesus was crucified and that it predates the King James Version of the Bible. And by the way, on a little side note, there's no such thing as a King James manuscript. Like the other translations, the King James Version is just based on the biblical manuscripts that were found. And in addition to the evidence that Billy provided against the crucifixion of Jesus, Billy also says that we discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which he claims shows that Jesus might have been married. Now, I addressed these claims in another video I did on Billy a few months ago, but listen to how Wes responded.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written. It made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James Version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus, like the codex that comes? Okay.
So the reason why Wes is asking him this is because there's no such thing as the Sinai Bible, apart from a title that someone on Amazon gave it for a copy of it that they were selling. But that book only contains the Codex Sinaiticus, which is really bad news for Billy, because as Wes makes very clear.
So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just a Greek, it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from.
Yikes. So Wes actually has the manuscript that Billy's referring to in his office, and he studies this for a living. But even more devastating,
when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or, the John 19. Or any of the other ones. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever be able to see that?
Right now to make sure I have the right the version that I'm looking at.
All right. Now, if it isn't clear by now, this is devastating for Billy's credibility. Billy has ran with this claim for years until Wes decides to ask Billy to pull it up online so that way they can verify it together. And then Billy says that he wants to make sure he has the right version. But I'm not even sure what he means by right version, because there's only one version, the one that Billy has referred to countless times over the last few years. And by the way, you don't have to take Wes's word for it. You can go to codexsinaiticus.org right now to view it yourself. And if you do, you'll find that it's virtually exact to the Bible that we have today, which is why you won't find a single scholar on the planet that agrees with Billy or has any idea what he's talking about here. So now that Billy is really in the hot seat, let's hear how he responds.
On the text where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, now let's be charitable. So it is certainly possible that he could have misquoted the reference. The only problem is this isn't the first time that he said this, and he even said it at the beginning of the debate.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
And he's made this exact claim in almost every major podcast interview that he's been on. But if he really did misquote his reference, then we would expect for him to quote the Sinai Bible or the Book of Barnabas when he makes the argument against the crucifixion. So given this, I can't make sense of why he usually quotes them both as evidence that the crucifixion never happened.
I'll give you one big translation that's off, is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened?
It doesn't exist in the Book of Barnabas.
So if I was a fan of Billy, then I would be pretty concerned that prior to this, he hasn't had a debate where someone can challenge him on his claims. The first time that he was challenged, he basically admits that he was wrong, and this shows that he's been undeniably.
Hey, I want to say this. I just observed this on the spot. You know what? This guy is kind of slick. This guy, Wes Hoff. I want you guys to pay attention to something that Billy said. Billy is kind of semi-right, but you see me now, I don't have nothing in the game. But look at what he says right here. I want y'all to pay attention to this.
Sinai Bible, right from Mount Sinai.
In another video I did on Billy a few months ago, but listen to how Wes responded.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written that made it into
his credibility.
Listen to the claims that Billy Carson is making. You got to say Billy from himself. Billy, you didn't have to run from this claim. And I'm going to tell you why in a minute. But watch this.
And his claims about Christianity. So the debate started off with Billy's argument that Jesus was never crucified, which, of course, if true, that means that Christianity is false. And here's the evidence that he gave in support of his claim.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible. That Bible predates the King James Version of the Bible. And the text there actually is about 12 to
the first claim
14,000 different.
The first claim, right, is that Jesus was not crucified in the Sinai Bible. Why does he say the Sinai Bible? Let's stop for 1 minute on this page here. And we're going to Google something together. Let's Google something together. Let's go to Google, and I'm going to share my screen. Let's Google. You see, Billy, you can't run from your claims. You got to run towards your claims and either say, I am wrong or I'm right. Watch this. What up, Asar? Sorry, Motep in the building. Look at this. Codex Sinaiticus, differences, modern Bible. Look at this right here. Look what pops up. The Codex Sinaiticus, the oldest complete manuscript of the New Testament, differs from the modern Bible in several ways, including the omissions, the missing, the resurrection narrative. So all he had to say is that there are some differences. I don't know how much differences they have. I've heard of textual differences. Let's click on textual differences and see what it says. Manuscript Britannica. Let's see what it says on the Britannica. Consists of the text of the Septuagint, the Greek language Bible, some 800 of the original 1400 handwritten vellum, About half of the Hebrew Bible is missing. A complete 4th century New Testament is preserved along with the letter of Barnabas. And most of the they're probably 4 scribes, So, there are differences with the text. But what's important here is that Billy made a claim that it's missing the narrative of the resurrection. It does miss the narrative. But where? He should have said the book of Mark. Because when you look at the Bible archaeology website, what it says. You see, Billy, I'm saving you right now, bro. You gotta hit up your brother Garfield, man. Go here. Look at this right here. This is what's missing from the Codex Sinaiticus. You could have gone to Bible History Daily, use their sources. This is a Christian source. Bible Archaeology Society. Very pro-Bible. Compare differences between the King James Version and the Codex Sinaiticus. Not me, Billy. You should have did this. Now look at this right here. Look at what's missing. Scroll down a little bit. It says the text of Codex Sinaiticus differs in numerous instances from that of the authorized version of the Bible in using Tischendorf's time. For example, the resurrection narrative. Not Garfield, the resurrection narrative. Not Billy, Carson, but this is what Christians are saying. And it's true. All he had to do is say in the book of Mark, it's missing the narrative of the resurrection, which is true. And majority of scholars agree with it, that it probably was added on later in the narrative. But that doesn't mean, because they have the tomb story, say after the tomb he was shown. So obviously he must have resurrected if he showed up after the tomb. But it does eliminate the resurrection narrative. And that's it. Another omission in the Codex Sinaiticus with theological implications, a reference to Jesus' ascension in Luke 24:51. So you see, in the Markan resurrection, look at the Codex Sinaiticus compared to the KJV. It's missing. And that's facts. That's all he had to say. He ain't had to go nowhere. Stand on your own 2 feet, Billy. You made the claim, stand on it. But I noticed they didn't talk about another important part. How many differences? He said thousands of differences. I've heard this a lot. How come they never responded to that part? Ask yourself that. Why didn't Westhoff respond to when he said thousands of differences? Because there are claims all over by scholars and non-scholars of these major differences. But let's get back to the video.
Differences between the Sinai Bible and the King James Version of the Bible, which came much later. And then also one of the things that were interesting is that they discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which is at the Harvard Seminary, which according to some scholars, that's a little controversial, but they claim that this is an accurate record that Jesus may have even been married, which then, adds more, if that's true, it adds more to the hypothesis that maybe he wasn't crucified.
So basically, he's saying that this alleged Sinai Bible doesn't claim that Jesus was crucified and that it predates the King James version of the Bible. And by the way, on a little side note, there's no such thing as a King James manuscript. Like the other translations, the King James version is just based on the biblical manuscripts that were found. And in addition to the evidence that Billy provided against the crucifixion of Jesus, Billy also says that we discovered the book of Jesus' wife, which he claims shows that Jesus might have been married. Now, I addressed these claims in another video I did on Billy a few months ago, but listen to how Wes responded.
When you say the Sinai Bible, what are you referring to specifically?
It's the biblical text that was written.
And by the way, when he says Sinai Bible, every scholar in the world knows he means the Codex Sinaiticus. So we shouldn't hold that against Billy, technically. We shouldn't hold that, because even if you Google the Codex Sinaiticus, let me stop right here and just Google it for a second. Let's just Google Codex Sinaiticus for 1 second here. Let's go to Google right here. Let's just go to Codex Sinaiticus and see what it says. Even on AI, Google AI. Look at what it says. Let's just look up Codex Sinaiticus. Hold on, let me see what it says here. Sometime. See, look right here. Look at Wikipedia right here. Wikipedia could have helped you, bro. Look at that. The Codex Sinaiticus. Hold on. Is this on the screen? Look at what it says on the screen on Wikipedia. Not saying Wikipedia is the overall source, but he's not crazy for calling it the Sinai Bible. Look at this. The Codex Sinaiticus designated also called Sinai Bible. So people out there do call it that. We shouldn't hold that against the guy for saying Sinai Bible like he's some illiterate that doesn't know he don't know nothing at all. He's just dumb, and we should just disregard it. I think the Christians are oversimplifying this. All I need to say, hey, Billy, we know you don't believe what we believe, but we don't have what Billy should have never did though. We got to save him from himself. Is this whole I'm suing you over this, I'm suing you over that because you have money to waste and you got a lawyer. This bullying got to stop. We got to save you from yourself. Because when you sue, going to somebody's house at 2:30 in the morning, bro. 2:30 in the morning. I know you live down the block, but come on, bro. Come on. We got to cut that out. We got to cut that out. That don't make no sense. A few days war. Yes, that's true. That's true. But the challenge is not a big deal though. But if you notice, they don't refer. So I wouldn't put that as a point, because by him asking, he knows when he said Sinai Bible, he means Codex Sinaiticus. He knows he means that. Westhoff knows he meant that.
Written, it made it into you can actually look it up on Amazon. It's a Bible called, I have a version at home. It's called the Sinai Bible, right, from Mount Sinai. I'm assuming that's the mountain that they're referencing there. But they put together their own version of the biblical text prior to the King James version being put out.
Sure. So when you refer to the Sinai Bible, would you be referring to Codex Sinaiticus? Like the codex that comes. Okay.
So the reason why Wes is asking him this is because there's no such thing as the Sinai Bible, apart from a title that someone on Amazon gave it for a copy of it.
Not true. We're playing petty right now. We're playing petty.
That they were selling. But that book only contains the Codex Sinaiticus, which is really bad news for Billy, because as Wes makes very clear.
So I work with manuscripts in my linguistic work. I'm an expert on early Christian scribal culture, and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a photocopy that was done by the British Library of Codex Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. So I have it here. And the Codex Sinaiticus in particular is just a Greek, it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. Mm-hmm. It comes from approximately between 325 and 350 AD. And its text of the Gospels reads almost identical to the modern Greek text that we develop translations from.
Yikes. So Wes actually has the manuscript that Billy's referring to in his office, and he studied.
You know what I would have said? Show me that you got the book. Just because he pulled out a book don't mean necessarily that it's actually that book. You know what? We got to put people to the task. So I'm not saying Westhoff pull a okie doke, but I'm wondering if for this interview he had that put place right there, particularly because he knew Billy was going to make the claim about the Sinai Bible. I think he got set up. I don't know if Westhoff is being totally genuine here, but let's say that you have the book. So what though? You said something, Westhoff, that I found very interesting, that it reads almost identical. According to the article I just showed, what's missing? There's several things that's missing that's important. The Lord's Prayer reads differently. The woman caught in adultery reads differently. Luke 24:51 is omitted, where it says Jesus was carried up into heaven. Mark 1:1 adds the phrase the Son of God. Luke 9:55-56, but he turned and rebuked them and they went to another village. So you have different alterations or different things within the Codex. There's tons of that all over the Codex Sinaiticus. So is Westhoff being genuine by saying that? I'd really love to know. And everybody who studies this got to ask themselves, is he being genuine? It reads identical? Come on. Mark 1:1 adds the phrase the Son of God only above the line as a later addition. That is major in Mark 1:1. Jesus being carried up into heaven, Luke 24:51, is major. There's no ascension in the Gospels if Luke 24:51 omits it. Somebody placed it there in the Codex Sinaiticus. It's not, it's not there in the Codex Sinaiticus. Come on. The Son of God, Mark 1:1 adds the phrase the Son of God only above the line as a later addition. Come on, family. We got to be reasonable, man. Matthew 24:36 don't read the same. These are important scriptures in the Bible. The Lord's Prayer is totally different than what reads in Matthew 6:9-13. It reads totally different. So you have a completely different text. Important, the resurrection is not there in the Markan version. In the Mark 16, the resurrection is not there. We got to be honest, man. We can't just say, hey, we don't like Billy because he's coming out of our Bible. He's saved. He's not getting people to. What Billy should have done is turn around and say, yo, we know resurrection is beyond physics and the thinking of mankind, period. We know that's just a part of the storyline. Do we believe Julius Caesar ascended to heaven? Do we believe Julius Caesar resurrected? Do we believe these things about a person who we know actually existed, another JC by coincidence? But with your JC, it's true. But with Julius Caesar, it's not true. You understand? It's in the storyline. So should we believe the story that Julius Caesar really flew up into heaven? I don't know, man. I don't know about this, right? I think his friend set him up anyway. But anyway,
use this for a living. But even more devastating,
when you say that it denies the crucifixion or that the crucifixion isn't there, I mean, I can go on right now, Codex Sinaiticus, and I can look up the end of, say, Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified, and that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or the John 19, or any of the other ones. So actually, are you able to pull up a website with the viewers or listeners or whatever?
I'm looking for it right now to make sure I have the right the version that I'm looking at.
All right. Now, if it isn't clear by now, this is devastating for Billy's credibility. Billy has ran with this claim for years until West decides to ask Billy to pull it up online so that way they can verify it together. And then Billy says that he wants to make sure he has the right version. But I'm not even sure what he means by right version, because there's only one version, the one that Billy has referred to countless times over the last few years. And by the way, you don't have to take West's word for it. You can go to codexsinaiticus.org right now to view it yourself. And if you do, you'll find that
if Billy had stood on his 2 feet and stayed with the Codex Sinaiticus, it wouldn't have been as damaging as it came out to be. You shouldn't have said you misspoke, you got the wrong book. Nope. Stand right there with Codex Sinaiticus. Stand right there on your 2 feet. Even if you're wrong, stand on your 2 feet, bro. You can't leave your 2 feet to run because you look kind of crazy in front of the camera. Listen, I mean the Codex Sinaiticus. Ben Benyain, what's up, bro?
Good. How you doing?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing fair. I'm doing good, bro.
Why your camera not on? What's up? Why are you hiding?
Oh, I'm not hiding.
Okay, so turn your camera on. I want to see who I'm talking to.
I have a vision issue. I wear glasses and I have a problem with my vision. That's the reason why I have the camera locked. but I'm not hiding. I'm a grown man.
That's right. Peace and love to you. You claim Benjamin because you're from Jamaica?
I'm not hiding. Huh?
You claim Benjamin because you're from Jamaica?
I'm from the whole planet.
All right, what's up, brother? What's on your mind?
No, what's on your? Oh, no, I just came across your live stream, and saw a caption that regarding Billy Carson and Wes Huff's debate.
Right.
And I don't see what the big issue is.
The big issue with what Billy Carson said or what I am saying? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about, according to some of the clips, and even watching the recording of the debate unedited. It was just a debate. It was a discussion. It was an agreement. It was an agreement to disagree based on doctrines, which neither Billy nor Wes had anything to do with its translations from its etymology, linguistical, grammatical structure. So I don't see what the big deal is. I don't know why so many people tend to, or I don't know why people are framing this that Wes Huff ended Billy Carson's career. I don't understand it. No one has empirical truth on all matters from the times of ancient, from the time of beginnings of beginnings. So no one coins the market on all truth.
I don't think we're having a conversation about truth, because truth, let me tell you something.
Okay, so what? No,
truth,
I'm saying,
Ben.
let me ask you this. What do you feel about the debate? How do you feel about the debate?
Ben, hold on one second. Let me just get Psalm 316. Garfield, you're making
okay. You're gonna so this is not a discussion about the debate.
My brother, relax.
No, let me just say this. And then we could
relax.
Okay, go ahead.
Relax. It's my show. Relax. The brother, let me just respond to this brother on the screen so I can take it off the screen real quick. You're making a foolish argument, Garfield. We're not defending the Codex Sinaiticus. We're defending the claim of Jesus' resurrection. It's not even about Jesus' resurrection. What Billy made, if you never realize, sometimes you got to listen to things over and over. Billy said that the crucifixion didn't happen in the Codex Sinaiticus. Billy actually meant the resurrection. And
he said that.
Mark. But what happened?
Said that.
The crucifixion is in the Bible. It's in all the books. But the issue is he made an error. So that's what I'm pointing out to everybody. He should have said resurrection. He should have standed on the grounds instead of going to another text. I'm not saying Billy's right. I'm not saying Wes is right. But I find it very honest. How is it that I could see it from an objective perspective that he made an error? He should have said resurrection, because in Mark, the resurrection is not there. That narrative is not in the Bible. All right?
Okay.
So him saying that and going over that. So it's not about defending the Codex Sinaiticus, brother. All right, 316. All right. Now, what's your question to me, my brother?
Oh, I forgot what it is, bro. Because actually, literally, the fact that you cut me off, I actually forgot what the question was. But it doesn't matter.
In some texts like Basilides in 124 BC, 124 AD, it does say Jesus wasn't crucified. So there are texts. There are Gnostic texts out there based off of what Irenaeus wrote, because we don't have the originals that said Jesus was not crucified. So it's not wacky to say that. There are traditions in early Christianity that says Jesus was not crucified. In fact, the Apocalypse of Peter was considered canon. And I could prove that easily. Let me show you real quickly right here. I don't like to talk and don't have nothing to back it up. Let me show y'all a table on ntcanon.com. And you're going to see that the Apocalypse of Peter was considered, scripture. So when Billy makes the claim, if Billy had somebody like me in his corner, he would have been much better off. Not to toot my own horn, but just to make sense out of a lot of nonsense. Here's the table of the development of the canon. If you look down here, you see the Apocalypse of Peter. It's right here. It was considered canon by Clement of Alexandria, and it was in the Mauritanian canon, which is I think on the Syriac side. So there are people who consider this canon. See that when you see the tick, accepted as true, scriptural, or quoted from very approvingly. Now look at this right here again. This is the Muratorian canon, and this is Clement of Alexandria, church fathers, and an actual canon. They think, and let's go to Muratorian canon real quickly. The earliest they have is the 8th century canon, but the fact of the matter is it was considered one of the canons of the Bible in like around, it was composed about 200 CE. So you're talking late 2nd century, you have a canon that accepted the Apocalypse of Peter. And for those who don't know, let me rewind a little bit. The Apocalypse of Peter says that Jesus never died. So the church had something in its writings that said Jesus never died. So you can't knock him for saying that like he's a dummy, like nobody was saying that. Clement of Alexandria is considered a church father that grew up in Alexandria, Egypt, and the Muratorian canon was considered a legit canon. So there's early Christian tradition that Jesus never was never crucified. So the Muslims are using that tradition because they teach in the Quran Jesus didn't die, somebody else died instead. And if you read Basilides at 124 AD, he says it was Simon that was crucified, not Jesus. So there is tradition in early Christianity. Let's not play like he's saying something stupid or dumb. Let's just be real. So I'm putting the whole picture out. Not saying he's right or wrong, but he could have presented himself better if he had more knowledge. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he could have. He could have. I agree with you. He could have. So what's the and so that means what?
I'm just having a conversation. I'm just having
okay, yes, but you read off some scripture, you showed me some records of the canon, which
not
is
necessarily you, to the brothers in the audience who said that when
okay, there's other people in the audience. So based on the canon, based on see when people say pre-Christian, what predated pre-Christian? Christendom. What predated pre-Christendom?
I'm not here to talk about pre-Christian unless you're.
Well, you just showed me something about the canon. You showed me canon writings, early 1st century. So you must be here to talk about something.
My brother, look at the topic of the show and look at what you see. Obviously, you got eye problems.
The topic of the show is Codex Sinaiticus does not mention the resurrection.
No. All right. I'll bring you back up in a minute. The brother said the Codex Sinaiticus doesn't mention the resurrection in Mark, but it does in Acts. The point is, he is referring to Mark. That's what he's referring to when he says the Sinai Bible. But he made an error. He keeps running around saying he's not crucified. You got to show where he's not crucified. Now, in certain late gospels, like what he referred, Jesus is probably not crucified in those Bibles, those specific writings. But let's just be real, though. Jesus not being crucified was an early tradition that existed within the circles or in the community. Early Christian church, they had that conversation because the Apocalypse of Peter is in the Muratorian canon and it's in Clement of Alexandria's books that should be in the canon. So, and he's not resurrected in that canon. He's not crucified. So that means if he's not crucified, he's not resurrected or ascended to heaven. So should we throw all of Clement of Alexandria's work out? Because I'm sure Clement of Alexandria will mention works that says he was crucified. Just say that that's why the Apocalypse of Peter is not in the Bible, because it contradicts what the Orthodox Christianity is. But let's not act like it wasn't a tradition that existed. All right? Just to make that clear. Robert, Wyatt, yes, sir. That's what I was saying too. All right, what's up, Sabia? You want to say something, brother?
Oh, man, I'm just sitting back listening, man. It's this Billy Carson and that conversation. What I realized that both of them were using ahistorical talking points to the best of their ability to win the argument, to win the debate. So Wes Huff, he was doing the Christian shuffle as best as he could. And if you listened with the Christian ear, you would say he won because of the way that he used the sources. But it was really, to me, it was two pseudos trying to show who has the best pseudo.
All right, cool. All right, let me play this video real quickly, and then I'm gonna get into this other
that
thing.
it's virtually exact to the Bible that we have today, which is why you won't find a single scholar on the planet that agrees with Billy or has any idea what he's talking about here. So now that Billy is really in the hot seat, let's hear how he responds.
On the text where I was referencing, actually, I was misquoted. I misquoted there. It's the Gospel of Barnabas.
Okay, now let's be charitable. So it is certainly possible that he could have misquoted the reference. The only problem is this isn't the first time that he said this, and he even said it at the beginning of the debate.
In my videos, and if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to the Sinai Bible, Jesus wasn't crucified in that Bible.
And he's made this exact claim in almost every major podcast interview that he's been on. But if he really did misquote his reference, then we would expect for him to quote the Sinai Bible or the Book of Barnabas when he makes the argument against the crucifixion. So given this, I can't make sense of why he usually quotes them both as evidence that the crucifixion never happened.
I give you one big translation that's off is they say, well, Jesus was crucified.
Whoa.
Well, that doesn't exist in the Sinai Bible.
What happened?
It doesn't exist in the Book of Barnabas.
So if I was a fan of Billy, then I would be pretty concerned that prior to this, he hasn't had a debate where someone can challenge him on his claims. And the first time that he was challenged, he basically admits that he was wrong. And this shows that he's been undeniably misleading people with this claim. But I'm sure that we could all overlook this mistake if the point about the Book of Barnabas still stands, right? Well, let's see what Wes has to say about this claim.
The Gospel of Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery. It shows no actual indication of evidence of coming from or even having knowledge of first century Jewish understanding. And I think a bigger problem is that the Gospel of Barnabas actually paraphrases Dante's Inferno. Never mind the fact that we don't have any evidence of it prior to the 14th century. And none in any other language other than Middle Age Italian Italian and Spanish.
Okay, now what Wes said there was incredibly important because the first piece of evidence that Billy gave in support of his claim that Jesus was never crucified was based on the claim that these books came before the King James Bible and didn't include the crucifixion. But the actual biblical texts that our Bibles are based on, they reference the crucifixion and go back to the 2nd century. So that means it's impossible for Billy to be correct about this since he cites the Sinai Bible that goes back to the 4th century and does reference the crucifixion. And the Book of Barnabas is more than a...
You know, Billy Carson got to tighten up. I think what happened is the human ego don't allow us to change our views. It don't allow us. It's just like a lot of people. I don't believe Jesus existed, and they don't say... First of all, and this includes Savior too, no one knows if Jesus... You can't prove Jesus did not exist. You can say the probability of him being real is probably a low probability, but we don't know. And we got to be honest with ourselves. I see a lot of people say, Golfy, we talk about Jesus existed. So how do you measure if someone exists or not in the 1st century? I have not seen anybody laid out a plan. I mean, Jesus Benanias or whatever. And we talk in absolutes. I'm saying the probability of him living based off of even the historical methodology, 150 years of oral traditions. You see them speaking about someone who's actually a real person, a Justin Martyr, a Ignatius. Even Celsus, who goes beyond the 150 mark, is talking about how Christianity is weird, but he doesn't say Jesus is not real. Nobody's saying that near to the time period. It's in the 1800s people start saying Jesus don't exist because they start bringing in this fake Egyptology nonsense. So if we say Jesus, I always use Jesus, whether you believe him or exist or not. I don't believe he's a person that resurrected. I don't believe he ascended to heaven. I don't believe that. That's a part of the theology. So what happened is with Christians and non-believers, where we could meet halfway is, let's say we could start that there was a tradition that there's a Jesus that existed. There was a tradition. What is the tradition? People thought, a matter of fact, let's be specific. Was there a Jesus of Nazareth? Because that's who the Gospels is talking about. And then we hear, oh, you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. Of course, the Bible is based off a person. And of course, you're going to have hyperbole. He walked on water. He flew up into heaven. He healed the sick. You're always going to hear those stories. In the 3rd century, Cassius Dio is writing a story about Apollonius from the 1st century, how he did all these magical things and so forth, supernatural stuff. Does that mean Apollonius never existed? Jesus Benanias, all these people that my brother David Fitzgerald puts in his book, How do we know they actually existed? Show me somebody in the first century. What is your yardstick and measure? Goes back to Josephus. He's the one that's documenting Jewish history and messianic claimants. How do we know those claimants existed, but you want to put Jesus in the box and say, we don't know? Because in the first century, there's nothing to prove that none of these people existed outside of Josephus and the Bible. You can't. So if you look at the Bible and what can be proven in history, you see a lot of things, a lot of areas that they're using. So whoever writes the Bible is giving you geographic locations to bring a historical element to the storylines, although there's a supernatural. It's the same thing when you look at Egyptian writings or even Assyrian writings. They all claim that Ashur was the one that made me do this or made me do that. It's that's the one that's doing it. So when we look at history, I think we are so wrong about looking at history. You got to start at a proposal of like, if Jesus existed or if he didn't exist, what are we looking at? The best person that put a proposal together was Richard Carrier. And then come to find out, a lot of the things and scriptures he's reading don't even make sense. They don't even match up with what the Bible actually says. Look at this guy right here. Paul letters can't be used as evidence. Says who? Who is making these rules? Who is making these rules? What are you using it by? Who says we can't use this? We can't use that.
Yo, I think he was trying to refute, trying to shoot at me because you talked about Jesus being a historical person. And you know how I stand. I look from Paul's angle. Like, I understand how you see it, but I still need to see Paul distinctly writing about learning and knowing Jesus. That Galatians verse isn't gonna do it for me. I've been reading Resurrection and Redemption by Richard Miller, and bruh, it's getting worse. It's not the Jesus is not. He's not getting any more valid or any more solid for me as I read through this.
K7MM, who is UN Golf? You ran from him and he beat up BLS and Sean. Who are you talking?
He talking.
Who is he talking about? Who is he talking about? I just think the conversation in the conscious community is so much garbage. Paul letters can't be used to prove Jesus existed. Okay, fine. That's your own personal opinion. But even Richard Carrier is using Paul. So you look stupid now. This is why certain people, I don't want to put y'all on the channel when we're talking about Jesus, because you just don't make any sense. I just bring y'all. All right, hold on a second, Sabio. Let me finish this segment right here, and we could get into to the other debate that happened with the Egyptomaniacs. All right.
1,000 years later than the biblical manuscripts that we have, and it wasn't even written in Greek, but instead Italian and Spanish, and by the way, it was a proven forgery. So now that Billy's back is up against the wall once again with facts that refute his claim, let's hear what Billy has to say for himself.
It's a known forgery. I mean, no one's referring to the Gospel of Barnabas as anything other than...
If you say it's a known forgery, yes, but I'm going to go with that. Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit.
Wait, so his response was, if you say it's a forgery, I'm going to go with that? Now, if Billy really is one
of the foremost world leader in the knowledge on ancient texts and tablets, scriptures, papyruses, and cylinders,
then we would expect to at least hear some response to what Wes said, since Billy's claims about Christianity quite literally depend on those facts being wrong. But sadly, it seems that Billy didn't have a response to the facts that Wes pointed out. He instead tried to move to the Old Testament, but Wes wasn't going to let him off the hook that easily. He wanted to make sure that they first discussed Billy's final piece of evidence that he gave in support of his claim, and that evidence was Jesus had a wife.
If you say it's a known forgery, yes, but I'm going to go with that. Let's talk about the Old Testament a little bit.
Jeremiah, Judah, nobody ran from you ever. And let me just say this. I'm not interested in having a conversation. I don't talk to certain people. Like with Chris Harris, I mean, everybody want me to talk to Chris Harris. There's nothing to be scared of anybody from when it comes to information. All right? Now, do me a favor, one of my moderators. Block this person. Because it's Jeremiah Judah trying to wiggle his way into a conversation. All right? I don't want to have a conversation with Jeremiah Judah. Brother, I'm not interested. If you want to say I'm running, fine, you could have that. I'm running faster than a goat right now to get away from you and your energy. All right? All right. I just want to put him on the big screen just to let him know. All right, Jeremiah Judah. All right, not interested. Nobody is interested in having a conversation with you. Nobody with any sense. And congratulations if you're no longer a Hebrew Israelite. Congratulations. Garfield. This. I've never seen anybody say it. He said, Garfield, this is Ayatollah. Can I see the evidence in the Codex about Jesus according to Wesley Hoff? If you do have it. Actually, he is correct. He is correct. All right? He is correct. He's correct on that. But I'm surprised Billy never asked him to show it. If Uncle's there, Uncle would be like, yo, I don't believe you. Show it to me. Because these guys, a lot of them, we act like they're perfect. If you notice, they didn't talk about the differences. I just showed 8 differences, major differences that it has from regular Bibles that we have. Oh, I don't know. They act like, oh, there's no differences. There's no differences. I don't play that game. We got to be fair on both sides of the argument. Westhoff, I'm glad it was a breath of fresh air to hear that type of conversation. But let's not let him off the hook too. Because they never responded to how many traditions. And by the way, this is like an hour into the conversation they were having. This is like an hour in. And people just chop that part up. In the first parts, they never went nothing. Westhoff is sipping on his coffee because he wanted to get that smoke in. Because he's representing all of 4 billion people of Christianity. And this guy's getting millions of views. So they're hating the fact that somebody who don't believe is having so much views. And they look at him as a threat to Christianity. He's not a threat. He's just having people to go out there and think for themselves. He don't have to be right because Christianity, you can't prove to me that Jesus resurrected. And without the resurrection, you don't have a religion. No, everybody and their mama knows. Oh, well, it was a spiritual resurrection. I don't know if it really you can't prove it. And I see people debating if the resurrection happened with Barnabas. You can't prove that. You can't prove it. Well, the people in the New Testament said the 500 witnesses in Paul. Already reached out to Florida. Already reached out to West. Already, my brother. Already on it. Already on it. You know, but it's not even about a debate. It's about it's obvious he's been making this mistake about a crucifixion. We know the crucifixion. As a matter of fact, historians think the crucifixion is historical. That's one of the 2 things they think is historical about Jesus: the crucifixion and the baptism. There's no reason for you to put in a book that your Savior was crucified or he was baptized by another man. It looks like he's inferior by him getting baptized by John. So those are the 2 things that's universally accepted about Jesus. Everything else in the Bible is wishy-washy. We don't know. We don't know. We know there's geographical places that are real, and that's all we know. William Lane Craig said the crucifixion is historical. Yes. I think it's actually 99.9% agree that the crucifixion is historical. I don't think there's any so we gotta see Kwame, you don't believe, you program in your head Jesus don't exist because you guys have a motive. It makes you feel good like, oh, he copied from Horus, so Horus wasn't real, so Jesus is not real. Y'all methodology is messed up from the beginning. That's why y'all will never get it correct. Jesus being real is not the problem. The problem is he can't, the one that's in the Bible talks about his resurrection and him ascending to heaven. Those are supernatural things. We see them write that about pharaohs in Egypt, bro. Does that mean the pharaoh didn't exist because he ascended to heaven or he was resurrected or whatever? Supernatural stuff they write about you don't make you not real. Julius Caesar resurrected. Julius Caesar ascended to heaven. We got to stop these childish information, man. It's crazy. And the information we want, we got to look in the first century and ask ourselves, who else can we use as a measure to find out if somebody existed? Pontius Pilate, we could barely prove that dude existed. And he was a Roman ruler or whatever. What was he, a prefect or whatever? This guy is the dumbest. This guy right here, he's the dumbest guy on YouTube right now. So you believe the crucifixion or resurrection is historical? Do you know what a crucifixion is? All right, but anyway, let's move on back. Let's talk about Billy Carson some more. Let's get it.
But leading up into the New Testament.
Hold on, because
this is your last chance to donate in 2024. You can change a child's life. Simply fill out the online.
Do you mind if I address the Gospel of Jesus' wife?
Sure, go ahead.
What was her name
Yeah,
again? I'm like trying to write notes like I know what I'm doing, but I'm just curious.
So the Gospel of Jesus' wife doesn't actually mention. So oftentimes what happens is that the text of the Gospel of Jesus' wife is kind of paralleled with the Gospel of Philip, which mentions that that Jesus would kiss Mary Magdalene on the mouth. The reason we know it's also not legitimate is because we can tie it directly to not copying from an ancient text, but actually copying from an online version of the Gospel of Thomas in a PDF form. And the mistake on that PDF form was copied into the text that was borrowed in the phraseology of Jesus' wife.
All right, so what Wes is saying here isn't some sort of claim that's hard to verify. You literally can't Google Jesus' wife without seeing tons of articles explaining exactly how all of this went down. This alleged inscription about Jesus' wife wasn't copied from an ancient text, but instead from a modern PDF of the Gospel of Thomas that had an error in it, and the forger accidentally copied the same error. So it's true that Harvard was initially fooled into believing that it was legit, only later to clarify that it was a forgery due to the reasons that Wes brought up. So unless Billy literally doesn't do any research, there's no doubt in my mind that Billy's aware of these facts. So the real question is, how is he going to refute these facts and respond to the claims?
I don't know anybody in the field of papyrology, paleography, historiography, who actually refers to these documents as being legitimate.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit.
So once again, Billy has no rebuttal and is trying to pivot to the Old Testament, despite him going on every major podcast telling people that this is evidence that Jesus had a wife. And just so we're all on the same page here, at this point, Billy has given 3 arguments that undermine the credibility of the Bible.
Let me bring another troll that I have in here every week. I love my brother 707. He said a kingdom stretched from Libya to Nigeria pre-Islam. I want you to just put a source. Tell me the name of the source in the chat right now. I'm gonna put you on the Hot 97 big screen right now. He says a kingdom stretched from Libya to Nigeria pre-Islam. I would love for you to give me that source. Just tell me where to look and find it, and I'll Google it right now and just show the people on the screen. See, some of us are we just come on and we just yap our mouth. In the amateur realm, everybody could say anything. But let's be realistic. Benjamin said, oh man, I can't. Let's go. Corrimio is scared to have. I tried to set up a debate with him, with my brother Rawbon, and he refused. And he came on here and he wanted to talk over me, so I put him out. He says I'm trying to cloud chase him. So all these guys, they don't want to be checked. Everybody has an ego and they want to be hot because they're getting. You see, pseudos are winning in the underworld. They come to the African American community because the African American community elevates you to the point where people outside the community start paying attention to you because of your views. So Billy Carson will come to us and then he blows up because he looks clean shaven, he looks smooth, he sounds intelligent. So know that, you know, we gonna do what we're gonna do. You said 1 minute, there was a kingdom stretched from Libya to Nigeria pre-Islam. A kingdom. Are you talking about Ouagadougou? Because Ouagadougou was a kingdom, the old Ghana. William Lane Craig is a fundamentalist. He does deal with history, but he's just a fundamental Christian that's arguing for the proof. Nobody can prove the resurrection happened, bro. And anybody says that, they're lying. They're playing a game. All they're going to say is Paul talk about the 500 witnesses and all that stuff. That doesn't prove. Back in them days, everybody was saying that they saw people and people did this and da-da-da-da, whatever. So anyway, I want to know the kingdom between Libya and Nigeria. If you're talking about the Ouagadougou kingdom, I think you're talking about from Morocco. It wouldn't make sense you say from Libya. There was a kingdom from Morocco or near Morocco or northwest where Ouagadougou was. I don't know if it goes all the way to Nigeria. I don't know. I can't confirm that. But if you're talking about Ouagadougou, that was before that existed from like around 300 AD, I think. But it got huge around the 11th century AD. That's the only thing you could talk about, but that's not pre-Islam, that's after Islam. Kanen Borno. Okay, I know what you're talking about. So let's Google Kanen Borno for this guy right here. Let's take a look at Kanen Borno. Kanen Borno. Okay, now look at this. You remember he said pre-Islam, right? The Kanen Borno is right here. You see this geography right here? All right, now look at the time period where it says it's from. It says it's from 700 to 1380. It was located in the present countries of Chad, Nigeria, and Libya. But this is after Islam, like I said. But I think what it does, it expanded from 700 to 1380, because in between 1100, from 1100, it was the Ouagadougou Empire. So I don't know if you could call it the empire included these, because remember, hold on, the Kanem Borno Empire existed in areas which are now part of Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, Libya, and Chad. It was known to the Arabian geographers as Kanem Empire from the 8th century AD onward. I don't know why you said pre-Islam. So will you take back that you said pre-Islam, because it's saying it's after Islam started and lasted as an independent kingdom of Borno until 1900. What we're looking at is different people joining on with different people. I don't think it was one empire from the beginning, because Ouagadougou is in that area. I think Ouagadougou is in that area. I think. See, look at this. Manan until the 12th century. Because I don't know. I would have to look back at that. Theories of the origin. Okay. Part of a series of history of Nigeria. I don't think it's it began forming around 700 under the nomadic people. So it probably enlarged over the time period. It wasn't there from that time period, but it's something I would have to look into. I don't want to go too deep into that. Diffusion is like Dirk Lang. Then I know why you want to claim it, because you want to claim that the Israelites came there. And okay. Okay. Oh, look at that. You see that? This goes to everybody. My brother said, yes, I take that back. See? All right. Yeah, Ghana is more west. So I don't know. But he says near Nigeria. So I got to... And Kanen Borno was connected to Nigeria, I think. Hold on there. Let me put Ghana Empire in and see what's the geographic locations of the Ghana Empire. Yeah, it was more west. You're correct. But it was near that Nigeria area too. Hold on one second. Let me check something real quickly, family. Nigeria. I want y'all to look at this right here. So when I look at the history of Nigeria, right? I want y'all to look at this. Look at this right here. It says the Kanem Borno Empire. Kanem became an empire in the Lake Chad Basin in the 13th century. You see what I'm talking about? As far as an empire, we got to put it in perspective. the Mai of Kanem and his court adopted Islam in the 11th century. So it became an empire in the 13th century. So it wasn't an empire before that. You see, that's huge. So it became an empire because in the 11th century, that's when the Muslims, see, the first Muslim ruler who died on his way to Mecca in Egypt due to the growing influence of Kanem in North Africa and the territorial expansion it achieved in the 12th and 13th centuries. So earlier on, it wasn't expanded. This is why I was saying I got to really look into it. But I'm just looking at a wiki article which has sources, so I'm not going to draw a conclusion. But I do think it expanded. It makes sense to expand under Islam, because under Islam, it makes a lot of sense. But we got to be careful of the whole migration thought process, because Islam is taking over certain areas of what they produce. So you got to look at it from an extended perspective. It says from the 12th and 13th centuries, when Islam is involved, it's growing. So before that, it wasn't an empire like how you would look at an empire. But when Islam came in the scene, that's when it became an empire, a little after, 100 years after. So we got to be careful. That's all I'm saying. That's just based off of us scrolling through, and all that stuff. All right? All right. All right, let's finish up. I'm going to finish up with Billy, and I'm going to get into this debate that these Egyptomaniacs had. It was really a disgrace. It was really a disgrace. Really a disgrace. Really a disgrace. And I'm going to let me just finalize this part with Billy Carson, and then I'm going to get right to that video.
Bible and the faith of Christians. His first argument was that the Sinai Bible doesn't mention that Jesus was crucified and that it came before the King James Version. But in reality, not only is there no such thing as the Sinai Bible, the Codex that he's referring to does mention the crucifixion and is virtually exact with the Bible that we have today. The second piece of evidence that he gave was for the Book of Barnabas, which was written in Spanish and dated well over 1,000 years later than the biblical manuscripts that we have currently. And lastly, he appeals to the Gospel of Jesus' wife, which was actually just a small fragment that was a proven forgery. And to make matters worse, Billy didn't have a sufficient rebuttal to any of these claims. So at this point in the debate, Wes has successfully refuted every claim that Billy made with facts that anyone watching this video can easily go verify. So now we're all starting to see why Billy worked so hard to keep this video off of the internet. But after having all of his claims on the New Testament utterly demolished, Billy once again tries to pivot the conversation to a place where he seems to feel more confident in his research, the Old Testament.
That's fair enough. I can respect that. So let's go into the Old Testament a little bit. Predominantly, from my research, I discovered that a lot of information from the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation is a lot of in Genesis, a lot of the creation story that comes into Genesis. Not all of it, but because obviously Genesis is a much smaller version of a much bigger story. But it's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish.
So Billy's basic argument here is that the Old Testament, particularly Genesis, was copied from other ancient texts, and he says that the Genesis creation account it's
literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish,
which is an insane claim to anyone who's read both, which is why Wes decides to ask Billy if he's read it before making a really smart move.
Have you read the Enuma Elish?
Yeah, I've done lectures on it.
Negative reviews can damage your business's reputation, drive customers away, and hurt your bottom line.
Sure. Do you mind summarizing the content of the creation account in the Enuma Elish for us?
Now, this was actually a really smart move from Wes, because if you've ever read the creation account in Genesis 1 and 2, I want you to tell me just how much Billy's summary sounds like the creation account in Genesis.
Sure. The Enuma Elish is a very ancient text discovered in the library of Ashurbanipal. And the summary of it is that it really gives us an account, which is crazy, an astronomical account of the creation of our solar system. It talks about planets and moons gaining specific orbits around the sun. It talks about a huge planet named Tiamat, 4 to 6 times larger than Earth. Earth didn't exist at the time that this, according to the author of this text, which is pretty interesting. And then there talks about a nemesis of sorts. In the original version, it's called Nibiru, but in a more recent version, still thousands of years old, the name was changed to Marduk. Marduk is in the Jewish American Library, in the biblical text, in the Torah, and so forth. Very popular figure in ancient times in the religious books and text. Marduk wanted to be the destroyer, so Marduk is the one that during its next orbit towards Tiamat, crashed into Tiamat and destroyed Tiamat. A huge chunk of it swung away, recoalesced, taking the water, land, and organic material, which basically recoalesced as our planet here, Earth. And the rest of it broke up into pieces. Some of it turned into the asteroid belt. Other parts of it were thrown towards the sun, and some were thrown towards the inner Oort cloud, towards the outer edge of the solar system. This planet, or this moonlet that orbited supposedly a brown dwarf, based on the description of it, gained a very strange orbit around our sun. And we have the scientific evidence now also to match with NASA's data, where we see that Saturn and I believe Neptune switch places. Uranus is flipped on its side. And that's more evidence that something came through our solar system in ancient times and gravitationally really tugged at planets here and switched up their orbits and even pulled.
All Billy had to do. And I saw somebody did a video saying that Billy caught using AI, whatever, right? Look at what AI says, right? Look at this right here. I want to show y'all something. The Enuma Elish. Yes, I did. I did reach out to him through email. Look at what AI says, right? The Enuma Elish shares several key similarities with the Bible's Genesis creation story, including they start naming the different stuff, right? But look at what the source is. The source they're using to draw this conclusion is the Bible Odyssey. And then you have the Bible Odyssey. Then you have the Biologos. Then you have a YouTube video with a scholar breaking it down. Then you have CARM. CARM.org is pro-Christian. It's a fundamentalist website. World Encyclopedia Britannica. It's not no pseudo people claiming this, unless they're condemning these eras. Let's look at what CARM says. It says, Professor Kirk Spencer from the Criswell College in Dallas, Texas, gives his list of similarities between the Enuma Elish and the Genesis creation account in his manuscript entitled Ancient of Days and Orientation in This. Look at this right here. As stated earlier, many biblical scholars have concluded that the similarities between the Enuma Elish and Genesis creation show that Moses must have borrowed his information from this ancient myth. He also shows some differences. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Christians are saying this. So all he had to do, again, like I did last week, is show what the Christians are saying about this. Isn't that the scholars are saying it? So Westhoff is the scholar of scholars. Enuma Elish begins when on high. Genesis begins in the beginning. Enuma Elish shows a connection between giving of names and existence in Genesis, and of it is important. Enuma Elish and Genesis, primeval chaos. Interpret darkness and emptiness as chaos. In both, water is divided into upper waters and lower waters. Enuma Elish is recorded in 7 tablets. Genesis creation is completed in 7 days. In Enuma Elish, man is created in the 6th tablet, and in Genesis, man is created on the 6th day. In Genesis 1:2, the word translated deep is the Hebrew word teham. Some scholars equate it with the Babylonian goddess Tiamat. So there are scholars who point out their similarities. Of course, there are differences. There are differences. They're not the exact same thing. But Billy, again, you open your mouth. Google is your best friend, brother. You got to use Google. What's up, God Killer?
Hey,
what's up, my brother? How are you?
Oh, let me.
Are you gonna do what you need to do?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you. I could hear you.
Hey, man, big up to you, man. Big up to the program, and man, you right where you supposed to be at. All right, so clear, great example right there, and that's why I said the Christian guy was scamming. They both were scamming because they misrepresent ancient texts, right? And I think it's important, for shows like this, that way people don't think we just straight up nuts, right? And we're not ganging up on the Christians. We're not even ganging up on Billy, right? We're simply giving it a reality and expanding African Americans' minds and anybody else who want to listen on the nature of how ancient text was developed. You've been doing that for a very long time, since day one. That's what actually attracted me to your platform when you was on Blog Talk and all that, was the way at which you went at it. You've always went at it from a scholarly approach, and I say, yeah, I'm going to mess with him. So I think it's important for us to kind of get our feet wet, right, and understand exactly what you're saying and how these stories aren't brand new, groundbreaking stories to humanity. They're actually not. In its proper cultural context, these stories are made to teach certain ideas, certain cultural nuances, man. And the spooked out part is what causes division amongst the human population. So I think that's important. So yes, although Billy was scamming because he misrepresented, he turned the Anunnaki into aliens, but Wes is a high level scammer because he has the education to know better.
Okay. You know what? Over the years, right? And shout out to the Amira squad. I see you got the jersey on today. That shit is fly. It was fly yesterday. It's fly today, brother. That's all I gotta say. I feel that I don't think I've not seen a channel on YouTube right now that is fair and balanced, to use the Fox News logo, what they normally use, fair and balanced, because everybody's trying to win souls. We have never tried to win souls. We're not trying to say join us and whatever. And I'm gonna get into as a matter of fact, since you're here, I'm gonna just play like 5 more minutes of Billy, and then I'm gonna go into the other debate with the Egyptomaniacs, how they messed up and the Christians messed up too. You see, y'all gonna see when we're reviewing this, both sides are wrong in some instances. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You talking about that channel?
Initiated, hardly initiated.
Yeah. So the people can know that, man. We're actually going after these big channels. They're sticking their head out. No disrespect, but they left us out the conversation, right? I'm not saying they do it on purpose, but they look at us as if we shouldn't be part of the conversation, bro. Like, I think the numbers on your channel show different, right? I'm trying to catch my channel back up. Everybody know I had like over 100,000 subscribers. I lost all that, battling with Pharaoh on them, right? But they on purpose, they want to leave us out the discussion. Damon Richardson, you tried to set up a debate with me and Damon Richardson, right? Mm-hmm. And we had that beat him up on the phone. I can't debate you. You don't have a worldview, right? Because I'm not allowing you. You're not the A side, right? Those who can understand the natural world based off of scientific data is the A side. Always have been, always will be. So I just want everybody to know, these big channels, right, they're sticking their chests out based off of fighting low-level competition, based off of fighting African-American pseudoisms. Let's get it.
All right, cool. So let me get this a little bit, and then I'm going to get to hardly initiated real quickly.
The axis of a planet on its own side, where the equator is now running north and south. So a little bit of modern astrophysics kind of backs up what this ancient text is saying. But the New Militia also then begins to talk about the fact that these beings, it kind of cuts into the fact that these beings, are on Earth and at some point begin to engage mankind. In other words, they didn't create people from scratch, but they engaged the existing hominid and began to utilize us as workers for their workforce.
Yep, exactly like Genesis.
It's literally almost word for word from the Enuma Elish.
So now let's hear how Wes responds.
I think that there are components of what you said that I would say are in there. I'm not sure it's the best summary. Nonetheless, okay, going with what you said that there were like verbatim parallels with the biblical creation story. Even just going off of what you said, which I think there are components of that I would agree with, the Battle of the Gods, the concept of Enki and the younger gods, and they fight Tiamat, and then Marduk, who swears he'll defeat Tiamat, and Kunku, who kills Tiamat by shooting her with an arrow, and there's this big battle, and then the gods that die end up being the earth and the sky and even us, because we are the end result of that battle. I'm just curious, when you say that there are not just parallels, but there's actual copying, looking at Genesis chapter 1 and 2, where the creation story is summarized in the Bible, what are the actual kind of parallels there that you're looking to? Because as someone who's read both, I not only do I not find parallels, I actually and this is the majority of ancient Near Eastern scholarship with me, think that Genesis chapter 1 is actually an apologetic against documents like Unum Leash. So what are the parallels there?
So Billy is now in the hot seat once again. Now that he's being pressed to give evidence again, how do you think that he'll respond?
So what are the parallels there?
Separated the waters from the waters, for example. That's in the Unum Elish, and that's also in the biblical text.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop this, start eating more of these.
You got to pause there.
I don't mind showing the ads. I really.
Hey, Garfield, go ahead and pay the $10. You don't get the premium.
Oh, that's what you got to do.
Get the premium. That way you don't get no ads.
Okay. All right. Let me.
That's a great little and yeah. What channel is that? Because what channel is responding? Because
that was what's his name? He got a big channel. What do you mean? What do you mean? M-E-M-E.
Never Christian channel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Let me see if I can find this debate. Pan-Africanists versus Christians. All right, let me get it. Let me get it in right now.
Yeah, I got some clips too. When I get home, I got some clips for it too. And we're going live with Chuck Morgan later on tonight too. He told me. He told me. Make sure y'all going over there. He's gonna give you the full cultural breakdown of the Sumerian doctrine. Very, very, very important to understand.
It's important, guys. It's actually been recorded that over the last 20.
All right, cool. Hey, to my brother in the audience, Garfield, you're defending Billy. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just being balanced. I might word it that I'm defending him, but I'm just putting out. All right, let's be real. 99% of the people, when you hear the Sinai Bible, you're thinking of the Codex Sinaiticus. And that's why I think Wetzoff was playing ignorant to something that he knew. You knew he was talking about the Codex Sinaiticus, and you knew that he meant resurrected and not crucified. But he's been repeating. Sometimes when you repeat misinformation, you say it over and over like that's what you mean. We know in the Codex Sinaiticus, that the resurrection is missing from Mark, from Mark 9, from a certain verse or whatever, 14 or whatever it is. After chapter 9, after verse 9, it's not there. We know that. That's what he meant. If that's what he meant, he's correct. If he's saying there's differences between the Codex Sinaiticus and what we have today, there's multiple differences. I don't know if it's 14,000. I've heard that. I don't know if that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we got to be honest to the people, man. We can't do all of that, bro. And to the brother that asked about my Cash App, it's scrolling across the screen right now. We got to be fair. We got to be fair, not because you're a Christian. I got to believe that the resurrection is true. And we know that's not possible, family, based off of what we know in life. We don't believe that. We don't believe you. So when West said what West should have did, if you was on the stage and he said, I got a Codex Sinaiticus right here, and he pulled it out, we'd have been like, show me the cover. That's what we would have did. We would have said, show me that. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, West. And that's what Billy should have did. Play the same game he was playing. Because they were setting up Billy. They set Billy Carson up for that. You can't tell me. I watched the video like 2 days ago. They set him up. His boy set him up. His boy, they wanted to get into these arguments and bring up the Sinai and all that stuff because his boy don't believe Billy. So he want to blast Billy by putting that up. That's why Billy went to his house at 2:30 in the morning. Because he was like, yo, you my boy. How you going to do this to me?
Whoa. No, I think it's the opposite. I think his boy, because his boy is on the fence, yo. I think his boy actually felt like that Billy, right, had something that could compete with the guy, right? I think the guy, because the guy believed more like Billy do on some things. And then on some points, he believed like the Christian do. So I think his boy thought it was going to be a good conversation. I think the ignorance of his boy led him to believe that Billy could be the expert in that shit right there. And so you get it? And so he that's not a good match. And so he matched it up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm watching the videos after though. I'm like saying to myself, I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe I need to expand my vision of how I look at it. Well, and from a more holistic.
You didn't watch the whole. You ain't watched the whole thing, yo. With him and the Christian guy going back and forth, where the two white boys got to. You ain't watch all that. You got to watch his part. He started fighting them on. He's like, "Come on, yo, you can't believe that." It was wild, bro. I thought that he set Billy up, Then when I watched the whole entire thing, then I realized that it's through his ignorance that he thought maybe Billy would be a good discussion like that, right? And in actuality, we understand what Billy is talking about and what Wes is talking about. It's not going to be a good competition. I know that you can sit in there, right, with Wes, have a great conversation, right? I know I can sit in there with him and have a great great conversation, right? No problem with that. You're going to have a better conversation with him because you understand the particulars about, said text, said critiques, what scholars agree and disagree. So y'all would get to the point where you would just have to simply say, well, it's up for debate. You get that? Like, that's not a solid right there. That's right. You get it? Because you know that, you know it like the back of your hand. Matter of fact, you knocked me out one time. You got me off of a point that would have ruined my career.
They would have said, they said Unc up. Hey, and by the way, too, when everybody say Billy always tell people to do their own research.
Oh man.
Let me say this, man. That's what Dr. York used to say. He know folks lazy. They ain't got time. People got 2 jobs trying to feed their family, man. People ain't got no time to research, man. That's why they depend on Unc, they depend on me. And back in the day, they used to depend on Sonetta. They used to depend on other different people just to get information that they can't study. And then that's where some people get it wrong and they get mad at us because we correct pseudo information and we ain't true. And one thing sorry Motep says, I gotta agree with him 100%. Truth ain't got no friends, yo.
No friends.
You lose friends over truth
all day.
You always coming at me, man. Like I heard a brother say earlier this morning. I'm on Clubhouse and I'm saying to the brother, bro, every culture is going to. I have in my book something called "Stories Have No Borders." It doesn't talking about people interacting with other culture. That's all a fancy way of saying it. That's all it is. Everybody been saying that for thousands of years. Stories don't have no borders. Just because I live amongst you and I choose to rearrange my story to sound similar to yours, don't really call me a crook. I'm telling the same story. It's just that it shows a connection and timeline to where I fit in. So if you see 7 day week, you know it's connected to the Babylonians and Assyrians because they had the same calendar system. You see the Jews today are carrying a calendar with Babylonian names. That's telling
Tammuz,
it's telling you when you connect to people. So it's not about copying. We're going to use this calendar right here with a little mixture of the Greek stuff, and we're going to get it right. And we still going to do it the way we was doing it before, but we're going to use these fancy names that we found in this culture right here. That's like me coming to America, and now all of a sudden now I go back to Jamaica, I'm celebrating Thanksgiving. That's telling me and call it a whole different name. It's the people giving time in Jesus' name, but it was Thanksgiving in America. I switched it up for y'all with the name, but it's the same thing. It's the same Thanksgiving. Jamaica right now, Jamaicans are celebrating Thanksgiving in Jamaica. Why? Y'all ain't got nothing to do with the culture, but somebody who lived here brought it back to Jamaica, and they want to be so quote unquote Americanized. They start celebrating Thanksgiving in Jamaica. Crazy. They stole it, right?
Facts. So Garfield, let me we kind of ran past that point I wanted to make on how I used to make that mistake about the 324, the Council of Nicaea. All right, I had the pseudo understanding of it, thinking that books were actually canonized. He was like, hold on, and the way you come at me, I know I must have got something wrong, right? You're far more polite than I am. You're like, well, no, that's not. Are you sure? Can you show that? Then we get in our little thing. Yeah, I'm sure. Boo boo. You say, well, let's look it up. Let's see. Right? I was wrong. So they did not canonize any books at the Nicene Council at all. Now I knew they didn't form Christianity there. Like that's what the pseudo community says, the Black Out community says. But I thought they started canonizing texts. You're like, no, I said no text. They say none at all. So I think the point that needs to be rendered here is that we're all willing to learn, right? And no matter what they say, we're definitely the best fit community to handle this conversation. Point blank, bro. That's why they always running. That's why they slices out of the debate against the Christians, right? See, this is what people don't know. What me and Garfield is looking at was a hit that started about 4 years ago with Garfield and Damon Richardson. 4 years ago, right? It started with Damon Richards, right? And Garfield and them, okay? That's when it started. And my main man, Chris Broussard, Big up to Chris Broussard, man. I enjoy watching his sports commentary. Big up to him, right? But this conversation started there. Garfield, you know what I'm saying, always look out for me, called me up, and then, of course, I'm going to bring members of the squad. That's when this conversation, it was a hit. It was a hit on the conscious community. They quickly found out that although we might interact with the conscious community, our ideas and thoughts do not agree with the conscious community. And they found a way to piece Jabari away, which they were supposed to do, got him in a corner by itself, got polite in the corner by itself, and that's how that thing went forward. If you see Pastor Bennett, you know, our pastor, how you said your pastor, our pastor, right?
That's our pastor.
Hold on. Hey, Garfield, right now in front of the people, I'm going to say, brother, show the daggone debate. Stop playing.
I got you. Hey, let me
no, do you hear me? Do you hear what I'm saying? Don't talk away. Don't weasel out of it. Show the debate.
Yeah, before I go, let me say to my brother right here, right? Hey, truth story and peace and love to you, man. I ain't talk to you in a minute. Right here.
Now you fake me out. You fake me out, Garfield.
Hold on, bro. Hold on one second. Dog, y'all are literally defending. No one has ever heard of a Sinai Bible until Billy started saying it, and Garfield saying it's well known. That's not true. My brother, people have been calling the Codex Sinaiticus Sinai Bible. It's connected. Now, people have been saying that for years. If you think Billy Carson made that up, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
It's actually on Wikipedia, and you could trace it back to when the Wikipedia article was written. We could go to the talk button on the Codex Sinaiticus article and look at the view the history. We could view the history of the article and tell you how far the article goes back. And people, revisions and what people made and all that stuff. We could go all the way back to the article and look at when it was written. Come on, man. We got to stop playing these games. Just go on the article of Codex Sinaiticus and see when it was written. Way before you heard of Billy Carson. I am positive that people was calling that. Even on the AI research. The Sinai Bible, also known as the Codex Sinaiticus. A Greek man. Why are they saying that? For what? Who's saying this stuff? It's not Billy Carson. Unless Billy Carson wrote it. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me play this video right here. And I want y'all to watch this interaction with these Egyptomania.
Hey, you know me, Garfield, on purpose. Okay.
Go ahead, Ong. Let me get to the last request.
My last request is play the damn debate. Go ahead and charge them $10, man. Play the damn debate, bro.
Which one? Which one are you talking about?
The Pastor Bennett and Polite.
I don't even know if I still got that.
Yes, you do.
I think I sent it to Sarnetta. Sarnetta played it. He was mad with me for playing that. But
it ain't still.
That video, no, it wasn't on my thing. Remember, he told me to take it down, man. Yo, Polite was like crying, bro. That shit was crazy.
You still got it. You don't actually take it down. You put it on. Charge people $10, $20, yo. We all want to see it. I'm gonna send you my $20 now. Stop playing. we bro. You owe the people that debate, bro. Now, if you call me up and tell me something that I need to know, right? Then I'm a back off. But right now, I'm a lion, bro.
I got it. Hey, Kian, you're saying it's because it was found at the Sinai Mountain? No, my brother, it was found at the church monastery. You don't even know the history. It was found at a Christian monastery, man. Man.
See
that's the history. You got to know the history first, bro.
Yeah, bro. That's your field there, bro. That's like talking to me about
evolution. Yo, Tischendorf found that joint, man, in the 1800s, man.
Where's it located at? In the Sinai somewhere, or what?
It's located. It's in Egypt. He found it on the
where in Egypt?
I'm gonna tell you exactly where it was found. Tell you exactly.
The name suggests the Sinai Peninsula, yo, which is Egypt. But go ahead.
Yeah, it was found at the church, the Christian monastery church.
Where, yo?
St. Catherine's Monastery it was found in St. Christian's Monastery in the Sinai Peninsula. Okay.
Boy, see, you know we on our A game, baby. Come on now. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on,
all
man.
Right. Let's leave that for another day, but we're gonna get into this right here. This was anybody want to join the panel? Let's get it. These Pan-Africanists right here, so-called.
That's that channel that you know. Big up the highly
away from mainly because the church, I would say, has failed to answer some very difficult questions unique to our experience. We've heard time and time again different opinions around Christianity being the white man's religion that was beaten to us in slavery. And today I really want to do a better job searching for truth around this conversation. Correct. And we start with this debate with these four gentlemen. We've brought together two Christian apologists and two Pan-Africanists, mostly their worldview. We'll get a bit deeper into it soon. So let's actually get to introducing these brothers. If you're ready in the chat, drop a ready for the conversation that we're getting into here tonight.
Go ahead and give it to him.
The first one I want to, the first brother here. Yeah. Thank you to this brother Damon for going ahead and recommending the documentary we're talking about. We got Damon Richardson in the building. He is a theologian, apologist, and founder of Urban Logia. Please make sure I'm saying that right. Urban Logia, is that correct?
Logia.
Yeah. Urban Logia Ministries, most known for addressing complex theological issues and defending the Christian faith. He's in the building with us. Welcome, Damon, for being in here, brother.
Amen. Good to be here. Glad to be part of this conversation, and excited about where it's going to go.
We're excited to hear from you. And then that last part, known for defending the Christian faith. That's strong.
That's strong. That is strong, man. He's truly a scholar. Damon was one of my favorite speakers in that documentary as well, which was pretty incredible. So I'm excited to get into it. And right next to him, I got the brother that actually introduced him to us. We got a brother here who's a speaker, pastor, and founder of Vision Church in North Kakalaki. All right, author of the book Whitewashing of Christianity. Man, listen, Gay argues that Christianity has been inaccurately portrayed as a white religion, marginalizing its African roots and contributions from people of color. And today, he is with Hardly Initiated. Welcome, Pastor Jerome, to Hardly Initiated.
Fellas, I'm glad to be on here. I'm excited about the dialogue. I'm looking forward to a respectful dialogue. And again, I'm just truly honored to be on this platform.
Absolutely. Welcome to the platform, Jerome, and we are excited to hear from you as well. Now, on the opposing end, we also have some equally strong and accomplished brothers. And let's start off with Malik Dexter, a Pan-Africanist and son of Southern Baptist Garveyite preacher. Malik believes that the Bible is not a tool of liberation for Black people and instead is schema for Western expansionism.
Wow, strong words. But welcome, Malik, to Hardly Initiated. It's going to be a conversation.
As soon as my 57-year-old husband regained the vigor of his 20s after taking 2 spoonfuls of a newly discovered powerful trick.
Hey.
He's listening.
He said, I'm ready to get into it. Nothing else to say here.
Absolutely. And finally, but last but not least, Jared Grant, also a Pan-Africanist, political scientist, university professor, and speaker devoted to community activism. Now, Jared strongly believes that Christianity is indeed a white man's religion.
There you go. And we're going to talk about it here today. Welcome to Hardly Initiated, my brother, okay?
Greetings, brother.
Absolutely. Now, guys, I do want to set some expectations for tonight. So, audience, you're listening. The initiates, tonight's conversation will cover key issues one by one.
I ain't going front. I ain't going front. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, say what you're gonna say. Then I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
I ain't going front, man. I'm prejudiced when it comes to people getting introduced. When you say peace, my brother, Hotep, I already judge you based off of what you're saying in the introduction. I'm like, here goes another maniac right here. I know what you are. With the Christians, I know what it is with a Christian. But when a brother comes on and say, peace and love or whatever, I know what it is from the jump. And I know his point of view. I'm sorry. I just be judging people like that. You know what I'm saying?
Like beloved.
If I hear somebody come on and say certain things, I'm like, it's over for them. I know what it is. Current, or they call, look at my brother Jared James here, say current name for Africa is Al-Kabulan. I know where you're going already when you say that. I know who you are just by you saying that. All right. But yeah, go ahead, bro. Make it come.
So
go ahead.
Okay, so I had to learn how to think a little different. Being part of the Amaral squad and coming out of the rooms that I came out of, I give a person a chance. So I've been around enough people to start to understand that there are people that celebrate Pan-Africanism and are rooted in science. Big up the brother Chilembe on the pseudo killers. And so my worldview has expanded. So those words don't get me. And so if you give the greeting, Hotep, right? We know in actuality it's not a real greeting, but it comes out of a ancient Egyptian word. When you a peace offering, when you have subdued your enemies, they will give a peace offering for surrender, and it's Hotep peace, no more different than a salam alaikum. Okay, so although it wasn't used that way, African Americans have used it that way. So I don't think that has to be a direct violation of what information you may bring. And when you mention Dr. Ben and she can't be Diaz, based off the fact that I've read those works and studied those works, I'm not thinking that you're going to mess it up. Okay, I'm gonna give you a fair shot at it. Now, the Christian brothers, they automatically out of pocket, because both of those brothers, I don't think they're not Pan-Africans, and so you should never introduce people by something that they are not. So they're already cheating right off the bat, Garfield, already off the bat. So I want to ask you though, Garfield. Now listen to the question: is Christianity the white man's religion? I want to hear me and your opinion before you play that. Before we get all into it, is Christianity the white man's religion?
First, we got to define what is the white man's religion. We got to define that, because if we're saying we got to define Christianity and we got to define why it's called the white man's religion, I say it could go several ways, right? Because if you look at Christianity, it's based on the people who are following a so-called man they felt was the Messiah in the first century, right? People who follow him who become Christians. Now, Christianity is shaped and developed over the next 200 to 300 years. Now, depending on people setting up canons and so forth. Now, as far as from the African American or a Jamaican paradigm, to me, it's the white man's religion, because we got it from the quote unquote people that were responsible for taking us over on ships. We got it primarily from them. So in that sense, I could say it's the white man's religion. Another context I could look at it is who compiled the books to create the religion, who played the major parts in it. Now, if you look at Jerome Gay, Dr. Jerome Gay's book, and look at his documentary and look at Damon Richards in the past, they try to point out certain so-called African church fathers like Augustine, Tertullian, and others. But they're not done as Africans as we are today. So they're kind of playing the dozens in a way when they use those names and say, hey, they come from Africa. No, that don't mean that they're us. They're not Western Central Africans. They're not us. And they're using it in a modern way, instead of saying, hey, Africa was connected to Tunisia. And when Leo Scipio took over Tunisia, he took on the name Africa and became Leo Africanus or Africanus or whatever the guy was back then. All right. From Scipio to Africanus, because he conquered that area. So when we say African, we can't use it for pre-transatlantic slave trade or pre-1100 AD. We can't use that to say, hey, they are African church fathers, because in that context, it's not a modern day context. And we don't look at Africa as a continent at the time. We're looking at it as a continent today, that we all generally come from Africa. And yeah, you're right. African don't necessarily mean black. You are 100% correct, which is actually my point. So when you say it's the white man's religion, I think from a victimized, kidnapped victim on the transatlantic slave trade, yes, it's a white man's religion. We have all the rights in the West to say that, because we would not have known it if it wasn't for them. And I leave it there. Go ahead, Unc.
Right, hold on. So
yeah, go ahead.
Now watch this. You have explained the thorough, you have explained the thorough relationship and how Christianity was formulated. You gave some aspects of that, which is the way it's supposed to go. Now watch me give you how it happened in real time. So we always talk about chronology, right? So we have to deal with chronology. By the time Africans on the continent of Africa, right, ran into Christianity, it was promoted and proselytized by who? The Catholic Church, the Protestants, I believe. The Portuguese, and who else? Who else went to Africa to get the Portuguese
the British,
and the Spaniards? The British, not the Spaniards, but the Portuguese and the Spain, correct? Spain, the Catholic Church, and all that. So by the time Africans ran into Christianity, the version we got was controlled by Europeans. Am I not right about that?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so the only Christianity we ever got to that point was the white man's Christianity. No matter how much they howl and scream, we didn't go to theology school. It was none of that in the 1600s. By the time you get to America, it's still the white man's Christianity. By the time you went to quote unquote Bible study, the older ladies that was teaching that to you, they was teaching the white man's Christianity. By the time you went to your great grandmother's house, by the time you looked at Good Times, you seen the white Jesus on the damn wall. Now, when you get into the 60s, we start getting slick and we paint the picture over to look like us. But when Michelangelo painted the 16th chapel, okay, that was whiterized. It was cast in their image and after their likeness, which is actually proper for what reasoning human beings are supposed to do. You're supposed to cast whatever religion you think you're following in your image and after your likeness. So that debate right there shouldn't even be a debate, bro. That means that those Christians, right, and hardly initiated, right, they're actually flim-flamming you at that point. No one should argue that. You can't come back and say, wait a minute, that's not how I really. Nope, my great-grandmother didn't go to theology school. The Africans that were enslaved didn't go to theology school. Knock it off, bro. So my take is absolutely the Christianity that we follow was definitely cast after likeness, whiterized by Europeans, and we knew no different. So they got to know better than that, bro. That's my answer. And nobody can defeat me on that. Simple as that. Very clear. Very clear. Chronologically, it's very simplified at that point, and we should all be able to understand what I'm saying. Simple. No debate there, bro.
Yeah, I think what we do, we fall for this whole notion. And for those who don't know, that Christianity as we know it is formed out of several things, right? There's several divisions in Christianity. All right, let me take a timeout. Yeah, let me take a timeout just to show a chart,
okay,
just to give everybody an idea and time period. So when you look at the screen, you see division of Christianity, right? You see the early Christian church, then you have what's called an East-West schism, where one side went one way, Eastern Orthodoxy went one way, and Roman Catholicism went one way. What we have is a branch out from Roman Catholicism. That's what we have here in the West. When you talk about the Portuguese and they're fighting the Ottoman Empire, if it wasn't for the Portuguese, by the way, and their armies, we possibly would be saying Allahu Akbar right now and be arguing that Islam is the right religion or wrong religion, or if Islam is the white man's religion. That's what we have been arguing if the Ottoman Empire had won certain wars. Because if you look at it, we are bound, people expand and go to new places all the time period. So when the Portuguese, their exploration, that's what led to be transported to the Balearic Islands, and that's where Africans were. And if the Native Americans could have sustained some of the old world diseases, we wouldn't possibly have been over here in a lot of numbers, because we were running the sugar factories in the Balearic Islands, or the what do you call it? The Atlantic Islands. I'm sorry, not Balearic, the Atlantic Islands. So those areas, Cape Verde and all these different islands that's there in the Atlantic Islands, is where we were running the sugar factories. And while the Native Americans were dying out, they wanted the Portuguese, who were pushing Christianity, of course. They're the ones that basically are saying, hey, let's transport these Africans over here to Brazil first and see how it works out. Because for some reason, these super Africans, if I may use that terminology, weren't dying from these diseases that came from the old world, and we were stronger. So they decided to transport us here. But at the other hand, they kept writing, like, if we convert into Christianity, why did you do that? All right, hold on there. So we could transfer them to Christianity or convert them, then they could also be saved. So if you look at the chart, it's coming from Roman Catholicism. So now you have a breakaway. The breakaway is Martin Luther, Lutheranism. The breakaway is the British Church, Anglicanism. The breakaway is John Calvin, Calvinism. And out of the Anglican British Church, you have the Episcopalian, the Baptist, the Methodist, and the Pentecostal. Hebrew Israelism, for example, comes out of Pentecostalism with Cherry, William Christian, and those guys. The Methodist, Baptist, Episcopalian, and Calvinism now is coming from different angles. So when somebody believes in a tradition and say Christianity we are confusing, you're talking about Protestantism. Before that, you had the Roman Catholics who were pushing it, and that's how we got to where we are. So we have to be honest with information. Roman Catholicism is a part of Christianity, and without the Roman Catholic Church, you wouldn't exist at all. Because whether we disagree with their theology and how they put up pictures and everything, you got to recognize that they brought the history and the church fathers and the history of Christianity all the way up to the 1500s, and that's how we know so much about Christianity. So whether we like it or not, all hail the Roman Catholic Church, because without them, you would not know Christianity. All right, just for that. And those people primarily are European. Wait, my brother.
Yeah, can you please explain that financial responsibility and how they brought forth some of those councils, please, to tie it all together? Because this is you're making great points, brother, about the role of the Catholic Church. Can you kind of, started those councils? What, Chalcedon, was that the first one? And then Nicaea? Can you talk about the role of the Catholic Church playing that?
All right. So now, before there was a Catholic Church, you had councils. So when people argue for one, we're going to see this in the argument. As a matter of fact, you know what, let me play the video a little bit, because some of the stuff is going to be repeated.
Okay.
Let me play the video, because the video goes into this. And I think Brother Jerome Gay made some good points and brought out some information. But let's go. Let's get it.
You guys know how we do it. To our panelists, I know I don't have to state this, but let's just do it anyway. Please refrain from personal attacks and excessive interruptions. To our viewers and initiates, of course, guys, keep the comments respectful. I know a lot of you guys are on opposing sides of this thing, but please just make sure we're still open to sharing our views. Moderators, listen. It's okay when people share other views, okay? Just don't let them spam the chat. Also, audience polls will be launched prior to each segment and will close at the segment's conclusion, because, of course, we want to get an idea of what you guys think. And don't forget, we are highlighting super chats all night at the end of each segment, each conversation. So please, anything over $20 will be read live on air by Tyshawn or myself. So please keep that comment. And also, guys, towards the end of the debate, we will open up the initiation hotline so we can actually hear live from our initiates in terms of what you guys think. And just in general, if you have some very opposing views than our panelists that we have this evening, we want you to let us know tonight.
There you have it. And for those of you who already don't know, for this month, we're doing something special for the Fight the Flesh bracelets. Anybody that cops one and you type in live, you can get 10% off. So go ahead and get that. It is an armor. It is a reminder in the war that we in.
Big facts. I wear mine every day.
Every day,
shower,
baby.
Everywhere. Gym, everywhere. You got to keep that thing equipped.
You got to keep it equipped. A good trinket for you to have on your day-to-day, and also a really great Christmas gift. Type live in the discount code, get 10% off. But I want to go ahead now and let's get to it, fellas. Let's get into the conversation here, okay? Because starting off the conversation, obviously, the broad conversation we're having, all right, is Christianity the white man's religion? And we've created some questions that we're going to get into. Many of the guys were not informed of what we're talking about, but you guys are already and have prepared for this conversation. So here's where I want to start, guys. And we're going to start with, I actually want to start with my brother Malik on this side here, because
if your zip code starts with 12 or 13, you could be missing out on a new program that's.
Does Christianity liberate or oppress Black people?
All right. Well, if you would allow me, I would like to respond to that question plus the opening question.
Sure.
Is Christianity a white man's religion? So my answer is no, it's a white man's culture, okay? And the culture of Europeans have been deified by African people, and in turn, we worship their culture as religion, okay? So now, does Christianity liberate or oppress Blacks? I think my opening statement, addresses that. Clearly, every statistic that we have about the Black family, Black economics, Black health, and so on and so on and so on, have occurred under the overwhelming influence of our religious relationship to Christianity. So have we been liberated using Christianity? And the answer is statistically no.
There you have it. I want to give I want to give Jared an opportunity to respond as well, because this is a very important question. And where we starting here, feel free, guys. You guys can fully contextualize. There's no time limit. I want you guys to really be able to get your thoughts off in this important conversation. But if you can go ahead and answer for us, does Christianity liberate or oppress Black people?
Right. Thank you all, and greetings to all brothers and everyone. I appreciate being on this platform. Answer to your question is, of course, yes. I really loved Brother Mellick's answer. People deified the culture, their culture anyway. And Christianity, especially in the form that it took after 325 AD, is in the formation of European thought and thinking and ideation. Therefore, it deifies European culture and it oppresses Black culture. For the last 2,000 years, since Christianity has been here, has been one of the worst periods for African people, for Black folk. Remember, we're the oldest people on the planet. And so we have thousands upon thousands of years of freedom and liberation of our civilizations. We civilized this earth. And therefore, we have all of the proven, just not statistics, but just all of the proven history and culture of the most spiritual people on the planet, which is us. And once we came up under the guard of another culture, of another people, we began to take on the trappings of those folks and believing in things that, though it comes from us, it was bastardized by them. And we have been professing and going by the bastardized form that was created by Europeans.
Wow. Now, I want to open the floor up to Damon and Jerome to give us some perspective on this. And guys, the same question posed to you guys: does Christianity liberate or oppress Black people? And I'll add on to that. Why might someone think that Christianity actually oppresses Black people?
So yeah, I'd like to respond. Gerard mentioned 325, and that's a huge misnomer by a lot of Pan-Africanists that may be unfamiliar with what actually happened at the councils. So 325 is the Council of Nicaea. The Council of Nicaea actually had tons of African bishops. The two primary voices was an African man by the name of Athanasius and another by the name of Arius. And the issue at hand at the Council of Nicaea was the essence of Jesus. Hence, in the Nicene Creed, it says begotten and not made. So Christianity was not created at Nicaea. It was the essence of Jesus. Was he a created being, or is he the God in flesh? As John chapter 1, verse 14, John 8:58, John 10:30, and Colossians 1:15 all purport. And so the idea that this version or something was created of Christianity is simply historically inaccurate. In fact, you had the Edict of Milan in 313, 12 years prior to the Council of Nicaea, legalizing Christianity because it was already in existence and it was already thriving in Africa. In fact, Africa actually evangelized Europe. And so it's important that we get our history straight and make sure we're not getting into anachronisms as it relates to what actually happened historically. Secondly, the idea that it is a white man's religion is why I wrote my book, because we must distinguish whitewashing, which I would actually agree with my brother Mellick when he talked about the culture. Whitewashing is the process of white scholars and theologians emphasizing Eurocentrism at the exclusion of the African history and African nature of Christianity. There were African Jews. Africans have written books in the Bible. I'm sure we can get into that a little later. So as we're having this discussion, it's just important that we distinguish whitewashing, which again centers white people, and it whitewashes the Bible, making Jesus white, Moses white, Abraham white. These were Middle Eastern people. These were not white people. And so I think it's important that we know that, because it's playing into the hands of white supremacy to actually give them credit for a religion that we actually shaped and were a part of long before the transatlantic slave trade.
If I could speak to that real quick.
Hold on. Go ahead, bro. My thoughts before you go. I don't want to lose my thought. But we got to be careful of playing into white supremacy.
You
right?
hear me, yo?
Yeah. When we say playing into white supremacy, when we say African church fathers were African church fathers, we are basically trying to say that they were black. We're technically playing into a new modern day race perspective because you want to say that they're black because you want to say they're African, but they have to be black. But I'm going to bring out some of the Athanasius. Go ahead, Uncle.
All right, real quick. So we're gonna have the brother Malik. He should be tuning in. The brother was in that discourse. So big up to brother Malik. Slow down, yo. Yeah, I'm got my son driving, teach him how to drive. But yeah, big up to brother Malik in your conversation with those people. Just let you know he's tuning in. All right. So we're gonna have a conversation with him, and we want to help our brothers out and make sure they tight when they come up against the Christians again, yo. But go ahead.
I have an observation, a question I need to ask. Is early a piece to the panel? Peace, God killer. Peace, God for you.
Pseudo killers official. Pseudo killer official.
Pseudo killers official on deck. Let me ask this question: is early European history taught in the Americas? So when I say 100-year war, does everybody understand what that is, who it was fought between, why it was fought? When I say the 80-year war, do everybody understand that? When I say the doctrine of discovery, do we understand what that means from a historical perspective? Is that taught in school?
Nope.
Well, I don't know here. I didn't go to school here.
See that's been a product of colonialism. I was
Give
brought.
us an idea, Cedric. Give us an idea what you're talking about.
So the 100-year war is the war between the France and England under the auspices of becoming the ruler for who gets to rule those countries, because those countries were both ruled by the papacy. Right, the papacy had the most power in Europe during the Dark Ages. From the moment the Moors were pushed out in the 1400s, the church, right, the papacy, they controlled the states of Europe. So these monarchs were actually puppets placed there by the church. Everything that happened from the mid 1400s was under the auspices of the Roman Catholic Church. The expansion, the conquest of the Americas, the fact that we over in the Americas have Christianity as our foundation, Christianity. Mind you, I'm not talking about the different denominations which developed much later, but Christianity itself is founded and rooted in Catholicism in the Americas. You cannot get away from that. We would have no contact with this subject matter, especially from West and Central Africans, if it was not via the expansion activities which were orchestrated, paid for by the papacy with the doctrine of discovery. We stop on that, but people just run past that stop sign. So this discussion that we're having is just based on the ignorance of how history itself works.
All right, I want to bring out something that's important, right? And I think it has to be corrected, and the Christians have to stop making this argument. And we have to be fair. The argument is this guy. Let me bring it up for everybody to see. This guy Athanasius, that he was a black man, the black dwarf. What happened is several years ago, I was on the faculty at an historic black university and was asked about a reference to the black dwarf. When I responded, I had never heard of this reference, and I asked who he was referring to. My fellow faculty member was stunned. You have a PhD in early church history and you have never heard of the black dwarf? We had been discussing minorities in church history, thus Athanasius, a black bishop, was named. The unfortunate piece of fabricated history has been multiplied all over the internet, even on various academic sites like Fuller Seminary. We cannot assume that a person living in 3rd century Egypt was black simply because black people lived there. Romans and people of Germanic origin also lived in Egypt during this time period. A Google search for black dwarf yields plenty of results, but if you read and click to the citations, they almost all lead to Justo Gonzalez, The Story of Christianity, Volume 1, Chapter 19, page 199. Gonzalez is a fairly well-known and fairly conservative Cuban-American church theologian. You can find this nickname reference on the website of Christianity Today and others. Unfortunately, many have also quoted this nickname without giving any historical reference to Gonzalez. I have recently been asked by Gonzalez as an historian, thus I am publishing this small piece of research. My reaction was simply to say I am not an expert on Athanasius, but I've read hundreds of pages on early Christian history, and dozens of pages on Athanasius, and had never heard of this nickname ever or in any way. Number 3, I doubted this reference and asked the person to send me whatever could be found for references. But just to end the story short, Dr. Justo Gonzalez in historical theology, but not in church history, has announced that his black dwarf reference will be removed for the next edition of his book. This edition is now out and he has removed this reference. In other words, he was the source. And it came all over the internet. So you have brothers saying, hey, Athanasius is the black dwarf. So he was a black man, using a modern day context to put it on a guy that lived 2,000 years earlier. And see, look what happened. It was a guy in the 1990s, I think, who made up the source, started in 2000, who made it up out of thin air, family. But we believed it because we're supposedly black in the Americas, and we want people who are connected to the church because we're believers in Christianity to be black.
And didn't the Hellenized Jews lived in that little state in Egypt, but created by Alexander? Wasn't that on the coast and predominantly of Hellenized Jews? So predominantly of Greek population.
Or what's more important, though, although it was a Hellenized mixed with Greeks and blacks or whatever you want to call them, they're mixed, right? But the thing that supersedes a lot is that the Romans, when they take over an area, they migrate people from their culture, thousands of people to come and live. So Tertullian father was a Roman centurion. He comes from Rome, but he's a father. Now his mother might be a Berber, whether she's light skin, dark skin, whatever skin, I don't really care. But to just jump out the window because he's born in North Africa, so-called North Africa, that means he's black. We have to be careful. And we can't use a modern day context to put it on people in the past. That's the problem that I have. That's the problem I have with what Jerome Gay says. He's a wonderful brother, does good research. But when you say you're whitewashing and you're separated from white supremacy, we're falling into racist white supremacy thought process by trying to place blackness on people 2,000 years before.
Exactly.
The same mistake that Smash and others who are having the same Egyptian argument.
Exactly.
What my brother Uncle is trying to implore to me, stop saying DNA gives a color. DNA don't give a color. I'm paraphrasing what he says. So you could be R and be dark as me or Cedric or Unc or whoever the darkest black man you know. The DNA don't determine your color. It just points you to a cluster of DNA in an area that you might be traced back to. But with us, with R, though, it does have a lot to do with the transatlantic slave trade, just like the Native Americans have R because of the interaction with the traders, the slave traders. So Native Americans are after 1500, not before.
Yeah,
right?
And on top of that, when we hear them say the word Africa, they throw Africa out there. They're taking again the geography, the regions, and out of context. We understand the connection between the Levant, North Africa, and that area. Now to superimpose that as we Africans were engaging with Christianity long before is just false, right? Because West Central Africa, Southern Africa, and other areas on the continent had no idea of what was going on up there in the Levantine area. So these are all anachronisms when we have in this discussion. These people knew the cultures closest to them and didn't have a wider concept of the whole of Africa.
Hey, Super Mike, you say you disagree, right? Hey, let me tell you something, man. If I don't have people that disagree with me, I don't need to be on YouTube. I don't need to be on YouTube. So if you disagree and you want to share your position, you're open to click the link. As usual, I give people 2 minutes to say what they got to say, then I respond. So you're welcome to come on and disagree, agree, whatever. All right? All right, let me go back to the video real quick, unless Unc want to jump in and say something real quick.
No, I just want to make sure that for me and my African-centeredness and my African-Americanness, I'm definitely on the side of Malik and I can't, what's the other brother name? Right there, what's his name? I actually think Malik had a better conversation, right? But it was some points that he didn't have. And both of them are actually crippled with their belief in God, because then it puts you squarely in the European paradigm. Put you amongst the Germanic tribes, so your thinking starts to get a little corrupt, right? So, yeah, there's a little. So, yeah, go ahead and play the video. But I just want to.
Yeah, before you play it, I wanted to add on to that point. It was something I was thinking. You can never solve a problem with the same level of consciousness at which it was created. So the fact that this brother, the other brother, has these beliefs as well, puts him in the mind.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, let's get back to the video.
Thank you for your words, Brother Jerome. You're right about the Conference of Nicaea, but Conference of Nicaea is where Jesus was created, not Christ. And the religion of Christianity, which comes from the Coptics of Ethiopia.
What do you say, Ong? All right, let me play the video.
Yeah, for the first 300 years. But even before that, it was a sect of Egypt. Those from Ptolemy, who was a Greek, who wanted to be a deified god in Egypt, the first person to want to be a pharaonic god in Egypt. They created this symbol, this mythology based upon him, and created this symbol known as Serapis. And I'm sure you know that as well. I said, but it all comes out of Egypt in the first place. All of the tenets, all of the elements of Christianity, all of it comes out of Kemet. Kemet, for everyone, is the name Egypt.
Is the name of Egypt.
The Greek name, Kemet, is the African name. And so all of the elements that went into the making of Christianity come out of Kemet, come out of Africa. And so when we begin this talk, we have to be honest with the history, because our history goes so much longer. It's not 2,000 years old. And so that's where you're going to get hung up in a lot of your facts.
Can I respond to that, since we're talking facts?
All right. One thing I got to say to my brothers and sisters out there: stop repeating this information. It is totally incorrect. All right. You have Justin Martyr in the 2nd century talking about a physical Jesus. You have Ignatius in the 1st century. You have Clement of Rome in the 1st century talking about a physical Jesus. So people know about a Jesus. He didn't need to be invented at 325. This is something that I've heard Dr. Ben say. I heard Dr. Clark say it this way, that Jesus existed, but the Christ element is what happened during the Council of Nicaea. So he's not denying Jesus existed before. He's just saying when you say Jesus Christ, that's what was invented at whatever. We have to stop saying that. That's not true. That's 100. We have tons of primary sources that we could point to of somebody named Jesus before. Again, Ram Fitness, you will never come on my panel, so don't say it's a lie. Don't do that. Don't do that. Again, I'm gonna say this again to everybody that hates Christianity and hate that Jesus exists, whatever. If you say that Jesus don't exist, fine. That's your belief. But you have councils before 325. You have pre-ecumenical councils. I'm going to show you a Wikipedia page I pointed out that could help you all out. A pre-Nicene councils. Pre-Nicene councils. I'm gonna Google it and put it on the screen so y'all can see it.
Y'all realize Every time Garfield says that, I smile, because y'all realize what that means, right? That puts Jesus firmly within the realm of my favorite word, methodological naturalism. That means your Bible can be put away. It's game over, both ways.
Look at this real quick, family. I ain't paying Cedric no mind right now. Look at this, family. This is ancient three ecumenical councils: Council of Rome, Council of Ephesus, Council of Carthage, Council of Iconium, Council of Antioch. These are all about a physical Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And to appear from the middle of the 2nd century. That is way before the Council of Nicaea. You see, this is what you guys want to bang on Christianity, but you're going about it the wrong way.
Wrong way.
How to deal with these folks, man.
Tell them yes.
All right, well, 25. Watch this, Cedric. Now look at what Jerome says when he comes on. He sounds like the guy with the most knowledge on earth. He's destroying this dude. Look at this right now.
See, because the other brothers in its blackology back, and once you're on that level, you can never do another way.
Christianity already before that. You can even go to 303.
The elements of Christianity, all of it comes out of Kemet. Kemet, for everyone, is the name Egypt.
The name of Egypt.
Greek name. Kemet is the African name. And so all of the elements that went into the making of Christianity come out of Kemet, come out of Africa. And so when we begin this talk, we have to be honest with the history, because our history goes so much longer. It's not 2,000 years old. And so that's where you're going to get hung up in a lot of your facts.
Can I respond to that, since we're talking facts? So again, I mentioned the Edict of Milan, which happened 12 years prior to the Council of Nicaea. So you just said that Jesus was created at the Council of Nicaea. The Edict of Milan was declaring Christianity already before that. You can even go to 303, the Edict of Diocletian, where they were attacking Christian and the image of Christ before the Council of Nicaea. So what you're doing right now, brother, is what's called an anachronism, which is a timeline error, because I'm giving you dates. So this is not, we're not even talking scripture. We're talking about what happened. Hold on, we're talking about what happened. You said that Jesus was created at Nicaea. And I'm telling you he existed before then, obviously. They were discussing the essence of Jesus. Was he a created being or not? Hence the Nicene Creed. And I'm quoting the actual Nicene Creed. In the Nicene Creed, it says begotten and not made. That's what came out of the Council of Nicaea. For you to say that he was created there, when the actual creed from the actual event makes it clear that he was begotten and not made, again, is just historically inaccurate. It's factually inaccurate, and it doesn't even actually purport what happened at the Council of Nicaea.
I would like to address some of that. So see, the problem with these type of conversations.
Go ahead, Onk.
Oh, hold on, let me turn off my phone. So he talked about an anachronism, okay, and he was absolutely right. There was an anachronism, but he too put it in an anachronism, because by the time Africans got Christianity, right, it was actually whitenized, and we wouldn't have known the difference. So to try to act like that we had the brand of Christianity that was quote unquote Palestinian, Judean, coming straight out of Judaism, that would be an anachronism, because that did not exist at that time when we got it. So I just want to make we got to be sharp in these conversations. Now watch Brother Malik. He gonna do his thing, but he gonna always leave his right hand down. You know, when you throwing punches, you keep your right hand. When you're a right hand fighter, you keep that right hand high, but he lowered, and Christians can touch that chin. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I think hold on, let me kick your other page out.
Yeah, kick me out of that. That's me too. It's my phone. I need to do something.
Yeah. Hey, let me say this to everybody out there. Listen, the conversation about Jesus, whether you think he's real or not, the references of Jesus, it pre-exists. If you go to Clement of Rome in 95 AD, family, he's talking about Jesus. Clement is talking about interactions about Paul and his writings with church members in 95, and some say it was written in the 60s before Paul died. So he talks about Paul and Peter, that he literally saw them. He saw Paul and Peter in Rome when he was in Rome. This is what he's talking about. So I'm saying to you, if you have somebody referring to Jesus outside the Bible, because anytime they go in the Bible, y'all run from that and say, oh, we can't use that. So let's use outside the Bible. Let's use Clement of Rome. Let's use Ignatius. Let's use Polycarp. Let's use Justin Martyr. Let's use Tatian. Let's use Irenaeus. And this is where my argument about the compilation of the books is coming from, more of a European element more than a quote-unquote black element. That's the argument I would use. But those are the people that compiled the book and decided to make this New Testament. This is not no Israelites doing this. This is people who knew the writings and took it over and decided, hey, we're going to have 22 books. And those 22 books became what we use to form the canon today. That's not from Africans. Of course, later on, Origen changed up some stuff and added some stuff, and Augustine and Athanasius and Cyprian. But at the end of the day, that 2nd century is the root of you having a canon today. Not no Israelite. Now, I'm not saying that white folks wrote the books, but those church fathers definitely didn't look like me or Unc. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, folks, give them their historical Jesus. Why would you argue that? From the moment Jesus becomes a historical character, folks, he is rendered a human being. That means he has human biology, human physiology. That means he has a father, and there's no way he was resurrected. It's game over. Don't argue nonsense. Jesus was a human being. Game over. Done. We good.
All right, fine.
Cedric, hold on. Well, I don't want to cut you off, Garfield. I want to follow up on what Cedric
I got the brother. He came up. I dared him to come up, so he came up.
All right. Okay, hold on. All right, let him wait. Hey, Cedric, that's a strong damn point there, bro.
Big
that's
point.
Like once you say, first of all, it's pseudoscientific to say that Jesus didn't exist. Let's get that straight. You can go to the list of pseudoscientific ideas. You go straight there and you go to the topic of social science. And then you go right there to Christian myth and theology. It says a fringe theory that posits it that the historical Jesus did not exist in any capacity whatsoever. While the divinity of Jesus is disputed, okay, Christian and non-Christian scholars of antiquity universally agree that Jesus of Nazareth was a Galilean Jew who lived in the 1st century, was baptized, and later crucified by the Roman authorities. This is based on sources written by historians, scholars, and politicians who lived during the time of Christ. There's thousands of sources here, so I'm not arguing that. But the point that Cedric made, once you put him there as a human being, there are laws of biology and laws of physics that you should not argue with people. Simple as that. There's no debating on that. At that point, we're not doing it. It's your belief. It's your theological truth. Right, but it's not. But it goes against the rules and regulations of biology and quote unquote physics. So we, as a scientifically literate person, whether you believe or not, you should not cross those boundaries.
You know, although this doesn't prove Jesus existed, if you look at all these mythical characters in history, none of them are killed or crucified by a real human being. And I think it's very important to recognize that Pontius Pilate is claimed to have killed many people in the 1st century. In the story of Jesus, and this is important with Tacitus, when Tacitus is writing in 120, right? People say, well, that's too late. The problem is he's actually taken from a source in 64 AD. So we could trace it back to 64 AD. So we're in the 1st century that they're talking about this gentleman who was crucified by Pontius Pilate. In a source outside the Bible. That's what Tacitus represents. And people got to understand that it's not that Tacitus is saying it. He's just repeating what he heard through the grapevine as far as the sources from Nero. So Nero saying these people started the fire and they believe that this guy was who got crucified was the Messiah. So that's where that comes from with Tacitus. And people need to understand this is in the 60s. You have the guy, him call himself in the 1st century, Clement of Rome, saying that in the 60s he saw Peter and Paul, and of course Paul is teaching about Jesus. So there's teachings about a physical Jesus, spiritual Jesus, fake Jesus, whatever you want to call him, before the Council of Nicaea. That's the point I'm trying to make, whether you believe in him or not.
Strong
All right.
point.
Let me get to Super Mike real quick. Super Mike, peace and love to you. Welcome to the panel, beloved. Why you can't get off camera? You don't want to show your face?
No, I can show my face.
All right, peace and love to you.
You got the thing over there, Garfield. You got the van over there, Garfield. My fault.
What's up, bro?
What's up? Where you from?
No. I mean, you guys, high level conversation. I just wanted to make this point.
Well, 1 second, Garfield. You got the thing over his face, bro. We can't see him.
Say it again.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you got the thing covered up. Yeah, you keep showing it. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, beloved.
Hello.
Continue, sir. Continue, brother.
Okay, yeah. The only point I was making to you, Garfield, is that I just noticed that we know recent history. We know that our people define black as what it is what original peoples of the planet. So that's a history I think everybody knows. It's not really too debated. And the reason why I disagree with you on the point is that I agree with you that we can't apply our current definition of what black is to as if they would be in line with our understanding of what black is. But we can, based on our recent definition.
Phone went out, brother. We can't hear you. Froze up.
He said original people. I think we kind of like, you see, that's from the 1994 package. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's right. The 1994 package is full-fledged. That's why I said earlier, when I hear somebody come on and say certain things, I could tell where they're coming from in the jump because I used to be
That's a misunderstanding of evolution at its root. Evolution happens in population. There was never an original of. There was never one singular a phenotype or a homogeneous group of human beings because evolution happens in a population. So you could never talk about the original man. All right, evolution is fluid. You can never point to say at that point. Now we can look back and we say approximately 160,000 years ago, you see anatomically modern human beings. But there was never a point that you have one singular original human or one singular phenotype. Evolution happens in population and population. It's influenced by your environment. That's part of natural selection. Am I saying that correct, God Killer?
No, you said that great. And the brother was with it. He did that anachronism again, because just because we have came up with a definition that was fueled by colonialism that we are black people, right? You can't put that. You can't.
What part did I come off on?
What part did I
fall off on?
All right, hold on 1 second.
Hold on, Mike. Let me finish my point.
Okay.
So, Mike, when you said that we have came up with a definition, with black was, right? Actually, colonial powers came up with that definition, right? And when you, no matter what, when you apply that to ancient peoples, right, you're creating an anachronism. They wouldn't have known about none of the things that we're talking about. But go ahead, Mike, finish your point.
Okay, so I didn't know what part that I fell off on, but just to
Right
that
there.
point. Okay, just to that point, you're saying the colonial powers came up with their version of what black is. But
no, they came up with the version. My fault. My fault for cutting you off and saying we wasn't saying that prior to them.
That's where the disagreement is, Punk, because you know that we have a definition of black as well. It's different from theirs. Okay, and we know that in English, the same word can have different definitions. So that's a fact as well.
You talking about ancient people came up with a definition of black, is what you're saying?
Say it again. Black people in America, we have a definition of black. We came up with that.
What is it? What is it? Go ahead. What is
it? It's the original peoples of the planet. I mean, that's what black is. Malcolm X. I mean, that's in the Nation of Islam stuff.
When did that consensus? When did that become the consensus amongst black people? Who made that rule? Who said that?
When our people said we're black, and let me tell you, I'm gonna answer your question, brother. When our people made songs and records, we're black and we're proud. When we all came up with we're proud to be black. This was a whole movement during the 60s. Our people across the planet, self-identify and accepted that term as black. So that's you got to. I think we should respect that. We should stop undermining.
That's not actually true, though.
Fact.
That's not true.
Every single individual.
Are you talking about Kwame Ture? You're talking about Kwame Ture and Black Power? That's what you're referring to?
Kwame Ture and Black Power, James Brown. We're talking about.
I like that.
And, you know what I mean? I'm just giving you, even Africans on the continent, even Australians self-identify as Black. We have Indians in India.
But go ahead.
It's just, this is what all I'm saying is that we know, and I know you guys know firsthand, it's very recent history, that Black people, we have a definition of what our Black is. Okay, and it's not the colonial powers definition. This is what we have.
You sure? Are you sure with that?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm positive. Now you can point to a colonial power who has their definition, but I'm saying if you want to accept that, that's everybody's choice. But we know that we have one too.
Mike, you're saying the same thing over and over. All right, mute up for a second. Let us respond. Go ahead, Unc.
So I'm hearing the conversation, Supreme Mike. Mike, I want to let you know, prior to colonialism, you'd be hard pressed. I don't speak in absolutes, right? Because if you speak in absolutes, you're absolutely wrong. But you're going to be hard pressed to find a group of indigenous people calling themselves Black. So the foundation of your argument is flawed. You have to bring that evidence. Right? Let's just stick to the continent of Africa, right? Where is that tribe that call themselves the Black people? Okay? So that's what I'm saying. That didn't occur. There was no need to say that. And to refrain from being long-winded, I'm simply saying that is the fundamental flaw in your argument. That idea of Blackness comes in the time period that you spoke of, Kwame Nkrumah, African Americans. Right, the 60s, I'm Black and I'm proud. We was taking a negative thing and we made it positive and we embraced it. Words change meanings all the time, and we officially did that. That's fine. We do not deny that on this program. We do not deny that on the pseudo killers and the community skeptics. Not at all. You're right, exact. The issue is when you then take those ideas and place it on indigenous people that wasn't even subjugated to slavery at them time periods, that didn't even know about colonial powers and had their own African agency. I think it's important to explain themselves. Allow the ancestors to speak. I rest my case.
All right, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me get this out the way before we go any further. This is from BK Apologist. I took this from his live stream a couple months ago. Worshippers of Serapis, right? This is the problem again in our community. There's the worshippers of Serapis are called Christians, and those are devoted to the god Serapis, call themselves bishops of Christ. It's from the Historia Augusta. It turns out to be a sign of great dishonesty. A closer analysis of the documents themselves proves that the majority of them cannot be authentic. It may be disputed whether the majority of the documents have been forged by the authors of the Historia Augusta or by their sources, but forged they are. These pseudo documents serve to fill up two meager biographies. Their purpose is not to give facts, but to make up for the absence of facts. The scriptores, the Historia Augusta, have no great taste for honest research. Thus, the Historia Augusta stands convicted of an extensive use of forged documents. An unsolved problem of the historical forgery, the Scriptores Historia Augusta author Arnaldo Magliano reviewed work, source Journal of the Warburg and Cortel Institute, volume 17. And it's from 1954, page 22 to 46. So for years, I used to say it too. Again,
Walter Williams.
Used to say it, of course, Walter Williams. And that's where we get it from. I just want to point out that we continue to use this source, and it's a forgery. All right.
Is that commentary? Where's the evidence to support the claim?
Kwame, why don't you bring the source that makes it real?
Yeah.
I'm just asking the person
Stupid wavy
claims. I didn't see any evidence to support the claim. You just
don't worry about it. Hey, Garfield, let's super wavy up here.
Hold on, Unc. What evidence do you want to see? That it says that, hey, I'm a forgery and I'm written here. That's what do you want to see to say it's a forgery? Don't you want scholarship who have done the research on Serapis? Because again, you're a pseudo, and this is one of your arguments. That's why I made sure I read it before you, while you were on the panel. See, you believe this nonsense. You can't prove it's genuine. And by the way, too, when it was written,
can you prove Josephus is genuine?
You know how you know it's a forgery? Because the date when it was written was way after the person who supposedly written it lived. That's how one of the reasons they know it's a forgery. And I could prove that. But you do the research.
Josephus a forgery.
Kwame, hold on a second. You see, now you're trying to, this is what you do when you come on my panel. Josephus, the quote that we talk about when he talk about Jesus crucified and resurrected, that part in Josephus is a forgery. Now you're being disingenuous by saying, oh, because I bring up Serapis is a forgery, you're trying to say all, if you notice what he said, is Josephus a forgery. Not if that part is a forgery, if all of Josephus is a forgery now. You're playing games. But we're going to get you in a second. I got to get Mike to respond first. And I'm going to get
real quick, Garfield. Can I just say this? Let's super wavy up on the panel. Super wavy, you know, I always appreciate you. And now that you're making content, now you have to be held to a certain standard. Yeah, I appreciate you, you know, going on your own and building your channel. Y'all think that's great, yo. And I appreciate the support that you've given me and Garfield over the years. But now when you step out there, now you're on the chopping block if you're not correct. So jump up here and have a discourse, man, and help promote your channel.
Who's that?
This Savio.
Shout out to Super Wave.
Shout out to Super Wave.
He's on our side. He's on the side of skepticism, scientific literacy. But of course, there are some of these blackology conversations that still need to get worked out in the system. For example, that's why we had the debate, is the Bible an anti-African book? And it touched into the North African Levantine Arabian genetic continuity and fluidity, because the idea of this North African phenotype is still a sticking point in this community. The original African, we're the original black man.
I'm gonna show you how balanced Garfield is, right? I'm not biased, and I refuse to take any sides in these conversations because both sides are always wrong. Nobody's perfect. Now look at what my Christian brother posted earlier. He said, let me find it right here. Mr. Just Saved. Hold on 1 second. Where is it at? Garfield turning into a scholar. Oh boy, don't say that. You're gonna get people mad. This is what my brother wrote. Now, this is a Christian. He said, the risen Christ was seen of many after his resurrection by his apostles, and of as many as 500 persons at one time.
Yes,
hold on, Cedric. Hold on. So there are many first-hand proofs of Jesus risen from the grave. Now, I want you guys to look at my screen. I'm going to take everybody off. Now, look at this right here. This is Julius Caesar, right? And Julius Caesar, ladies and gentlemen, died, resurrected, and ascended to heaven and appeared to humans according to what they wrote about him. This is in the same time period as the New Testament. Is this true? And do we believe this? I don't believe this. And Julius Caesar, we know he was a real person. We're like 100. Well, they never said you're not supposed to say 100, but we're pretty much 100% sure that Julius Caesar existed. And the fact is, he died, he resurrected, and he ascended to heaven and appeared to humans after he had ascended to heaven and resurrected. So, this is the same thing as Jesus. Does this make him the right guy to worship, or do we believe this? This is what people would write in the ancient Near East, family. We don't believe this. None of us here on the panel believe this nonsense. We don't. So if it's in the New Testament, why should I believe it? I'm just saying this is just how people wrote. This is the motif. If you don't have a guy that's special, if in the Roman culture, right, they have Julius Caesar as his special guy. And if I'm writing a story now to counteract that story, I'm going to write the same thing and make my guy bigger and better. So it wasn't one guy, that observed him when he ascended and resurrected. It was 500 by Paul. So I got to make my story a bigger hyperbole than the one that's in the Roman culture. Bro, it's not that it don't count to me. So now, does that mean Julius Caesar never existed because
got him
he went to heaven, or he resurrected? Got him.
That's deep. Hey, look, hey, Garfield, listen, you know, I always talk about placing a value judgment on something. I said we get messed up by words and how they are defined, because basically that's how words do. So words have a cultural context to it. So we hear the word God, right? It's actually taking you back to those early Germanic tribes, right? Simply meaning to pour water, okay? Germanic, the great one, okay? So in actuality,
Our paradigm is in a European, Indo-European idea of what
can you
say
repeat
creator
that?
or say what God is. All right, so that's basically what's going on. You never hear nobody say Ifa or unlonk unlonk. You never or voodoo. When I say voodoo, that's an indigenous African deity. You never hear that. Why not? Because because the value that we place on voodoo is evil and is witchcraft, right? And it's wild. So yeah, that right there, man, we got to understand what words do to our mind as human beings. It's important to understand words, not to misuse them.
I wanted to respond to
hold
you.
on, Mike. Let me get rid of this guy real quick. My Jamaican guy, Kwame. Come on, Kwame. Say what you got to say about Hercules. Hurry up. Let's go.
Yeah, I wanted to know. So Josephus and Tacitus quote Hercules on Earth as a real person. What separates Hercules from Jesus from being a historical person?
All right, now let's look at it this way. Years ago, right, Robin Hood himself was considered a real guy, right? Now they're saying that his storyline comes from a guy, but the elements of him is not real. So that Robin Hood is just a character that was made up based off a guy in history. Hercules, if you look at Hercules, at that specific time, he was considered a historical person. So does that mean whoever he mentions, Jesus ben Ananias or the priesthood, so those people are not real because Hercules wasn't real? I mean, we have to start looking at it and use a methodology, because this played out conscious community methodology is just crazy at this point.
But that's the only evidence that people rely on Jesus.
Hold on a second. No, they rely on Paul, and they require on a methodology. Within 150-year period, was there a tradition of there being a physical Jesus? Was there a tradition that he was called the Christ? We don't have to believe he's a Christ. People call him the Christ. Was there a tradition that he was crucified? Yes. That's how you got to marginalize it. You're talking about 95 AD. You're talking about 68.
So there's no tradition of Hercules?
Interrupt me. You're not going to interrupt me while I'm on my. You're not going to do that. You asked a question about Hercules being real in Tacitus, and I'm sure probably tons of people said that Hercules was real because he was written in a context to make him real. But look at this. Look at Garfield now. Who killed Hercules in all these traditions? I guarantee it's somebody that didn't exist. But at the time, they felt the person existed because of how he was written about in Greek culture. Remember, that's during the Hellenistic time period. Hellenistic time period is from what, 300 BC to 300 AD, right? That's when their knowledge was being spread out. Aristotle was everyday read for everybody. Herodotus was everyday read. Greek special writings was everyday read. So you got to look at it in that context. How did those people write? Cedric came on my show one day and said, Garfield, you got to look at the New Testament like Greek novels of the first century. Go read a couple of them and you'll get an idea of how people wrote at the time. So people who didn't exist may have been written about like they existed. So what? 2,000 years later, we figured it out. And we're going to figure out shit 1,000 years from now. Just relax, bro. You see, we gotta look at it from an open perspective. Let me ask you this, Kwame. Let me ask you one question and then we could move on. Who in the first century? Who in the first century existed to you?
A lot of people.
5 people, real quick.
5 people?
Yeah, give me 5 people that existed in the first century, and not kings, just regular people.
So now you stretching it. I would say.
Good luck.
Philo of Alexandria.
Philo of Alexandria wasn't a regular guy. He was a big time part of the priesthood. But go ahead, let's count him. All right.
Can't count him. He's fundamental. Can't count him.
Yeah, but go ahead, continue.
I would say regular person.
Nobody.
Jesus said Ananias. What's the guy name? But you can get to your point though. You can get to your point.
Watch this.
You can't. It's simply not done.
Cedric, hold on, Cedric. Watch this. Did you just ask me if Josephus was a forgery? Did you ask that question?
Yeah.
All right. Where do you get Jesus ben Ananias from?
Josephus.
I'm okay, bro. You got all kind of, yo, I'm telling you, these guys, they don't have no methodology. You just use basic common sense with them. It makes
Let me ask you a question. If
I don't want to read the screen.
we want to deify or mystify somebody in our modern day, what would be some of the tropes that are a fundamental requirement? The ability to fly food.
All right, watch this. I want everybody to look at the screen real quick. The list of topics characterized as pseudoscience. Go ahead, Austin.
Go ahead, read that, and then we're gonna get to how most people with pseudo don't even know. Go ahead, read that.
This is a list of topics that are being characterized as pseudoscience by academics or researchers, either currently or in the past. Detailed discussion of these topics may be found on their main page. These characterizations were made in the context of educating the public about questionable or potentially fraudulent or dangerous claims and practices, efforts to define the nature of science, or humorous parodies of poor scientific reasoning.
Okay, here you go. All right, let's come here. Go ahead. That's it right off the top.
Social.
Go ahead.
Yeah, social sciences, sciences, history. Main article: pseudo history. First off the top, folks, Christ myth theory, a fringe theory that proposes that the historical Jesus did not exist in any capacity whatsoever.
Hold on, stop right there. So they let you know when you start saying Jesus ain't real, you're on is a fringe theory.
Fringe.
Go ahead, Golf. I mean, go ahead, Cedric.
While the divinity of Jesus is disputed,
hold on, that's important right there. So now, right, that's the issue, because that is subjective. That's a theological truth based off your religious belief. Go ahead.
Right, Christians and non-Christian scholars of antiquity universally agreed that Jesus of Nazareth was a Galilean Jew who lived in the 1st century, was baptized, and later crucified by Roman authorities. This is based on sources written by historians, scholars, and politicians who lived during the time of Christ. Historical materialism. Okay,
you stop. That's it. I think that's the point. The point we're trying to bring here is don't be pseudo while calling somebody else pseudo.
Yeah.
See, that's dangerous for me. Yeah. See, that there are rules and regulations that we adhere to as being scientifically literate. Some things you just don't want to hear. I fought Garfield for 2 years. I said I need a daggone camera to prove that Jesus existed. He was like, "What?"
Same here. Same here. In the back chat with sources, and I'm making arguments, and Garfield just keep throwing source after source after
you know
source,
what?
and get you with your pseudo killer, right? Read this.
Hey, said. You want to know something? I'm still not convinced, and that's because I read Richard C. Miller's work, Resurrection and Reception. And oh my goodness,
it's about the consensus, bro. Remember?
Hey,
time out.
The consensus ain't always right.
Sabio, does Richard C. Miller believe Jesus existed?
No,
Yes.
he doesn't.
Yes,
he does.
His argument is the resurrection.
Yes, he does.
His argument is the resurrection.
I can play it right for you now. He just said that the whole thing is bullshit.
I'm finna messaging. I'm a friend of Richard C. Miller's on Facebook. I'm finna messaging now.
He said the story is thin, but he believes Jesus is a real person. But he said it's not that easy. But he says that the whole story is just bullshit. That's bottom line what he's saying.
Yep.
Come on, so when you tell me he got a book Resurrection and
a real person.
That's that. Listen, we gotta be fair though. These scholars believe he's real, but nobody believes in the resurrection.
Yeah, that's the problem. And he says there are these people posing as scholars and trying to use his actual historical data to make that leap, right? And I see it in conversations with my last one with Pastor Bennett, for example. He is trying to claim that it's atheism and not naturalism, which puts me in a position to render Jesus's a so-called resurrection simply a myth. Right? Because, and it has nothing to do with belief. It's being grounded in methodological naturalism. And that's where the story becomes unconflated and confusing. I keep telling people, historical Jesus exists, which means his father was a physical human being and there was no resurrection, but that there was a first century preacher. What is so hard to believe about that?
Hey, hold on one second, guys. Hold on 1 second, guys. Hey, and by the way, too, we're not forcing anybody to believe there was a historical Jesus. We really don't care. Just to be honest and upfront, I'll speak for Uncle Cedric. We don't care if Jesus existed or not. We're just saying it's a strong possibility there was a guy in the first century. So what? Now, if people want to create and use hyperboles and literature-specific metaphors and similes and personifications to write about this guy from a Greek, Hellenistic, Jewish perspective, that's fine. They have the right to do it. But I don't believe somebody's coming back 2,000 years. Don't fight me for that. I don't believe that. You believe that. You believe in a culture that was superimposed on you through a biblical text that you had nothing to do with. All I'm saying is, I don't believe that's going to happen. I believe there's a historical guy, and that's where it stops. I barely even want to say that. That's it.
They trapped. They, you know, like Cedric says, like we should realize, like, once you agree that Jesus is a real human being, then you're clearly trapped by biology and physics. So you're not dying and coming back to life based off what modern science understands about biology, right? You're not transcending the heavens based off what we know about astrology. You know what I'm saying? You're done at that point. So I agree. Please dive into that cage, dive into the world, the natural world, and say that man is real. Now you definitely need a mother and a damn father. Without no, see, then I become the Looney Tune if I sit up there and argue with you whether Jesus had a father or not. No, you need sperm, and the sperm does what? It hits the ovarium. It takes the eggs. Come on, bro, fertilize the egg. Correct. So I'm not at that point, right? You have lost the conversation, right? And you're in the realm of theological truth, and you're outside of the world of what actually happens in nature and reality.
Hey,
please make them real.
Quick response to my brother. The reason why none of you pseudo kings believe in the resurrection is because it exposes your sin, of which you all will give an account. You don't have to believe it. Now watch this.
Let's take turns and get him. Go ahead, go.
Disagreement don't mean we should accept disrespect. We can disagree without disrespect. We need to make that's gonna be our channel. Disagree without disrespect.
No, we're always the bad guys, Garfield. We're the bad guys, Garfield. That's what we're doing.
Let's do this. Let's disagree without disrespect. And I'm gonna say to my brother, just say, if you want to believe in a resurrection, you have a right. But let's not be disrespectful in the conversation. I'm sounding kind of
Let me say this.
I'm kind of selfish right now. But at the end of the day, bro, I got love for you, you my brother. But I don't believe what you believe. That's where you are in your growth, and that's what makes you feel comfortable. That's fine and dandy. You're not gonna hear it from these two brothers. They're gonna bun you out in a minute. But I'm telling you, go ahead. What up, family?
The irony of words. The origin of the word sin is it's a Greek word, and it means to miss the mark. And if we are actually looking who is missing the mark at this moment, my brother, it's actually you and not us. So if we're talking about who is sinning at this moment, which is missing the mark in terms of understanding how biology and reality works, it's you, not me. I'm dead on target.
I think one of the biggest things is that we're using somebody else's language and somebody else's etymology, and we're confusing what they intended originally when they originated these words and what we actually mean. And I think that throws our community off. That's the reason why I'm saying that when we come up with something that we know for a fact is what we came up with, I don't think we should be undermining that. And that's all I'm saying with the original stuff. Hold on. African, you know, like for example, African, everybody argues about
Time out. What language do you want them to say it from? What language?
No, I'm saying that when we come up with a definition that we know for a fact where it came from, there's no dispute. For example, with the black context, with all of that, in all of our current understanding of how the world works.
Golfer, show the panel again.
Hold on.
Is that the brother Malik?
Yeah,
No,
no,
this
that's brother Super Mike. Super Mike.
Super Mike.
Oh,
No.
all right, go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead,
when
Sugar Mike.
you take from what you know to get to where you don't know. That way you're grounded in a certain standard, and everybody understands the standard. But when we're always undermining our standards and using standards from a community that we, way back when we, like you said, we weren't thinking about none of the stuff these people were talking about at that time. Josephus and Greeks, and our people really wasn't thinking about that like that.
Wasn't educated in it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so that's all I'm saying is, like, people are confused because you guys are pushing out truth, which is true, but then at the same time, it's like you're saying in this period of time this word meant this, in this period of time this word meant that. So what I'm saying is when our people come up with something, what it means, and then we can jump to the to the ancient text and the context of this and that. But it's like you keep chopping yourself so every generation has to start all over again for an identity, because you keep chopping that down again. And then in 30 years, you guys gonna chop down what they call this Aboriginal. And 30 years after that, they're gonna chop
that down now.
Hold on, Cedric. I'm gonna go next. Go ahead.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, like,
time out. You see why when I kicked him off the stage, look at what he wrote in the chat. Jesus and Hercules existed according to Josephus and Tacitus. So we just had the conversation, and he's still repeating it. So what, bro? It said Pilate. No, Pilate is not mentioned by Josephus. But we have tons of people. Matter of fact, yes, he is. He's mentioned by he talks about him destroying and killing a Messiah in 36 AD. That's from Josephus. Does that mean that's a lie? Pilate didn't exist? That is your methodology. Whoever Josephus mentioned, they must exist. They must exist. So if they mention Garfield, what that mean? That mean Garfield didn't exist? Yo, I can't with these dudes, yo. I can't do it. And then we have an Israelite saying we should use swoon theology or talk about the resurrection appearance by his followers. Proponents of swoon hypothesis believe that Jesus allegedly fell unconscious. You can't believe that if you believe in the Bible. You gotta believe he died and resurrected.
That's opposite of your theological foundation. You are required to believe that that Jesus's existence is of a divine nature, right? That Mary's conception was of a miracle status, whereby Jesus was automatically given the power to overcome death. That's your theological premise. You cannot slip away from that. You cannot argue Jesus into reality and then take him back into you cannot, right? That is called a category fallacy. We can have the argument whether in a theological framework where there is no argument, believe what you want. However, the moment you try to engage in epistemology and with regards to naturalism, right? Methodological naturalism, the way we understand the world, you cannot have it both ways. So choose. Either your biblical Jesus is what you're holding on to. There is no need to make an argument for the real Jesus, but the moment you do that, it's game over. You can take your Bible and throw it in the garbage. You have a choice.
Look at this on the stage, right?
Can I jump in real quick?
Nobody wrote of him while he lived, and the historians that didn't write of him. So that means he didn't exist. So you know what? 99.9% of the people in history never existed because the historians never wrote about them. You see our logics? Our logics is crazy. It's crazy, but we're gonna get back to the video after Go ahead, We gotta get back
I want to roll back a little bit.
Oh, I gotta get to Keon too. My bad, Keon. My bad. After Keon, you could go. Go ahead.
Okay. So the point I wanted to respond to the brother, and we talked about the word sin, and that would not be a word or an understanding that would have appeared in indigenous cultures, particularly talking about in Africa. They in their religious philosophy and social cultural system, you wasn't born evil. That is a Christian idea, right? And so we keep chronology. So you can't create an anachronism, right? Europeans can't create that anachronism and place social cultural systems that came under the banner of indigenous people and say they are sinful. No, you made that idea up and you're placing it back on them. The same way you can't place the idea that we're calling ourselves black people on those indigenous people. It's all a mistake and it's all out of chronological order. So, as you believe, you shall be. So that's not what we were saying. And that's important for us to understand that.
Well, what about the thing with calling all of our people African?
Hold on.
That's part of the conversation too, brother. I can agree with you 1,000,000%. That is an anachronism. We understand the history of it. If you're talking about the biblical world, then Garfield will tell you, then you're talking about people that's in Carthage. You're talking about a Roman province. But when we start to identify continents, that is part of the continental name. So I'm not going to tell an indigenous person to call themselves African. That would be ridiculous. We use it for naming continents, so we know geography, right? And we use it in the context of science, right? And we use it in social constructs. So I'm not going to apply that naming on indigenous African people. I have to use it so we have a marker so you know what I'm talking about. But you're right, they never said it. Absolutely, brother.
That's why I don't understand why we don't like black, because that doesn't have a nation or a continent or anything like that. Well, I mean, it's just
Mike, hold on one second, Mike. Keon, you up, bro? You've been waiting for a while. Go ahead, bro.
What's good, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you. Go ahead.
All right, buddy. Yeah, the whole conversation about Jesus being historical is kind of just, it's old. Like, I don't know why you keep on trying to push this old generational ideologies about how Jesus couldn't exist. I don't even know what's the reasoning why you want to prove that he doesn't exist. For somebody who's like me, who I'm a foundational Christian.
I never said he don't exist.
No, I'm not talking about you. No, I'm not talking about you. I ain't talking about you. I know you don't say that. but
who are you talking
to? To the people who what's his name? I can't see the name, so I don't know who's the guy who's arguing.
He talking about me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, the reason why I say Jesus don't exist is because I read Paul.
Stabio, let him finish, bro. Let him finish. We got you.
Yeah. So like I was saying, like the whole trying to prove he doesn't exist to me just comes from a biased standpoint. Like, you just want to disprove Christianity, and me being like a foundational Christian, I could care less if he really existed or not, because the teaching to me is more important than the divine nature of what he's into and all that other stuff, to me personally. But I know there's some people who take it seriously. They take Jesus seriously. They take heaven seriously. So I get it. But I just think it's a pointless argument.
All right, cool.
All right, that's cool. Well, the only reason I say that is because I've read the Pauline epistles, and I know that Paul wrote his letters before the Gospels was written, and Paul doesn't mention anything about it, learning anything about this man Jesus. So until Paul tells me that he learned anything from Jesus, I don't know how I'm supposed to accept Jesus as historical from the Gospels.
Paul never mentioned Jesus.
Hold on, Keon. So you saying when he's born of a woman, he don't really mean born of a woman?
Yes, because Paul was a mystic.
Don't worry, you got it.
Yes, Paul was a mystic, and if you want to talk about the Merkaba and all that, Garfield, we can talk about that one day. And the kabod and all that Paul was into, we can talk about all that and how all that was a spiritual vision and stuff that he was.
Sabio. Let me ask you a question. When somebody is born of a woman, what does that mean?
And under Jewish apocalypticism, it can have different meanings.
Okay, what did it mean in the context of what Paul said?
Do you want me to get? You asking me? I'm going to give you what
you know. Who's the root to all of this? There's three people, right? There's this guy that said Paul never existed. Then there is Earl Doherty, and then there's Richard Carrier. I could trace where it come from because I used to teach it. Because I used to
I'm also using Raphael Ataster and a lot of other people. Garfield.
He's from the school of thought of Richard Carrier too, and Earl Doherty. They're the same school of thought. You see, what I do is this. I trace where people come from. And Richard Carrier tell you in his videos, he said, yo, I got this from Earl Doherty, man. And I'm going to rock with it because I'm going to be relevant by using this information. Now, I'm saying that when we quote scriptures, everybody can say, oh, I know Greek and this is what it really means. But somebody saying you from the lineage of David or you're born of a woman, it's showing you're a human being because he's trying to convince Christians or potential believers he's from the lineage from a Jewish perspective. So if he's born of a woman, that's saying he's born from a physical human being. And then when we go to Galatians 1:19, of course, with the whole brother of the Lord stuff, we look at that word that's used, brother of the Lord. He uses the word brother before over 100 times, but the terminology brother of the Lord is used only twice. In 1 Corinthians, I think 9, and in Galatians 1:19. And it basically means the same thing, bro. I'm not believing nobody because of their own motives. I'm looking at what everybody says, and everybody's saying the same thing except Richard Carrier. And I can't do that. I would love to say he don't exist and come with a whole new perspective. But at the end of the day, we have to be realistic, take our personal feelings out and look at the evidence and say, hey, such and such, okay, nobody in his time period wrote about him. That doesn't mean he don't exist. We understand that he's Jesus of Nazareth, a town that's actually was proven a couple of years ago that it existed. Because remember, they used to say Nazareth don't exist. Now you're looking for a specific person. And Peter Bagjuice is asking, who? Which Jesus? Jesus of Nazareth. Is he? Why would he be written about? That's like the United States government is writing about Jabari Osazi. For what reason? They don't care about damn Jabari. They don't care about Garfield either, for that sake. We're too small, we're minute. So in that perspective, what happened is because Christianity is popular, we think that Jesus was popular. And that's where we get the research wrong, because we live in a world where Christian is. We got to be honest, yo. Ain't nobody know that dude. He was an unknown. What made him known is his followers. That's why Tacitus, when he's quoting Nero, he said these stupid people running around here said this guy was ascended or whatever, saying this stupid myth. That's what they were saying about this. They didn't say nothing favorable to Christianity. Just another another guy who they're talking about like he's some great guy or whatever, just like Jesus ben Ananias, just like other people do. Josephus mentioned, but nobody knows these people. Ain't nobody recording nobody like them. First of all, they're Jews. Why do outsiders need to record these crazy people? Why? I mean, come on, yo. We gotta be realistic.
Guys, I'm out. Peace.
All right, peace and love. Let me just get this video out the way, because we're gonna be here for another 2 hours if y'all up to it. All right, let's go.
Is what's happening
ran
now
out the building.
is that we began to discuss what I would call the peripheral aspects of historical thoughts and dates and how they impact what happened then. But it doesn't really address the effects that's happening now. All right. For example, every group of people are entitled to their mythology. Every group of people. Mythology is simply the legends, stories, fables that explain phenomena relative to the culture that the phenomena of the culture that observes the phenomena. Rain, the moon rising, the sun setting. That culture has a mythology associated with it. Now, the problem is that when one culture's mythology becomes history to another culture. Now, when you look up and you find that African people in the diaspora or the worldwide, Brother Jerome, Brother Damon, when you look up and you find African people who have the mythology that they are holding true as history, then now you have a problem, especially when they are ignorant of their own mythology. And so that's what's being expressed today in Christianity. For example, how would you know if your religion is influenced by the culture of your conquerors? Well, the answer to that is this, if your expression of your relationship to God is actually a cultural idea that predates the very religion that you espouse, then you're worshiping someone else's culture. For example, today is Monday. In your Christian books, in your Christian ideology, You call it Monday, but it's Moon Day. If we go to Thursday, it's Thor's Day. You have no knowledge, regardless of those African names at the Council of Nice, you have no knowledge of the fourth or the fifth day of the week being in any other culture except Greek or Rome. And I can pause if you guys can name what the fourth, fifth, or sixth day is in any cultural expression beyond Greek and Roman.
HoneyBook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer and independent business. It's a fact.
The reason you can't answer it.
Well, no, you
can't answer it. I know you can't. And you would just say something else. But what I'm saying is the reason you can't do that is because you can only espouse Greco-Roman culture.
Got him with that.
And I agree with you, Brother Jerome. You understand the whitewashing of it. Brother Jared, my pushback to you with my brother, first of all, I'm not a Pan-Africanist, by the way.
Told you.
But my pushback around this subject is that what we understand historically and today was not created by African people. It was not created by African people. Christianity is a syncretic religion, meaning that it is, as it moved through the world, it picked up those aspects of the cultures around it and dominated them in an effort to convert them. And so our people hid our culture inside of it so that we could continue worshiping our deities. And over time, when the elders passed, that which was behind Christianity faded away, and that which was in front of it, Mary eating an apple, a snake in the tree, and so on and so on, all of those things stayed prominent in our belief system. And that's why I want to pause in this frame by saying that you will know if you are worshiping or deifying Greek European culture if you have no knowledge of any African cultural reference of their relationship to the Creator.
So I want to let's talk about that.
Question still on the table to name a day of the week outside of your Christian.
Go ahead, Damon.
All right, let's talk about that.
Go ahead.
Cedric, you want to go? Cedric not on here.
I'm muted. No, you go ahead. I mean, you know my position. I stated clearly, you cannot solve a problem with the same level of thinking that it was created on. If you attach these concepts to us in any form or fashion, you're not staying within the historical parameters that you need to stay within. Right. And if you accept the Africanness of these concepts, then again, you're geographically incorrect. These were concepts shared by a region. West and Central Africans had different concepts, different ideas based on our geography and how we interacted with our environment. Right. So again, the anachronisms is taking place from both sides, which makes the conversation hard to have. And his blackology is going to lend him to lose this argument when he's engaging with people like these two doctors over here who study the Bible.
Mm-hmm. I actually think what he said was profound, though. Right, and the way he constructed it, he was absolutely right. And what he was saying, I don't think he wasn't trying to make it African. He was basically saying that when a people's mythology become your reality, then you're in trouble. So it was Charles Darwin that actually helped make that break for humanity in general. Okay, when he first talked about that early that the origin of humanity started in Africa. Right at that point, there was no gauge, there was no platform that actually promoted evolution in Africa being the homeland of Homo sapiens sapiens. Prior to that, right, in the Christian world, in the Islamic world, in the Jewish world, right, which dominated history at that time period. We're talking about chronology, right? Mm-hmm. Those time periods, right, people actually thought that humanity started in the Garden of Eden.
Yep.
Right? There was no pushback. The indigenous people, right? The hunter-gatherers that were in process during that time period, right? They didn't have a written script. They didn't have a say in the argument, right? They say comes in after they get enslaved and after they get Christianized. But the world, I don't want to say the whole world because that would be wrong. I'm saying that model right there was when human beings all had their ideas, right? Based off of their cultural context. So if you was in Africa, your hunter-gatherer story, your indigenous story, right, would be where your tribe came from. It wasn't a worldview. By the time Christianity comes into play, Islam, they get these continental ships, then they make it a worldview. They make the Garden of Eden the story for the world, and that will be absolutely wrong. So what he's saying is that the biblical narratives, the biblical cultural context, right? African people that was enslaved had accepted that as being their world history, and they start to believe right now to this day that the Christians right there on that panel actually believe, right, that we come from the Garden of Eden, which means they have accepted, right, the mythology and religions of another people. I just thought, Malik, that was profound right there, the way he put that. I just wanted to explain that.
And I agree because he explained how the mechanism by which means Christianity uses to usurp a culture. It integrates aspects of these people's culture that are already existing. And you see that first aspect with the traditions that we have today was the incorporation of early Roman traditions of Valentine's, the December 25th, the Festival of Bacchus, into the structure of Christianity, whereby allowing for these people to assimilate. So he expound on the key mechanism by which Christianity executes its magic. And again, it's fundamentally rooted in our connection to this concept, which is post expansion, which is based in the doctrine of the discovery financed by the Roman Catholic Church. I'm going to keep saying that.
All right. Let me play the rest of this right
What
here.
you thought about that, Garfield, about what he said? Or what you paying?
No comment. I'm gonna let that slide. I think he's talking about the Monday, the Thursday and stuff. I mean, it's a given that we were kidnapped victims, as you've been saying for the last 15 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're a kidnapped victim, you didn't make the decision to migrate and come here under this world. Mm-hmm. You were minding your own business and you were a prisoner of war or whatever situation, and you were brought over here. Mm-hmm. We living under here is a given. I don't think that's a point to make up. That is a supremacy. We're just under a different empire's growth or lineage. It's a Judeo-Christian society, and and that's what it is, a part of this world. We didn't ask to be. So that's why we grew up in this. And then the black church did so much for us during the slavery. It's like you're in a catch-22 situation. You want to bang on the theology of teaching certain things that's just mythology and making it a reality and saying, hey, we're waiting for somebody to come back after 2,000 years. And then in your mind, you're saying, hey, that don't even make no sense. That somebody resurrect from the dead and come back and we're waiting for that person. That means that person is never going to come back. You ever, as a kid in Jamaica, they used to sing this song in when you're growing up. Clap hands, till mommy come home. And they know that mommy wasn't going to come home right away. So they would sing that song and say, yeah, clap hands. I would cry for my mom at 3-4 years old and say, I want my mom. That's the song I would sing. But mommy wouldn't come home because mommy had 2 more hours at work and she didn't come home. But they would have these
funny,
like, calm down. Clap hands.
Garfield is funny, yo.
So we are waiting 2,000 years for a Jesus that will never come back. So that's the option, though. We have, and what happened is we're dancing on a minefield right now because now we're waiting for this Jesus to come back. But on the other hand, they are incorrect on some issues. So both sides, you're like, side we want to be on. So I don't want to be on either side, but I just want to be as factual as possible. And that, so the options is waiting for Jesus. That's the option because he resurrected from the dead. What I just pointed out in Roman culture was another man that was resurrected. Should we be waiting for Julius Caesar too? And so for the suitors out there, they always say Julius Caesar is really Jesus Christ, and they use the 2 letters J and C. Say, guy, which JC you making for? Which JC you want? Julius Caesar or Jesus Christ? Which one you prefer?
Wow.
Which one do you want to come back? You know, so I mean, at the end of the day, man, let's move on. Let's see the response. Let's see.
So hold on, Garfield, you made a point, and you made it an hour ago, and I didn't man get a chance to kind of catch that we're not taking up for any of them. We're not taking up for Billy. We're not taking up for Wes. We're not actually taking up for none of them. Now I'm always hedge my bet right towards people that's fighting for Africa. That's just what I do. Everybody know it. But we're actually taking up for historical accuracy, because what I understand about history and historical accuracy and scientific literacy, that's going to bring people that lost their culture closer to understanding their damn culture, right? Anthropology, archaeology. If we start to understand just the basic framework of these things, I think we can get a clear picture of who we are and where we came from. So I'm picking the side of accuracy.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yep, I concur. I want to believe as many true things as possible, to just be factually correct. I understand that it's belief that motivates action, so I want to know and have as many true beliefs as possible. And there's a systematic approach to understanding reality and how you engage with information.
You know, there's also a stigma. So when I said, what are we waiting for? This brother said, we aren't specifically waiting for Jesus. We are to keep the commandments. We keep the commandments and get restored to being above the nations. Let me tell you, I hurt a lot of people's feelings. You could be the most upright person. I guarantee you're going to die before the evil person. All them people who you hate, all them gay people you hate, you're going to die before them. You're going to die before all of them. Yeah, all the wicked people are going to survive. And while you're in your grave and you say, hey, I'm going to go to heaven, you're not going nowhere. It's just a myth, and people fell for the myth that, hey, it's reality. It is not reality. You are living in a world where it's controlled by the empires that carried us over here, and this country adopted Judeo-Christianity. So you're gonna wait for Jesus to come back, and it's just the facts. You believe that, but the reality on the ground is, no matter what you do, that doesn't mean you're doing better because you follow the law in that book. If I became a Buddhist and decided to follow Krishna or whoever the Buddhists believe in, it don't mean my life is gonna be better. It's just that my everyday life, I might treat you better because of this religion I decided to follow. But nothing is going to happen. Nothing. You're gonna die. And I always tell people, I'm gonna live forever, because my children gonna have children, and their children definitely. I make sure I put that down in writing, instill that in them. Y'all gonna give me some grandkids, and after that, them grandkids gonna give them some grandkids. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna live forever, but I don't have to go to a religion and live forever. I'm gonna live through my kids, and that's just a reality. I can't go beyond that reality because it's not true. Because my parents are living through me right now, and that's what it is. My mother was a history teacher. How Garfield automatically become a history buff? Why? Just out of the blue? Why my daughter is into history now? Why is it just a coincidence? Like what's going on here? I mean, I'm telling you, man, you can live by any law you want. It's sad to say it, but that homosexual that you're bashing gonna live longer than you. they probably got a better diet than you. They're probably healthier than you. Why would God do that? Why would your God make them healthier than you and you believe in him? It's crazy. So I mean, a lot of people stopped watching when I said that, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. And I mean, Christians used to be called atheists. So who gave you breath of air and all your family members? Who gave me breath? My parents. That's it.
Those are arguments from incredulity. Your inability to understand how nature works doesn't make any of your arguments for a God any more relevant. It only illustrates how you're walking through reality blind. Because if you don't understand how serotonin and melatonin put you to sleep and wakes you up, if you don't understand how oxygen works in the body and infuse the system, if these basic things are void of your understanding, and you choose to subscribe to a God, then unfortunately it makes hard to walk through this existence. That's just a matter of fact. Your incredulity doesn't make any of the arguments real. And it's sad that we have to continuously and consistently do that. Well, how did the world get here? Well, it's part of natural process. You can study that in cosmology, astrophysics. But basically, it was at the Big Bang, and then you had the rapid expansion. Oh, you mean that from nothing came something? They don't even allow you to finish a sentence. So it is as if we embrace a certain amount of ignorance and then complain about the position that we're in.
All right, let me play this video.
Yeah, so I want to interject because you made an argument about mythology and every culture being entitled to their own mythology as long as it doesn't dominate another people group. Or
no,
another,
I said as long as it does not become the history.
As long as it doesn't become the
mythology of the Bible has become history for everyone who's submitted.
Got you. And I stand corrected. That's exactly what you said. So I want to build from there because the premise of that argument is still flawed because it's built on the premise that Christianity is mythology, which is what Jared was arguing. And the reality is that all of these kinds of claims that you guys are making is what you would call historical revisionism. For instance, this idea that Jesus was created at the Council of Nicaea. We literally have 300 years of surviving documentation by early Christian communities talking about their beliefs in Jesus, which correspond and align to exactly what is taught in the New Testament.
Stop right there.
We don't have a mythology there. We do have a belief system.
So now here's the bait and switch. You come outside of the Bible to establish the validity of a character in the Bible. This is the bait and switch, because now we go into the text and everything about this individual has been mythicized. And it's the myth, the mythical part, which is your theology, which you impose as reality. Now, you fail to engage with the fact that the Old Testament is Iron Age stories of the Bronze Age, and those are all mythological. All mythological. Again, to engage and accept the notion of a Jesus Christ, you first must accept the mythology of a God. You have no substantiation for a God. Now you skip a whole bunch of requirements. You engage with a mythological book and you transpose that into reality. This is the fundamental problem right here. This is the bait and switch. This ain't allowed to happen when you're having a conversation with me. Take note, Pastor Bennett.
So they're gonna catch you right there. All right, because I think it's important to understand this point. This is where Damon gets it all wrong. Okay, he gets it all wrong because we have not studied and understand why something would be considered a myth and why it should not be. And I think this is fundamental to understanding what's really going on here. Okay, so basically, functioning society. All right, when we're dealing with mythology and religion, both religions and mythology serve to explain natural phenomenon, establish moral code, and provide essential meaning. That's what people do. Myths are often characterized as the subset of religion, focusing on narratives, explanations of the world, the origins of humanity, and interaction between divine and mortal. Okay, time and relevance. This is the key point right here. Time and relevance. So right now we're in the actual time of Christianity still practicing it. Watch this. Religions with active followers and institutional structures, like churches and temples and stuff like that, right, are less likely to be labeled as mythology. Watch this. Over time, as belief systems decline, like the Sumerian stories, like the ancient African hunter-gatherer stories and Native American stories. Over time, as beliefs decline, their sacred texts, rituals, and stories may be relegated to mythology, much like the tales of the ancient Greece and Norse gods. And I think this is a fundamental understanding that African Americans do not have until we start to put this out like right now. So Damon Richardson, he know better. didn't play this game with the brother Malik, but he's playing that wild game right there, right? He's not telling us why would something be mythology, why not. Your thing is not mythology because you still have active believers, active structures, and active text. The ancient African systems are now relegated to quote unquote mythology because these things aren't in existence for the most part. That's why when you go to Barnes and Nobles, I struggled with this a lot when I was going. You would go to Barnes and Nobles, you would go to the section labeled mythology, you would find Norse gods, the Greek gods, right? Ancient Egyptian gods, right? And then go to the religious section and find Islam, Christianity, Judaism, like Buddhism and all that. You would find that there, right? And I would say, well, wow, I see some of the same stories, maybe not perfect, but I see some of the parallels, right? That you find in mythology. Why aren't they labeling that mythology? Now we know why they don't label it based off what I just gave y'all. That's why they don't label it the religions of today mythology.
I mean,
See,
that
we
belief
cooking with hot
system
grease.
is predicated on the actual historical evidence for Jesus's life. Now, if you recall,
Thursday is still Thor's day.
hang on. I think that's irrelevant to
mythology is still present today. Just saying that.
All right, yeah, but I think that's irrelevant to this part of the conversation. What we want to correct is this idea that Christianity is mythology. And what's further interesting is what Jared is arguing, and even what you're arguing. This idea of mythology. All of those things were put forth by white pseudo intellectuals. Those ideas are not African. So, for instance, Jared was talking about this, and you were talking about this notion of Christianity essentially borrowing or stealing African ideas. That idea was first put forth by Gerald Massey, who had no degrees in Egyptology at all, and in his books, The Beginning and Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, he put forth these ideas that essentially Christianity borrowed its idea of Jesus from Egypt and even started creating these false parallels between Jesus and Horus. The same ideas that
Hey, can I ask you a question?
guys, hang on.
Wait, Malik, hold on 1 second. Let him finish his thought.
Okay.
The same ideas that all of your modern zeitgeist, all of your Jesus mythicism that's put forth by white scholars are built on. And so the fact of the matter is that these ideas that so-called the conscious community and Pan-Africanist thinkers put forth were all borrowed by essentially theosophists, esoteric white Europeans from the late 19th century that created the idea that eventually evolved into Africana studies. And none of these ideas are actually rooted in factual history. None of these ideas are actually rooted in documented evidence in the literature. They are theories and hypotheses that are largely based on things such as this idea of the Black Athena. And that is the idea that that Greece essentially stole from Africa its ideas about religion, spirituality, and even from Egyptian libraries. All of those ideas are false. And these are this is the same seedbed and foundation for which these ideas about Christianity being the white man's religion are all built on. I would challenge every last one of you to actually substantiate the claims that you are making based on actual history, not just historical claims. And when you start looking at, for instance, the Council of Nicaea and early Christian communities, the evidence is there that Christians worshiped Christ according to scripture and not according to borrowed tradition. So show me the borrowed tradition. Where did they get it from? Because I can show you that those ideas about, for instance, Jesus being a copy of Horus or Jesus being a copy of some other deity is actually Kessler's idea from the world's 13 crucified saviors, where he essentially created, sensationalized these comparisons and similarities that are not actually rooted in Egyptian mythology. And so the task today is that if Christianity is in fact a white man's religion, let me ask this question. What is it that Black people believe as it relates to Christianity that is borrowed from white Europeans, right? What I'd like for you to do is distinguish and separate, as my brother Jerome did, whitewashing effects in culture from the actual orthodox beliefs that we hold. So what I want to hear is, what is it that we believe that was constructed and essentially given to us by whites that you would call Christianity?
All right, before we do that, let me just show something. He made an error. I know he probably would correct himself anyway, but let me just correct it. He actually means Kersey Graves, not William Council. William Council is the 13th tribe. And I says it's the root to the conscious community and this December 25th obsession. And I want to say that we got to move on, man. By the way, too, Kersey Graves believed that all the saviors he mentions are real people.
Did he?
Yeah, he believes all of these people are real people. So we got to be careful with the sources that we use. So this is a source that we love to use. And he said over 35 deities in the book, and they're real. All of them is real to him. They're real.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, all of them real. 35 crucified saviors. Yep.
So but here's a question. And the guy was not a theologian, none of that. But there's some close similarities, though. I think like certain portions of it, like the Norse gods. Now it might not. Now I'm not saying that none of them have a direct connection. What I am saying is there's a fundamental thing amongst human beings is they don't want to die, and they want to figure out all kind of ways to either live forever or come back to life.
It's
as simple as that. And this thing runs in culture. Go ahead, though, Garfield.
Yep, and that's, I forgot what the word that they use. Like, so if we believe and we're wrong, but what they call it, Occam's razor, or no, not Occam's razor. What they call it again? If we believe this, it's not affecting anybody. Well, the truth of the matter is, you have wasted your whole life waiting for something that will never happen. It's one of the biggest tricks ever. Blessed are the poor in spirit, because they shall inherit the earth. Such and such, because they shall see God. They shall inherit the God. So this is what the slave master is telling us, reading these scriptures. So don't worry about how we mistreat you and beat you with this cane and punish you and lock you up underneath whatever. You're going to get all this in heaven after all of this, because this is why I don't believe in karma. Because if karma was real, we would be on top in this country economically right now. We would be in charge. We would be the best people in the world, because what they did to us is just, you can't imagine what they did to us. I don't believe in no karma. Oh, you gonna get yours. Why is it only black people karma goes against? This is another. Yeah, you gonna get yours, bro. You gonna get yours, Cedric.
Karma don't work like that, though. It's a complete misinterpretation. For karma to be real, and would need to be reincarnated, because the state of what I am in today is based on the wicked deeds I've done in the past. So if you fundamentally understand the principles, then you shake your head when people say these type of things. What they're talking about is reciprocity. But reciprocity is not something left up to the forces of nature. It's something you actively engage in. So again, when you being rooted in reality is at the end of the day the best way to engage with life. You know what I mean?
So karma is actually part of the Hindu tradition, and we start to modernize it. And you're right, Cedric. There's a fundamental understanding what karma was in Hindu tradition. That's why it's important to study world religions, because that's part of a philosophical thought there. So that's why we study world religions, so we get a fundamental understanding of certain things that come forward, like God, like good morning, right? You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. Okay, Godspeed, right? These are coming out of Christian traditions. And so I think it's just important to get a fundamental understanding of different culture in the world around you. So yes, karma is central to Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism. I think there's one more. So yeah, these ideas that people run around with all the time is rooted in certain religious understandings, and it's just important, man, as African Americans, based off of the things that were stolen. Well, I don't even want to say stolen. They ain't steal nothing. They erased our understanding of where we was from, and I think that's the travesty. And those things we will never get back based off of the technology that we have today so far. So yeah, it's important to understand the whole piece, man.
I think that's a good question. But I'd like to go back to a few things that you said. First off, that I want you just to imagine in the course of what you explained. I think that's a great question. But I want you to consider what did African people know being the first people on the planet? Can we all agree that African people were the first people on the planet? Can we agree on that? Are we agreed? Damon, Jerome?
Rule number 3, you can't get rich slow. When I owned 100 houses,
hit you with rule number.
I made about 10.
I don't know that to be true. It is largely
you were citing all kind of historical and scientific places.
It is largely that civilization began in Africa.
That is largely accepted in all scholastic circles. Okay, so Jerome, are you there too? That you? I just want to.
That is widely accepted. That is widely accepted. We can agree there.
Oh wow!
So you don't agree with that? Well, then I think therein lies the problem. That's what I'm calling.
God.
Now let me say this. That's the whole original man thing, though. I don't think we got to be careful with this thought, man. Because this
Let's clean it up.
We got to be careful with that.
Let's clean it up. Let's clean it up, Garfield. Let's go back over his statement again. Let's critique that. Let's see. The whole original man. So there's no original based off of understanding evolution. So what he's saying is that humanity starts in Africa. Let's get back. Let's play that again. Let's really get a real. Let's see what
from the actual orthodox beliefs that we hold. So what I want to hear is, what is it that we believe that was constructed and essentially given to us by whites that you would call Christianity?
I think that's a good question. But I'd like to go back to a few things that you said. First off, that I want you just to imagine in the course of what you explained. I think that's a great question. But I want you to consider what did African people know being the first people on the planet? Can we all agree that African people were the first people on the planet? Can we agree on that? Are we agreed? Damon, Jerome?
I don't know that to be true. It is largely
you were citing all kind of historical and scientific places.
It is largely that civilization began in Africa.
That is largely accepted in all scholastic circles. Okay, so Jerome, are you there too? That you? I just want to.
That is widely accepted. That is widely accepted.
All right, Garfield. I think it is an historical fact that people we have named as Africans are the first people to start to construct civilizations, right? Or to construct the idea of living civil, right, amongst nature. That ain't for dispute, because we got 350,000 years prior to the Bronze Age religions that say so. We got 300,000 years prior to Homo sapiens sapien leaving Africa and taking that hunter-gatherer culture with them to populate planet Earth. So I proper explanation of this. I you know what I'm saying, he might be a little rough with the statement, but no one argues that. Now, if you start acting like that, you forget that once we start to leave, we hit different environments and we start to transform and mutate based off of geographical areas based off of different types of food sources changing, right? If you say that we created all civilization, now you're in the road of blackology. Now you're in the road of not paying attention to geological time. Now you messing it up. But for a basic fundamental understanding that yes, the roots, right, of civilization is clear in Africa, and the people, right, that we're talking about Homo sapiens, right? Okay, they are the first people, right? Yes, on Earth. Yes, so far, approximate. Yes, Homo sapiens started in Africa first. I would agree to that. And you say what, Garfield? You say, well, that's like saying that black people are the first people. That's like saying that black people are older than white people. That statement is a false statement. Black people aren't older than white people because white people are Homo sapiens too. So I would never say that. Go ahead, brother.
Issue is that's the original man stuff. That's the NOI type mindset mixed in with the pseudo Kemetic stuff. Because I say that we are first, as in we, me and you is first. We're not the first.
No. No.
That's what he's saying, though.
He said African people, though.
Yeah, African people are the first. The first recognized Homo sapiens on the planet. That is a fact. But we are a different people from those people. We come from our genetic makeup. We are an evolving lineage from the A to wherever we're at right now. That's where we are come from, years apart.
That's proper.
So in between all of that, all human beings definitely come from out of Africa in that sense. So I mean,
great discourse.
I don't know if Melek and the other brother would believe that 99.6% that we all share the same genetic markers.
No, 99.99 of all. No, 99.99% of all Homo sapiens. Like there's only small, minute differences at the demi level.
I don't think they believe that.
But that's fine, bro. That's why we're here to correct it.
Monkey and all that stuff. I'm surprised that ain't come out yet. I'm telling you, be careful.
I think you're right. But I don't know. Hold on. I don't know.
Okay.
I know you. Hold on. Hey, Garfield. Now, if I was going to bet my money prior to us doing this show, I would bet that you are right, that they're going to deny Charles Darwin. That's what they do. They claim, right, that Africa is the homeland of the first Africans, and then deny the very person, one of the first people to say that they was that, and that's Charles Darwin. I agree. I wouldn't even bet my money on me on that one. I'm gonna bet it on you. I would say that fundamentally, I would lose that bet. So you getting them, you doing the thing we like to do. See, in football, if you got Derrick Henry, right, King Henry running down the sideline, you don't aim for where he at, you aim for where he going. So you basically cutting them off before they get there. They trying to score. You trying to get them. Oh man, yeah, you're right about that. He don't mean that, Garfield. I'm gonna take this.
Crazy. I'm telling you, we got to be careful who we're defending, bro, because both sides got their issues. But I'm gonna tell you, the Rhesus monkey teachings is coming up. I'm looking out for that.
I told you, these both sides. Again, that's why I keep saying you cannot solve a problem at the same level of consciousness at which it was created. So the blackology that his brother is spitting puts him in a peculiar position. I stand dead in the middle. He has some good arguments, and then he goes all the way pseudo. He comes back again, then he goes all the way pseudo. So that's what makes it difficult for him to win this argument. It's blackology.
I think, and the problem is sometimes we're too old to say we're wrong. Sometimes it's hard for us to say, hey, you know what, you're right, bro. It's hard. It's hard for a lot of people, man, to say, yo, because you know what? You really believe Dr. Ben was 100% correct. 100%. You think Dr. Clark, you think all of them was 100% correct. And you go against the elders, they're like prestige, and they are definitely on point 100%. So we can't say the elders is wrong, which we don't have to. Just say I don't agree 100%, but some of this stuff with how we evolve as humans, we have moved on from certain conversations. It's just like with Dr. Ben talking about happy and all that stuff. Some of us have moved on. We don't hold to that 100%. So I just think that what we do is we hold, and then they throw in their word like black scholars and white scholars. There's no such thing as black. That's another thing. we're going to throw it out because every information that our elders got from primarily was from white folks. And
for the most part,
that's crazy. So-called white folks. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
When we say it's like the word complexion. I don't think people ever looked up the etymology of complexion, because complexion has to do with your physical, how you are health-wise, and with your temperament. Not to do with skin tone until later on. But when we read black complexion, we don't know. We don't have that information. So what we do is we argue and say, you see, those people in England was black, or those people in Europe was black. And J.A. Rogers never had what we had today. So when he saw black complexion, he's like, oh, that's black. That's us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, with all this blackology, I don't know if we need to put out a book or a specific video, but we're always going to have these arguments. And inside, we want to bash on one side, and on the other side, we want to teach. But it puts us in a position when we are close to the situation where we know, I know Damon. I don't want to come in here and say Damon is crazy. I don't want to say Jerome Gay is crazy, or the brother Malik or the other brother. I don't want to say that. I'm not going there with none of these dudes. I'm just saying both sides got their issues and they need to iron it out, because we can't have people running around here just because they're good and buddy with us that they're gonna walk around and say, black people, we know resurrection is true, and you have to believe in the resurrection to be a Christian. And if you know that Jesus is coming back, okay, so you know for a fact that Jesus is coming back. Nobody knows. There's no guarantee. You know what I'm saying? You know, when Charles Barkley, they're talking about what team you're going to be in, and Charles Barkley jump out the window and say, I guarantee.
Yeah, funny shit.
I guarantee.
Garfield.
So Garfield, how do you explain, hold on real quick, Cedric. So Garfield, you made that, hey Cedric, I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to kind of, just make that point. Garfield said, and this is why we are so important. This is why Garfield podcast is vital. This is why the pseudo killers is vital. This is why the community of skeptics is vital. And as we build our platforms, we will see how important it is based off of what I'm about to say. I'm saying that the two brothers, right, on the side that's fighting for Africa, right, it's not that they can't accept it. It's that they haven't heard it before because they in it, right? See, we represent those who we in it too. Right, I come from the same school of thought that those two brothers come from. We also come from the school of thought that those two Christians come from, where we try to shape and form Christianity without the real, you know what I'm saying? And so those two brothers that's fighting for Africa, right? They don't have the peace, right? They were showed it all the white man science routine. They didn't get a detailed understanding of evolution. Nobody actually embraced Charles Darwin, right, in our community like that, except for Hubert Harrison. And I'm talking about the great thinkers, Shikanti Diop's, Dr. Ben, John Jackson, the great thinkers, the atheists, besides Diop's. They embraced evolution, right? And everybody act like that the brothers I just mentioned didn't put in their books, and they all skipped that chapter and went to the religious fight. We represent the first side that puts science first, not religion. Right? That's the difference, bro. See, we shine a new light on it. We put it proper, right? So if you to understand African history, right, through the religion is fine. But if you don't have the proper scientific literacy and understand the things that we talk about, archaeology, Garfield talks about textual critique, you know what I'm saying? Cedric talks about just the science in general and chemistry and how all these things play and certain. If you don't got that, bro, you sitting up there getting beat up by these Christians, dog. you getting beat up. We're never gonna get beat up by Christians. Never. Because as soon as they start to fly, here's the key, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm gonna chill out. As soon as their feet leave the ground, that's when you get them. As soon as you say Jesus is real, I agree. Now, I agree that Michael Jordan is real. But as soon as you say Michael Jordan flew in the air and stayed in the air for 35 minutes before he dunked, I got you. I got you. There you go.
Exactly. That's the point I was trying to make in terms of the waiting for Jesus to come back. Which Jesus you're waiting on to come back? Because you have two options: either the real dude that was dead and the party was over, or the mythological dude, which we can clearly see is a mythology and has no bearing in reality. So which one are you waiting on? That's my question. I'm gonna stay right there. See, that's why I'm difficult, because I don't acquiesce to any faulty premise. You're going to have to clarify and substantiate why you engage with this particular text the way you do. Because neither way we establish it, and I'm going to give it to you, Jesus is a historical character. Again, that roots him in methodological naturalism, and it puts the biblical text firmly within the realm of mythology where it's supposed to belong. So where do we go from there? Either way, you don't have anything coming back. At the end of the day, you still only have you yourself to rely on.
Conquered by religion, bro.
That's our favorite. That was my first video ever made on YouTube.
Religion. Remember that day?
Conquered by religion. That's my first joint. I had 100,000 views on that, bro. Back when YouTube wasn't even bubbling. Conquered by religion.
So what that means, family, is that whatever we're talking about, you're gonna have people who just already biased, and we're all biased. Unc is biased. Is biased. There's nobody that's I'm not biased. Really? So I'm like, I'm biased as a mother. So at the end of the day, everybody's biased. Let's get that word out the way out of vocabulary right now. Now, if you're having a conversation, if it's the white man's religion, and I'm gonna say this again, if you're basing it off of the transatlantic slave trade and the fact that Europeans brought it to you, I understand you saying it's the white man's religion.
Yeah.
You're saying as far as the roots of the religion, its earliest followers were white. Nobody's saying the earliest followers of Jesus were quote unquote white men.
Nope.
They were Middle Eastern folks.
That's right.
This guy. Now, as far as compiling the books and putting it together in the second century, I see a lot of European involvement with Irenaeus, who was from France,
crucial.
Tatian, Polycarp from Rome,
essential.
Crucial. Clement of Rome. These are all European folks. And I'm just going to say it plain and simple. They have a lot to do with the development of Christianity.
Without the institution of Rome, you have no institutionalization of this Middle Eastern cult, right? This Middle Eastern cult became institutionalized by the state of Rome. It is primarily and totally European from that aspect.
We not, you know, Garfield, you mentioned the time period that I know you've studied because you was spot goddamn on, yo. If we're gonna talk about the canonizing of the Bible, right? And the importance in history, bro, you got to talk about the Hellenistic period, right? Because it was critical in transmitting Greek ideas and culture across the broad area. And it was simply setting the stage for the Roman Empire and significantly, I'm gonna say this again, significantly influencing Western and Near Eastern civilizations, yo. So check this out, yo. We talking about the blending of culture during the time. Also, it laid the foundation for later development of Christianity and other cultural quote unquote movements, bro. So if you sitting up there and don't know the role that the Catholic Church and the quote unquote Hellenistic period played in the development, yeah, I'm saying, and the putting together Christianity, yo, you're gonna lose against us, bro, because we know what it is. I just want to put that statement out. I stand on that. 30 toes down.
And by the way, to the first New Testament, some people consider Marcion, who is from I think Turkey, to have the first New Testament.
Yeah, I learned that from you.
We don't look at him as an African per se in a modern day context.
Okay.
We look at more of somebody from a European perspective. Then you look at Basilides, who is before Marcion. He had allegedly 24 books. And the reason why I'm bringing Basilides, because he had a tradition that nobody wants to talk about. But I won't even get into it right now. But just saying that people were collecting books before the Orthodox Christians. And his books, around 140 of the Common Era, had only Paul's writing and a version of Luke. So we know Paul's writing was followed by many people and whatever. But we know Paul's writing was carried on. But at the end of the day, these are not your average, what we call today, black people. It's not what we call black people. And then this is why I'm saying I'm using the term European, because there was no color structure then. If you look at all these people and their roots, they don't come from Africa. They don't have a connection with Africa. They have a connection with everywhere outside of Africa. So I'm saying they're not Africans per se. If you want to play that.
Garfield. North Africa is inhabited by indigenous African people. I stand on that too.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And then the statement you make is correct. They would not represent the portion of Africa that the African Americans, that most African Americans come from. Mm-hmm. Stand on that too. That's why the conversation with the Nile Valley was super critical, because you can be African, right? Or you can be European, right? And not be a Greek, you know what I'm saying? And not be an Egyptian and still be European, right? You know what I'm saying? And still be African. Now y'all got to rewind that to get to what I just said.
That's the bait and switch. That's that was my outline in the debate with Super Wavy when claiming the Bible to be an anti-African book. Their relationship with Africa was regional, and and to use the term African is anachronistic. And the bait and switch is using the Hellenized Greeks that were stationed in Alexandria to say that the Bible was in Egypt. That's a bait and switch. And even if it was in Egypt, those were the Hellenized Jews that were occupying or part of the Greek settlement over there in Alexandria. And again, that doesn't put us Africans, West Central Africans, in that conversation at no given point prior to the 1600s or the early 1500s. So that is anachronistic, and it's a bait and switch that they continuously do, trying and then complain that when the Comedics try to connect West and Central Africans to Egypt, they say that's completely false. Yet they try to connect themselves via the Bible to the same region, right? So it's completely.
So wait a minute. What side would you be on? You saying it's not an anti-African text?
No, I say it's a regional text. It has disputes and relationships back and forth with the region. One moment Egypt is the land of salvation, the next minute Egypt is the big boogie man. The most hate that the Hebrews have is primarily for the Canaanites as they conquer into Arabia.
We got to be careful, because a lot of the traditions in Africa, they are anti that. So as far as stuff that's connected to the spirituality of Africa, the Bible is anti-African in that sense.
Yeah, but again, that
Jose. This is a statement that I'm for sure of, and I'm speaking in proximate. That Christianity is clearly an anti-indigenous spirituality.
Yes, no argument there.
So they're clearly anti-indigenous, right? African spirituality and Middle Eastern spirit. They're against all those ancient things. So we have to be slow, right? I get your point, and we take our time and actually explaining that, because there's nuances in that. Very excellent conversation.
Okay. In the debate, I broke that down constructively. The Bible.
Hold on for a minute, Cedric. You can't hear you.
Hold on 1 second. We got to remember something. West Africa is not in the Bible. They don't care about West Africa at all. They don't care about South Africa. So what happened is they marginalize what the world is. So when it says, for example, the four corners of the earth is referring to like the Greek Empire or the Persian Empire. So that's the only areas where they stretched to. So it would be Nubia, it would be Libya, it would be Egypt and Canaan. Outside of that, there is not the known world. The Bible people don't. The Bible writer don't care about the rest of the world.
Exactly.
So, what happened?
They don't know. That's not part of their lexicon, right? We're talking about early Iron Age people. They have no concept of a wider world. So it would be anachronistic again to say, well, you see, look, when we compare cultures that they don't even have a clue about. Every culture that is mentioned within the text, mind you, I'm not talking about the systematic and institutionalized system called Christianity, which forcefully did its thing. I'm talking about when you read that piece of text, this is all regional, and there's interrelationship and play with that regional force. They are 1 minute pro all the cultures mentioned, the next minute they're anti. 1 minute the Babylonians, the Assyrians are the good guys, the next minute they hate the Assyrians. They hate everything that the Canaanites do. They need to kill them because of their spiritual practices, and the Canaanites are not African, these are Levantine peoples. So again, it is nuance. However, how the institution of Christianity was used was saying, listen, this system here is superior to anything that you have. You can see it right here. You see, this is what you're not allowed to do. Da, 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 da. So that is misuse and misappropriation. But to label the text as such, we need to be a little bit more nuanced. And as an atheist, I don't believe none of it, but I don't need flawed arguments to put it down either.
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. I think we got to be careful. And this is, you see, my brother, Mr. 707 said, we're not indigenous West Africans. First of all, we got to be careful when we say we aren't, because we don't have everybody's genetic markers. We don't know everybody in the world. Approximately, based off of what science has said, it does point us to a African origin. Some of us from what's called West and Central Africa, right? Especially from the African American perspective. Mm-hmm. Now, I will say this: if we're going to talk about haplogroup, you're talking about 40, 50,000 years ago. There's no Israelite or Hebrew in that paradigm of way of thinking. That's outside your realm of what your Bible allows. The Bible don't allow you to go back 40,000 years ago. It allows you a certain time period.
Stop right there.
I would agree with him, Garfield. But Garfield, I'm going to agree with him, and let me explain why I agree with him, why I think he's right. African Americans aren't indigenous Africans. African Americans are indigenous to America. We're not West Africans. We're not culturally, we're not socially, we're not spiritually. Our ethnic identity does not reside in Africa. But this is what we're actually fighting for. This is why we fight for science and innovation and understanding, because we're trying to figure out what the hell indigenousness was, because maybe it might be something there that we can get a profound understanding on how it may inform and instruct our communities going forward. That's what I'm saying. Our huddle groups come from West Africa, agree, but our indigenousness is not there, right? Remember, all that was erased away, right? And we definitely was not birthed on the continent of Africa, which would officially make us non-indigenous to that area. As a matter of fact, we're not even indigenous Americans, right? Because we know who the indigenous Native Americans are. We are official African Americans, and I think we sit at a beautiful place in history to understand the whole scope of the piece. I'm gonna say it right there, Golf.
All right, right there. Let me go back to the video that we barely into.
I know, because we keep talking.
Oh, wow. So you don't agree with that? But then I think therein lies the problem. That's what I'm calling the cult of Black inferiority. But I'll continue. So what I'm saying,
but you're assuming like we're saying that they're white or that it's Europe. I'm just saying like
I didn't say anything about white. I just said Black.
No, I'm saying that the reason I'm saying I agree that it's widely accepted, but like as we're talking dates and stuff, and none of you have given sources.
Okay, I'll get there.
No sources to substantiate your claim. So it's primarily esoteric knowledge you guys are communicating, not anything cited so far.
It's fine, because what it's cited, it's recorded that slaves obey your masters, but that doesn't mean that it has true context to be accepted as a philosophy. Okay, what I'm saying is this:
we can break that down.
I was asking, but you answered because the way you answered. It is accepted and understood and established, perhaps beyond what you've cited, that African people were the first people on the planet. Now, I want you just to consider this. What you call esoteric information or knowledge is common sense in the other world, in other worlds. The first people on the planet are the firstborn people on the planet. Clearly, the first people on the planet know who made them. But aren't you even suspect, academic, scholarly individuals, and then the listening audience, aren't you suspect that the most popular account of the creator and the creation does not come from the first people, the second people, third people, for it comes later on in the world, and that ideology, that idea of who and what created everyone and everything is popularized by perhaps the last group of people on the planet. And only
So
because
are you asserting the Jews are white?
First time an American has been a main player. I'm one of the biggest clubs in the world. No pressure.
I'm trying.
Remember, I said I don't want to watch the video until I watch it live. I watch a lot of it, but this part I never saw. Now we're heading to the rhesus monkey indirectly.
What? You funny as hell, yo.
Yo, Cedric.
But you see how we strong-manning him right here and trying to get him to go on a non sequitur, right? And now we should get him to go down a non sequitur.
I'm telling you, we're not the first with our third or fourth people on the planet. I'm telling you, it's heading towards the.
All right, slide back a little bit. Don't go too far back. Just inch back a little bit.
I'm gonna inch back a little bit.
Don't go too far. And let me focus.
Crazy.
And I was looking.
You see, this is why let me
to substantiate your
All
claim.
all
It's
this
primarily
all-
esoteric knowledge you guys are communicating, not anything cited so far.
it's fine, because what it's cited, it's recorded that slaves obey your masters, but that doesn't mean that it has true context to be accepted as a philosophy. Okay, what I'm saying is this:
We can break that down.
I was asking, but you answered because the way you answered. It is accepted and understood and established, perhaps beyond what you've cited, that African people were the first people on the planet. Now, I want you just to consider this. What you call esoteric information or knowledge is common sense in the other world. In other worlds, the first people on the planet are the firstborn people on the planet. Clearly, the first people on the planet know who made them. But aren't you even suspect, academic, scholarly individuals, and then the listening audience, aren't you suspect that the most popular account of the creator and the creation does not come from the first people, the second people, third people, for it comes later on in the world, and that ideology, that idea of who and what created everyone and everything is popularized by perhaps the last group of people on the planet. And only
So
because
you asserting the Jews are white? I'm trying to get, because yeah. So what are you asserting here to say that the last group? So who's the last group? Who's the last group?
Well, the last group of people would be the youngest group of people on the planet, and that would be the European group of people.
Right. And so again, you're asserting that the people who wrote the scriptures are white people, because you're saying that we're getting it, that they're the most popular. Is that your assertion?
What I'm asserting is that the people who have popularized, basically the idea of Christianity as you know it comes out of Rome.
No, it doesn't.
Not true. Not true.
And see
Not
again,
true.
There's
Not true.
As you know it, my brother. That's what I'm saying.
Not true.
1 second.
Not true.
Not even as we.
Let's slow it down right here.
So let's give Jerome and Damon the opportunity to address this. I think that's a really.
They gonna lie. Watch. What y'all think? I see where he messed it up at a little. I see.
He anti-evolution just by his argument.
You think he anti-evolution?
Yes, he is.
I think. Well, you make a point. Hey, Garfield, hold on, Cedric. Garfield.
I'm gonna replay this last.
No. All right, Garfield.
Last 30 seconds. Hold on 1 second.
All right, go ahead.
Last 30 seconds.
Yeah, you beat them up.
Who's the last group? Who's the last group?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the last group of people would be the youngest group of people on the planet, and that would be the European group of people.
That's 6,000 years.
Right. So again, you're asserting that the people who wrote the scriptures are white people, because you're saying that we're getting it, that they're the most popular. Is that your assertion?
What I'm asserting is that the people who have popularized basically the idea of Christianity as you know it comes out of Rome.
No, it doesn't.
Not true. Not
see,
true.
And see,
Not
again,
true.
there's
Not true.
another.
As you know it, my brother. That's what I'm saying.
Not true.
One second.
Not true.
It's just blackology out, Garfield.
Hold on. Let's clear something up real quick.
Yeah, we cleared up.
He says it comes out of Rome. He's talking about we got it. I hope this is what he means. We as ex-kidnapped slaves.
Yes.
That's where we got it from.
That's what the hell he means.
He said that. He said that clearly too.
Yeah, he said it 100 times. They playing with him now. They want to
Your
go back.
version, the version that we got. He keeps saying it. He's making it clear.
Yeah, he said as we know it. That lets us know. Now back to the evolution part.
Yeah.
Well, if we had the evolutionary, if we put the evolutionary argument on the conversation, there is no first people, like Cedric said. If you put the evolutionary argument on it, there is no black people or before white people. We know that. But he's fundamentally saying, I think he doesn't know how to express it. And I don't know if he's, I think you might, hold on, you might have a point, Garfield. I think he might be anti-evolution, right? Based off of the misunderstanding of it that we was taught. I think if we give Malik Dexter, because I'm going to talk to him, right? We'll have a conversation with him, right? Good live conversation. I already set that up, bro.
Okay, great.
I think if we have a conversation with the brother, I think he would get on that side. But right now, no, those ideas wouldn't be evolutionary thinking, right? It would be mis-evolutionary thinking. I'm not going to say he's anti yet till I hear him say it, till I give him a chance. I think the way his mind think, I think he would get it quicker than the other brother would, quicker than the other preachers would. I think he can get that.
Yeah, I think it's more psychology than anti-evolution. I think it's a misunderstanding when you hear certain terms of younger people and so. But those specific terms does not lead to an anti-evolutionary stance. If you're talking about the youngest people, then there must be an evolutionary process. But again, I would need clarification.
Most people, Cedric and what says youngest people, is always saying about white folks because they have in the back of their mind that subconscious about that Elijah Muhammad 6,000 year history stuff. That's where they're coming from. So they don't like Elijah Muhammad in the conscious community, but they'll use that Yaqub nonsense to make up. That's what I'm saying.
No, you got us. Hey, Garfield, you're correct.
What was your disgruntled behavior towards Ali Muhammad's information? Because he believed in that rhesus monkey stuff that white folks he was teaching that. He was teaching that stuff. So, and said evolution is really a devolution. That shit was, man.
You won. Hey, Garfield, your point, like I said, I would have to put my money on you, but I just want to make the point that I think he has the mind. So it's not talking about, like, you got me, bro. He's not talking about evolution. He's talking about how we looked at it as blackologists. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, but that younger argument is the anti-evolution argument.
Who used the younger herb? He didn't say that, though. Malik didn't say that.
The youngest people. Those are the people that put this together. That's what he's been
saying. That's blackology, though. When we say black people is first, that's blackology.
Yeah,
blackology.
Yeah. No, you're right. No, you're right. That's how we learned it.
Let me see
Remember, I'm a dedicated blackologist, yo, before I got scientifically literate.
We're dedicated.
Dedicated.
But I want to make this point that when I, constructed the term blackology is simply the study of black. That's what it really means, the study of black. Now, the study of black, we're saying that we put black before everything, and we become dedicated to that no matter what the scientific fact says. Right? I'm saying I've learned how to push that down inside of me. But at times, I'm telling you, it was like the flu or something. You need for it to rise sometimes. Just sometimes.
For the record, if we use the term white, I don't want us to make the same mistake that they made by using the term black to say the church fathers were black or whatever. I'll say this.
You're right, though, bro. You're right.
They would be from an era where there is Europeans generally. And there'd be an era in Europe where these folks are originally from, because they do state, like Arminius does say that he comes from France. People say, well, black people come from France. I'm not getting into that argument. We don't know what color they were. We have no pictures. We don't have nothing. We just know where they say they come from.
We are from the conquering tribe of Judah.
Y'all crazy, yo. I get your point, bro. I get your point. You can't holler out, but no, I get your point, bro. And remember, the black is the crazy thing.
Yeah. That's why I said they should have defined what the white man's religion is as the first thing. That's what Damon should have come back and said. Damon and Jerome gave.
Dexter did do it.
He did, and they do not want to give him recognition. And he's bringing that point up again. The Roman Catholic Church. He's referring to the religion with scurvy and how West and Central Africans came in contact with that book. He's making that point. They just don't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah, they keep making a point that he's not making. They keep this the game at the level. Look, right now on this channel, it's a giant platform. Right, and these brothers are bringing this discussion at the highest level that they got, right? And I am telling you, Damon is serious at what he do. I seen Damon beat up your man in the debate. Remember that, yo? He beat the brakes off of your man.
Yep.
Woo!
He's like, Damon, I'm going first. He's like, I'm going first.
Damon beat the brakes off of Richard Carrier, yo. Richard Carrier played him. Richard Carrier didn't sit down like he's supposed to have did and focused.
My signal is bad.
You're running all over the place.
Why Damon Richardson is above them is because he is a master of the Greek language.
Yes.
And what happened? His name no Greek too, but they try to play that game. Not in my Greek, buddy. You making that up.
Damn, gonna beat you up.
Tell people Damon Richardson is a beast. Is a beast.
Beast mode right there.
It's a beast. Well, anyway, let me finish this out, man. Let me play.
You might not want to go. You want to keep going, but that's I'm saying I think we hitting them. You need to keep doing this. I think this requires a couple shows, yo. You don't got. You know what I mean? We 5 hours, yo.
I got you. We almost done. Hold on. What time is it?
We ain't even get started. That debate ain't. That's a 3-hour debate right there. We only how much time in the debate so far? Where you at?
Man, I'm like 30 minutes in, bro.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. You can do a successive shows on Sunday on this, yo. That's how serious it is.
Let me do another. Let me hear their response to this, and then we could close out. All right. Let me hear their response.
It's serious conversation.
Let's slow it down right here.
So let's give Jerome and Damon the opportunity to address this, because I think that's a really great question.
Yes.
Where does Christianity come from?
They're not even stating that black people were the first people on the planet, and that's just crazy.
Wait, hold tight, Jerry, because that's a different that's a different conversation.
Hold on, wait, but before you go into it, Damon, I'm gonna preface this because this was said prior, and I think this is an important part. When Gerard was driving his point home about Christianity, he was speaking and then he made a statement, though it came from us, as in Christianity got it and it was sourced from somewhere else. We're also hearing now that Christianity here has this Roman influence in the writing. And let's get to the source of it. Let's answer that question. Where does it really come from?
And it wouldn't be called Christianity in its original form. You have the first group of people have a relationship with divinity, the creation and the creator. And as these people are encountered and move through history, this is what happens in social sciences and anthropology throughout the world. It's called fusion. You know, people influence other cultures. If we were to, the brothers here, I know that they're astute upon this, because when the brother asked me, am I saying that Jews are white? The first people, as you espouse, the people who wrote the Bible, or the first books of the Bible, were not even Jewish.
So
Abraham was not Jewish.
Hold tight, Malik. We're gonna have Damon get in this. 2,000 people in the chat.
Right quick, because you asserted something about our book. So I just want to correct you, because you're talking about Abraham, and it is considered an Abrahamic faith. But when we see about within the text, is in Exodus chapter 17, where God tells Moses to write. That's why we credit Moses with the writing of the Pentateuch, or the first 5 books of the Bible, and Moses was not a white man. So
what language is Pentateuch?
Hold on, Malik, you got to hold tight,
I'm
Malik.
saying you're making comments about our book now. So I know you might discredit it and you don't believe it, but if you're going to make comments about it, you got to at least get it right and get it in context. So and again, that's my book. So I'm going to know my book, because I'm hinging eternity on what it says and it declares about God. So the first time we see something about writing it is in Exodus chapter 17, where the Most High, Yahweh, tells Moses, or Moshe in Hebrew, to write. So so when you talk about Abraham was credited with the faith because of Genesis 15:6. His faith was accounted as righteousness. But when you see the writing of the text, we see that in the book of Exodus, where God tells Moses to write.
So, and I want to build on that as well. So one of the problems with your argument, Melik, is it's what you would call the fallacy of antiquity. Your argument is essentially based on this idea that if things are earlier, they must be truer. And that's simply not true, right? So here's how your argument works. Well, the first people had an idea about God, therefore the first people's idea about God must be right. And the reality is that that's no more true than the argument from our contemporary period. That is the idea that arguments later are more informed. The reality is that we can look at history and see that people from every period have had wrong-headed views about God and spirituality. And so your argument is fallacious just on that point alone. The other point is when you're talking about the Bible and where it comes from and where Christians got their idea of God from, that's also predicated on this false idea that it is all borrowed. And so you seem to think, and many of your ilk seem to think, that Christianity and the faith as taught in Scripture is eclectic, that it literally is borrowed, ultimately going all the way back to African cultures and African spirituality. And it was essentially that there were some Christian names and Christian ideas superimposed over those African beliefs. And so that kind of predication is also false. I would push back and challenge you to not simply make claims, but to prove where these ideas were borrowed from. How you know, from an epistemological standpoint, how do you know that to be true? All I'm hearing from you are a lot of claims, and false claims at that, but nothing that's actually supported or substantiated historically by literary record. And so so the ideas that you have about Christianity are essentially a straw man. So when you go to knock Christianity down, you're really not knocking Christianity down. You're knocking a version of Christianity down that you have erected in your mind that's actually predicated on wrong ideas and false ideas about Christianity. I have yet to hear you say anything other than basic claims that we hear all the time in barbershops, but nothing that's actually rooted in history or historical evidence. So I am waiting on that so that I can rebuttal that.
Now,
let's pause it real quick, guys.
I want to pause it real quick because Damon, I actually want your perspective on where Christianity originated.
And we got the poll. We got to close
we got
out,
the poll. So really quick, guys, does Christianity liberate or oppress Black people? So far, we got over 1,000 votes. So continue to cast in your votes. I'm getting ready to close that just shortly once we end this first part of the conversation. And we got 2,100 people in the chat hearing these brothers drop boatloads of insight and perspective, and the conversation is moving so fast, guys. So let me know if you keeping up in the chat. Just type keep up in the chat, because it's a lot going on.
This is very important, guys. Very important conversation that we have in here, because these are questions that even a lot of us Christians may not know how to answer. And if you approach with some questions that you may not know how to answer, you call yourself a Christian, you might be able to get debated right about your faith. So it's very important to make sure you're studying, not just obviously the good book itself, but also being able to historically understand the faith, which I think is the next question Ryan is asking.
Yeah, maybe because before we move on to the next subgroup of questions, I want Damon to get the opportunity to address this. Yeah. Damon, where does Christianity originate from?
Yeah, so from a geographical standpoint, Christianity has its.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna continue next week with that. All right, so that where we're at right now, so that we could continue the conversation. All right. evolution is dumb, and if you think it makes sense, it's cause you are indoctrinated. Science is not a religion, family. Science is not a religion. How can you be debated out of your faith? Faith doesn't even work like that, John. Oh man, this is crazy. But I'm gonna get out of here, man. I want to say to everybody, thank you for tuning in. I'm gonna be live Tuesday. I'm doing a simulcast. It's gonna be the Jesus Wars is back. We're gonna do that on Tuesday with me and my man Jacob Berman. He did a debate with Neil Godfrey, a guy who has a good website, and I'm gonna be on it. So hey, let's have some fun, family. Let's have some fun. Unc, you want to close us out? Hold on, Cedric. Unc, you want to close us out with a prayer?
Man, get out of here. I want to close us out with this statement. The statement is religion is slavery. I would say that religion was used by colonial powers as a tool of enslavement. I'm gonna close with that. And big up to the Christians who don't got no heart. They have conversations with a bunch of non-believers. Big up to y'all. Y'all shining right now. Your chest all the way out here, and you're running. So all those big giant Christian channels and talking that talk, listen, yo, come here where we walk that walk. Science is undefeated.
Hey, Unc, what time you going live with Chuck later?
I'm going live with Chuck at around 7. We're going to talk about the Anunnaki. We're going to get you the root of this thing right here because we don't play around here. I'm going to say it again.
Cedric is the Anunnaki. Cedric, I think you're Anunnaki, bro.
I'm the boogeyman around here. You see the difference
Don't cut I'm in the middle of my statement.
Oh, sorry.
And the Israelite doctrine killer. I'm in the middle of eating watermelon because that's what black people do, eat watermelon. Anyway, man, I love the channel, man. I love Garfield Reed's channel information, man. How old are you, Cedric?
I'm 51.
I can't even call you little bro. I can't call you. My little bros. I got y'all. Hate the game. Anyway, it's a force to be reckoned with when we
got $10 in the building, man. And shout out to the person that gave me $5 earlier. I ain't big you up. Hey, Joel, big up. You always support. The first people on the planet, you know who made them. Now, that's a wild statement because we're still working on how humans came about. Then my brother said, Mary Quotes says, amazing show, guys. Thought-provoking. Salute. See, we ain't disrespect nobody. We ain't disrespect either side. We just having a conversation. Come on down.
We ain't say they was scamming.
Exactly.
We ain't say it.
We ain't call nobody pseudo.
We ain't say you was scamming.
We ain't call nobody.
We ain't do the Black Galaxy thing. But if you was to ask me if they was scamming or not,
Francis Peters says, my question is this: how do we prove that any of the Bible people in the Bible existed? Like what people? Hezekiah, we got the Hezekiah seal. You know what I'm saying? We got a couple of things for the Bible people, but that don't mean all of them is real 100%.
Right, shouldn't be afraid.
That's the technology right there. That's the tomfoolery.
Again, that is also a question based in incredulity. Biblical scholarly work has been done. You ask that question, you do the research, you're going to realize that the Iron Age part of the Bible is actually accurate in terms of the historical narrative, who was ruling when and where. Again, the mythological aspects of it, they are what they are if you understand how history really works, right? So we separate, we chew the meat and leave the bones on the side. Now, the first part of the Bible, you see far more fantastical and mythological aspects. You got talking snakes, all the talking animals are in the Old Testament. All the hyper mythological stuff is in the Old Testament. The New Testament is more grounded in historical fiction, right? Again, you must understand the narrative. It is post hoc rationalization. It is a group of people trying to create a narrative post hoc. They're trying to write themselves into history, and they're using the stylistic format of the day, which is the Greek narrative. And if you understand the mythological aspects of the Greek narrative, you're going to see them being expressed in the biblical text. Sometimes they go over the top, sometimes they subdue it a little bit, but it's the same principle, the style of creating a story. That is what you're seeing there. These are stories, people.
Facts.
Facts. Anyway, the real Christians, please stand up.
Stand up.
I like to debate that. What's the first? That's what I want to talk about. Since they want to go back and use history against our two brothers fighting for Africa, you tell me what's the real Christians now. You feel me? Hey, golf, ain't that a good one right there, Garfield?
Facts. Hey, by the way, if you want to debate anybody on the channel, just hit me up at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com and say you want to call out you want to call out Cedric. Call him out, man. I said call him out. Mika been on a debate. Come on, Mika, let's debate, man. Let's get it in.
Yeah,
man.
let's have some fun. I'm
gonna hit up Mr. Vegas too. I'm gonna hit up Mr. Vegas.
Y'all need to answer one question for me, which is a question that's long been asked in the realm of the debate world, and especially when it comes to substantiating these ideas. The question, the philosophical question on the table is always, what are your arguments for God? Before we dive into the Bible and acquiesce to a faulty premise, we got to deal with those presuppositional arguments you have, your understanding of reality from a basis of inquiry. So if anyone wants to come and have a discussion with me with a philosophical premise for God, because I know there's no evidence, we can do that as well. We well versed around here.
Hey, we got a big interview coming. Me and Garfield got a big interview coming. I'm not going to disclose the name of the person. It's going to cost you between $10 and $20, depending on how we feeling. How I'm feeling. Okay. But it's a big one. It's gonna clear it all up. It's gonna clear the whole Egyptomania up. I'm gonna give you one clue. It's a black man. High level.
Not a black man.
This gonna be a good one. I don't know why they keep playing with his Garfield. Also, we got Andy. We got Dr. Andy coming on. I believe the day after Christmas. Dr. Andy coming on.
Anybody want to debate Anunnaki is real or not? I say the Anunnaki. I say Cedric is an Anunnaki, man. Come debunk me.
Just as real as the daggone Elohim, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm out, man. This is a great show, man. Hey, Garfield, I'm gonna be cutting up some of these places where we coming. This is deep. This was a deep
strike to your channel as soon as you do it. Strike. Let's go. We not cool like that.
Straight. Wow.
Right? So I've been striking it on purpose, right?
Wow.
Like I run YouTube, man.
I appreciate the channel though, bro, man. This was a great, man. What you know what's funny, yo? This is what people don't know, bro. Without this channel right here, yo, when I officially had a YouTube death, yo, I wouldn't have been able to come back, yo. Me and Garfield figured out a long time ago, yo. Hey, yo, we need to split this up a little bit. We don't need to be in the same where they can kill us all at once. You remember that, right, Garfield?
Yep.
Garfield was like, yeah, I like to have the controlling interest in my piece, nigga. Excuse my language. This channel right here, yo, it always saved the day. When you know what I'm saying, when it all get bad and the channels get struck down, yo, I can always ease over here and rock out for a couple of months and get back. Because they didn't struck me half the yo. They didn't took, bro, like they got me starting all the way over, yo. Like seriously, fighting these pseudos, yo. I took, yo, it's war, yo. I done lost a lot fighting with these pseudos, bro. A lot of subscribers looking for me. Right, they think, and then by the time I get back, they think I started on something else. They think that it's wild, dog. So this been a hell of a fight. So I like to give a big up, right, the Garfield's platform. You know what I'm saying? Where it's always been a safe space for me and whatever I thought of to create, man. Like to appreciate you, Cedric, right, for going around and taking the mantle of debating, because I ain't doing it for free.
There's a method to the madness. I need to pay my dues, right? Regardless of what I represent outside of this environment, I come into an environment, I pay my dues, I pay the role, right? So I'm carrying the pseudo killers, I'm carrying the community of skeptics on my back, I'm expanding our brand, and I think I'm representing well, but at the end of the day, is to promote what we do over here. At the end of the day, pseudo killers is the brand I'm repping, you see? So it's always about what we do.
Yeah, man. It's Community Skeptics Show, where we stand 50 toes down
50
and
toes
not
down.
believing. And we don't believe that.
You substantiate and you bring your claims. We show you how it's done. And I'm what I am is a product of what the pseudo killers produce. You're seeing me being versed in many more subjects on a fundamentally scientifically sound principle, right? I came in with a certain amount of knowledge, and now I can engage in discussions from a scientifically sound position on more subjects. Why? Because of the community I'm in. So if it's about growth, community of skeptic, the pseudo killers, this is Garfield podcast. Look at me arguing biblical narrative when I was a man. Jesus don't exist. Get out of here. I don't hear that nonsense.
All right, later, y'all. Peace and love, man. We got it.